Hello people, hello. How are we all doing today? Another 11-hour podcast now. I don't think it'll be that today. I'm pretty sure Finn will get this wrapped up in a couple hours. Don't worry about that. Right. Let's see who's in there. Probably got a lot of people waiting here. So obviously today we're gonna have FinnT on. I'm not doing it through StreamYards like I usually do, so I'll have a Tekken 7 lobby in the background for people to play whilst Finn is debating his opponent. I'm mostly, for the most part, I'm gonna be a bystander unless they ask me to get involved. You know, I like to let people talk about whatever they want to talk about me interjecting too much unless they ask me. And obviously I know the whole situation with FinnT and Main Man and all. I got a lot of the messages. I just put a video up, but for those of you watching the live stream, you'll probably see it afterwards. But we could talk about that a little bit later on as well. So let me get Finn in here. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Thank you for coming to the live stream. I appreciate you all. Right, let's see. Where's Finn? Finn. Alright, let me call him. See if he can hear me. Yeah, I dropped a video just now. I wanted to get out earlier, but I couldn't, so it's come out just now. What's going on with FinnT and Main Man? Well, obviously, FinnT got some threats. You know, this whole situation with Tekken 8 is starting to spiral out of control, I guess, a little bit. And my name got lumped in there as one of the people to be blamed for the threats coming his way. So I made a video basically just dispelling that nonsense. I've never threatened or pushed for threats on a content creator. Even the ones that I've had like actual beef with. So yeah, that was just a bunch of people on Twitter, you know, just yapping as usual. But for those people watching, and for anyone, I mean, you're gonna see it in the video anyway. It's very clear. If I dislike a game and somebody else likes it, that is not me giving you a green card to go to their stream and start insulting them and threatening them over a fucking video game. How low down do you have to be? Now, I'm not going to stop criticizing games. For people that were asking, oh, you being critical about games is pushing this negativity. If you hear me critiquing a game and you hear critical responses to a game and hear hate, I can't help you. You need to go back to school. There's no other way to say it. I'm sorry if you find that insulting, but if I'm talking about a video game and you use that as justification or you lump me in with people that have been threatening other content creators, you're an idiot. I can't be nice about that. And you don't know what the difference between criticism and hate is. So no, as much as I don't co-sign what has been going on with FinnT, I don't think it's cool. I think most people like FinnT, even if you don't like his takes. He's clearly a likable guy. I'm not going to stop my content criticizing games, ripping into games, or ripping into the developers if I don't like something. By the way, I was not one of the people that was insulting Michael Murray for his looks. I came at him for something he did on the app. I don't know where all this bullshit is coming from. Finn, are you in here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Alright, bro. Yeah, I didn't know if you could hear me.
Do you know how I can add someone to this call?
They need my Discord. Actually, no, you should be able to add them. Yeah, if you just go to the top there, it says add friends to DM, and then you should be able to add them.
Okay, let me try this.
But yeah, whilst Finn is getting on with that, let me open up a lobby for people to play. But yeah, people attacking FinnT over a game, I got a message today telling me if I come to a tournament, I'm gonna catch smoke. Which is not the first time I've heard that. I've been told before, if I see you at a tournament, I'm gonna beat you up. If I see you on the streets, Mike, it's on site. I've had those messages sent to me all the time, so it's not new. It's not a new thing. This happens all the time. Doesn't mean it should be happening to FinnT. Definitely should not be happening to him. But unfortunately, we coexist with crazy people. And crazy people are always going to say crazy things. And that is the unfortunate reality of the internet.
T-word, I got the mask on. Like, trust, bro. You cannot imagine the lengths I went to make this possible. I have like a live voice changer, but the setup with Discord is a bit difficult. But in the future, maybe I will try to make it work. But if I talk through the mask constantly, maybe some people will not enjoy that.
Why are people attacking FinnTX, by the way? Last I checked, he isn't even playing Tekken 8 right now. People attacking FinnTX, I don't actually know. I think people are under the impression that he's a shill. And that's obviously an assumption, right? So to that I would say, even if somebody was a paid shill, let's just say I was a paid shill, do you think that I deserve... Get the fuck out of here, Blackheart. Now, why are you the first one? Do you think that I deserve to be beaten up for that? Over a game? We're not talking about the pharmaceutical industry here. That people are going to die if I lie about something. We're talking about a video game. Even if I was being paid by Bandai Namco, that's not the grounds to beat someone up for it. How does that even make sense? And then, by the way, I'm not calling him a shill. I'm not saying he's a shill. I'm saying even if he was, it is not grounds to attack him and say, "I'm not." If you see you at a tournament, there's going to be trouble.
By the way, Mike, can I ask you something? If I were to add him in this conversation, can he see our DMs? No, right?
That's a good point. I don't think no. It will open up a new group.
I'm just gonna risk it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing in these DMs that are crazy. Did you say something in here?
No, but if you scroll up a long time,
oh,
it doesn't matter.
You sent me so yeah. No, it should be fine. It will open up a new group.
Mondi.
Right, let me try it. Whilst we'll wait for you to get your guest in here. Oh, my controller went funny. You were dead, Blackheart. You were dead. What the hell's going on? Why is my controller doing that? Have I got the wrong buttons? Yeah, you were dead, Blackheart. I don't know what happened to my pad there. Again? How dare you? Oh, he got me. Blackheart, why are you my first opponent, you fucking troll? Oh yeah, if I get up there, I get caught. I forgot about that. No. Alright, you bastard. I can't. There's. Oh, okay. You bastard. Have you got him in here yet, Finn? Oh, what happened? Hello?
Trip.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, Mike, you didn't know about the Noctis relaunch setup, yeah?
I did, but it's been a long time. It's been a very, very long time.
Alright, so now everyone is in here, right?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Alright, Mike, how did you, like, shall I just, say a few things, like what this is about and stuff?
Yeah, just before you do, guys, if you want to talk about the Frame Whisperer stuff, we can, but before we get on to Finn and his guest, you need to understand something. I've been doing the podcast now for about a year, and I let people on, and sometimes they say something crazy, and throughout the year, there's been plenty of times where I've just let people talk. I haven't pushed back on anything that they're saying. And this was one of those occasions where I just let Frame Whisperer talk. I let him say what he wanted to say, and then he went about his business. That has been happening for a year now. It's just in this case, obviously, this situation has become very, very volatile, and Spag's name was obviously thrown in there, and there was no like tangible evidence to back it up. But this isn't a thing where I let my friends speak and I don't push back on them. I mean, Finn, you've been in the podcast multiple times with people that I don't agree with, that even say things to me that are like rude or whatever, and I just let them say it.
Yeah.
So this isn't me giving Frame a get out of jail free card or whatever. That was what he said. And sometimes, if you've ever watched a podcast before, that is how they go. Sometimes people say some shit and it's live. It is what it is. Like, if Spag never did that, he never did that. I don't know what you want me to tell you, but it's been like that for a year now. This is not a new thing. I mean, when I had Gutex on there, people sent me messages for ages going, why are you not pushing back on the flat earth thing? Bro, I got messages for a week saying, Mike, why weren't you pushing back on the flat earth thing? Look, I said I didn't want to. It was a time for Gutex to talk. If somebody is inciting literal violence, then yes, obviously. But if somebody has something to say about a particular controversial subject, I don't feel like if I don't feel like pushing back, I won't. And that's what happened. So we'll just deal with the fallout of it now. But we'll talk about that in a little bit. I'll let you take the reins now, Finn. Talk to your guest.
Yeah, he just quickly restarted PC. He said like Discord issues.
Okay.
But to basically tell people what happened, I have entered the Bane arc fully, and Gotham is now under my protection, obviously. And I have again and again had people that confronted me with insane brain rot about Tekken 8 Season 2 in particular, and no one wanted to talk with me about it. And one guy made a video, and I watched it. I will, if he comes back in a moment, I will let him explain or like let him also talk about it. But it was basically a video saying that Season 2, it's just not as bad. Like we are just insanely over dramatic, and it's not overreacting basically. And there was many people didn't watch the video in full and already wrote quite some let's say drastic comments.
Yeah.
I watched the video in full, and I have written out basically already structured this. I have written out quotes from Mondi that I would like to, talk with him about.
And he's open to this conversation, yeah?
Yeah, he's open. Yeah, Mondi, you're back?
Oh, wait, hold up. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Okay, Mondi, you're back. Shall I call you Mondi?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll just call you Mondi. So, just to also tell some people in chat, because there are some people in chat who will remember the drag incident, which will not be forgotten and will be immortalized by me personally in the future. But this is not gonna be a drag situation, because like I'm not gonna shit or like insanely insult him, even though I'm more than reasonably agitated. It just because I went to Mondi, right? Mondi didn't come to me and like talked insane brain rot in my comments and acted like a piece of shit. So I came to him and asked him, hey, I have some problems with things you said in the video. I think this is like wrong. And he said, yeah, okay. And I already told him, like, I'm not gonna shit on you. I'm not gonna, this is not what I'm usually about unless someone triggers me heavily. Mondi, do you wanna introduce yourself real quick? Like, I see you do also. What's your main fighting game and stuff? Like, I saw you have also a YouTube channel where you talk about fighting games.
Yeah. So I'm Mondi, fully Mondi MFZB, and I mean I do other things other than just like gaming related stuff and fighting games, but also like music and filmmaking, anime, etc. But for the sake of like this conversation, my gaming channel is focused on fighting games primarily, and I would say my main fighting games would be Dead or Alive and Skullgirls.
Okay, I would have thought Skullgirls because I was in your Discord and saw the Skullgirls stuff.
Yeah. So, yeah.
All right. And so just why I wanted to do this is because I did quite a few videos recently, and I simply want to find out if my presumption is like right or wrong. And my presumption is that, you know, this game right now, Tekken 8 right now, I think actually can be very enjoyable on a mad casual level. But as soon as you want to actually invest in it, it becomes like insanely frustrating. And what makes me believe this is the amount of comments I got and also featured from relatively even low ranked players that wanted to get good, so to speak, but can already see the experience which awaits them now after investing a huge amount of effort and care into actually getting good and trying to solve situations as best as they can, and then they will not get rewarded for it. So in simple terms, I believe the majority of people who enjoy this and believe this to be a good direction of the game or gameplay loop, or think that also, like, because a point of view was like it's a bit over dramatic. And I think that you can only have this position if you're basically not really, if you don't know what's going on. But to clarify, like, your general position from what your own words in the video was, is like it's not that bad, right?
Well, I guess when I say like it's not that bad, I don't necessarily mean like the I guess the gameplay patch itself, like the things that this game has now is crazy, does look insane. But I guess I mean more so like for the general sense of there's still hope that things could change, and if not, then my perspective anyway is, you know, you can always play other games and stuff. So I in my mind I was just like, it's not that bad. And I guess from more, like, I guess to elaborate more is like I've seen other games have a lot of, you know, BS in them as well. So I guess initial reaction was like, okay, well, you know, if you've ever played Smash Bros and you've seen the crazy stuff in that game.
All right, but we are not in Smash Bros.
No, yeah. I get that.
You know what?
Yeah.
Why not? I've written quotes from you out of that video. So why not? Do you mind if I just, you know, give a quote and then we can? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna go to the main video, not the Genmaji. I watched the video before with the Genmaji stuff. There's just one thing I have a huge problem with, because you just simply didn't know. It's fine. At one point you said, basically with the soundtrack in Tekken, that the jukebox is sick and stuff, and it is, and that in Street Fighter 6 you have to buy the songs. But in Street Fighter 6, actually, you can buy all the soundtracks and the DLC stages with in-game free-to-play currency.
That's true. Yeah.
So you don't need to buy them. But it doesn't matter. That is just not the real topic. So in the main video, first you said like, I'm not defending this patch, but you do later on in certain aspects, in my opinion, and you said people are overreacting like crazy. And then you said they are working around the clock to collect feedback for the emergency patch. But have you already seen the announcement for the emergency patch? What that is going to go in what that is going to include? Like, do you know about this?
To my knowledge, I think it was to fix the jack move and the something pause something.
Yeah. So that emergency patch, you know, they are not collecting feedback for that thing. That thing is just gonna change, gonna fix unintended behavior, which I will be honest, I don't buy on jack. Like, if you literally overlook something like this, even though you just had one job at testing this, you are just insanely incompetent. But that is, the emergency patch is not gonna make this away, you know.
So is it only for just those two moves?
They said explicitly those two moves, and possibly, for example, the Anna bug lately.
Okay, yeah.
So that is the shit that's gonna happen. So that is like one thing where, like, we will deal with this for a long time. So, but then you said, in terms of communication, Tekken is the best example in fighting games. And there I want to ask you specifically if you can give me examples here. Examples that underline the great communication.
Okay, so for me, I just felt like it was good to hear. Like I know some people say that Harada and the Tekken team, it's like their communication or like
Wait,
they
I
have
want examples. I want examples.
well, just the fact that they said, "Hey, we're trying to have we're trying to make an emergency patch, gather feedback, and fix things." To me, like that was nice to hear because I
That's the
feel like
least, no?
what's that?
That's the least that they should have done, no?
Yeah, that's true. But I guess for me, like I've played you know, I don't know if you've ever heard about what's going on with Dragon Ball Fighters.
No, I don't want to.
but
I want to. I want to look. I don't want to. I don't want to be an asshole, but I want to stay on topic here. Like, I want examples for the great communication because you said in terms of communication, Tekken is the best example in fighting games. That's a quote.
Yeah, well, okay. So I guess I meant like when they have said like when I mean, so that would be one example, I guess.
Okay.
The other would be the times where Harada will talk about things that you know, because didn't he say he talked a little bit about like, you know, gathering feedback and how it can be difficult between, you know, different types of players. And
Okay.
you know,
I don't really. Give me a few examples here. I mean, they are the best example in fighting games.
well, and then I guess another example would be if can I just pull up the Twitter real quick?
Yeah.
Give me one sec.
You know what? While you do this, I will just give my examples to the contrary.
Okay, yeah.
Murray Hellsweep comment, 2020, terrible communication. You simply should not even speak on balance matters with the homing Hellsweeps in 2020 if you are clearly not even understanding a character design. That is one. Secondly, Murray said in 2020, we will ban people who intentionally disconnect in Season 4 2020. Nothing followed from this tweet. Terrible communication because of obvious reasons. You should not promise things if they are not happening. Third example, Namco Bandai silence about launch Tekken shop. Obvious. Like, that if you are pre-marketing, pre-release, not open about that fact that we will implement a Tekken shop, that is not even terrible communication. That is like straight up lying and manipulating stuff and hiding stuff for good reviews. Fourth example, Namco Bandai plus Murray. Murray makes a tweet with the basic message of plugging is not that bad. I played for a few hours and only got plugged once. That is what he said. And every player since Tekken 7 voiced their frustration about plugging in Tekken 7. People said they cannot figure out who plugged. I always called bullshit on that one because we had disconnection rate display. How can you say that? How can you have that disconnection display if you don't know who disconnected? So it's completely insane. So still, after almost a year, we got a botched anti-plugging update with the Clive update. Still, terrible communication. He says it is not that big of a deal, yet someone at Namco, a lone hero, probably fought for this, hopefully. Terrible communication. Evo Tekken talk. Focus on defense, but then they say, we don't want to waver from being aggressive, and then we say, we heard the veterans' complaints, and we know they are very critical, but hey, we want to focus on sideways movement, and then they show us half-screen homing mids that are plus on block. That is dog shit communication. Next example, Harada, Tekken is free. Read carefully. So he made a tweet about the netcode back in the day and simply said, Tekken is free, read carefully, you idiots. So I know what he probably means by that. Tekken has 3 frames of rollback. Okay, but what the fuck is that kind of communication? Harada tweet deletion after Genmaji Temple. Props to him for posting that tweet in the first place, but the deletion out of the blue, is that clear communication? Because what does this mean? Does he stand behind this apology now? Or what am I supposed to make of that? Terrible. Next example. Murray Pole DLC character reveal. The pitch was, we can make sketches to reveal characters instead of waiting for the trailer. That pitch was made in basically a casual, like nonchalant way, right? Suggesting that this is indeed simply possible, right? Because, I mean, he is a big figure in the Tekken project. Pole was made. I preferred it like Shiko, the trailers. But the majority said, no, we wanted to know now. Now, I personally think Murray did not actually expect the outcome of this poll, but nonetheless, if you give the impression that you actually spontaneously decide to let the community have a say in this, you should be prepared to go through with it. And then, in the next Tekken talk, he says, well, first of all, if I would have phrased things differently, so he literally says, hey, if I had framed this and influenced you, it might have gone differently. And says we may do it, but it will be a multi-year strategy somewhere in the future, blah, blah, blah. What is this communication? It's terrible. Last example, Tekken Talk. You can watch, guys, anyone interested, watch the video of Duelist, the Kazuya player. He made a whole video about just that. In the Tekken Talk, do not worry, guys, it is only in heat. While we have a character like Kuma, who, while he is in heat, he is fucking insane. And there are literally points where you can see the communication is terrible. That where Murray has to ask people about this chip damage stuff, where he doesn't even seem to know what is going on with chip damage on break throws. He didn't even seem to know about it. So these are now my 8 or 9 examples of terrible communication. I await yours.
Okay. I mean, no, that is valid, honestly. And I think that I will say, I don't think I was fully aware of, just a lot of the back and forth that Harada, was giving to, with a lot of the examples you mentioned and how it's kind of, it just adds on to the list of BS. I could see that now. I guess I was more so just like, wow, it seems like, that they're giving some communication, which I was just so not used to, I guess, with other fighting games and stuff. But no, yeah, I definitely see now more examples. I think the reason why I kind of felt that way is because, all the examples you had mentioned never really, made it to me. In terms of just being a mainstream, oh, hey, here's this example. And partly that's my fault for not digging deeper into sorry.
Go on, sorry.
But yeah, so because I feel like whenever I would see the examples of Tekken and all the hate it's getting, it's like, oh, the Genmaji Temple stage. And it's like, oh, well, then you see him saying, oh, sorry, this apology will, fix things. There's been a disconnect, whatever. I'm like, oh, well, that's.
And then he deleted it.
Yeah, and I wasn't even aware that he deleted it. But
you see that this is kind of my problem. Where I'm like, look, you said it, even like Tekken is not your main game and stuff. But you made the video about it, right? And you spoke to the community and basically to people like me and said, hey, we are overreacting. Okay, so just I don't mean, look, I said this, right? I will not roast you or shit on you or anything like I did with Drag, that fucking idiot. But this is where kind of my problems arise. So you would agree, actually, if you're in the know, yeah, hey, the Tekken talk, great principle, great idea in from a fundamental perspective, right? But if they go like this and you have Murray sitting there, very obviously not even fully aware what is going on here, what is going to be the presentation of this patch, that is a horrible communication. I agree with you that in principle the Tekken talks is a great idea. Great. But the communication is terrible. Would you agree now? Maybe when you see this in front of you?
Yeah, no, I think with your examples and everything and hearing how there's a long list of examples that they have said one thing and either not followed through with that or just completely, backtracked or just not really been, I guess, holding through to their communication and stuff. I think it definitely, I definitely agree. I agree.
next timestamp I put up, and again, I don't want to, because some things you said, I don't want to put the target on your back, bro. Trust me. But I need to quote you, right?
No,
so
no,
you
yeah,
said,
yeah.
You said at like 20 minutes, Tekken players never had to adapt. That is why they are upset about changes that do not seem crazy to me. Now, there I want to ask you, I would like for you now to list me some changes from that patch that do not seem that crazy to you.
Well, no, I right there, I can't really say much about that. I don't really have too much of opinion on the patch myself because in the video I did mention that I hadn't. No, and like
you said
patch,
they are upset about changes that do not seem crazy to me. I'm quoting you here. It's 20 minutes timestamp.
So, well, what I guess more so meant is, like I'm not saying the patch doesn't look crazy. The patch looks insane with, the jack move, the bugs. I mean, it looks, yeah.
Give me, but what changes do not seem that crazy to you?
Well, I guess just like some of the new moves,
For example,
I mean, I know the jack move is crazy, but like, I'm really into playing Reina, so she got like the new low that goes into.
Describe that move exactly to me, because we skip forward because I wanted to. Sorry, but at 32 you said I'm a Reina main, okay, but you also said something about that I wanted to ask you, because you said Asuka has one move that goes under her jabs and is at the same time faster than any other move Reina has. What move are you talking about?
I wish I knew. It's just where she does the
Punch to the ground, down 1+2.
No, it's like it like she kind of like swipes her hand across, and I'm not sure if it's a heat engager or not, but like I always get hit by this move when I try to jab, and it like goes under, and I'm like, how does this happen?
But I don't think that you have no move that is not faster than that.
That could be true, but
Okay, you know what? Let's go through the Reina changes. Can you list me the most important ones? And like exactly what they do?
The most important, I mean,
Yeah.
I haven't really gotten to play much of the patch,
But you said
the changes that to me, like, okay, so when you asked about changes that didn't seem too crazy.
No, let's stay with Reina. Come on, give me, come on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna talk about like she got the new move and
which one?
The low.
What does he do? What does that low do?
It goes, so it's a low, and then you can, from there it goes into Sentai, and then you can go into Heaven's Wrath after that. So
okay, so it's a pretty fast low. It's -12 on block, counter hit +13, normal hit +4, and it comes out of Sengoku. So out of the backstab. So then, and the other new move is like, but okay, let's stay with that move. Do you think that move, because that is the perfect example, do you think this move in particular is a little bit problematic?
It doesn't seem too problematic from what I got to play with it, but
look, I agree with you. Like this low in isolation, we would say like, okay, whatever, right? Like, okay, it's a good low, it's a pretty good low. But what this low means is like, hey, Reina was a character where she's pretty sick. Like she has everything. She has electric, hop kicks, down forward 2. Like she has everything, right? She's like a Mishima with so much bonus. But the low department is kind of lacking. Yeah, like even on a hell sweep, right? On a hell sweep, you are +6 into Heaven's Wrath, which means 2 can be stepped. 2 can be stepped now. So that is why this is only +6. For example, down forward 4, 2 into Heaven's Wrath is +8, which is pretty sick because 2 can no longer be stepped. But when you give a character like this low, that is one of the main criticisms of this. Because, like, why I am overreacting. Because they are filling they are filling the weaknesses of characters up.
Right. Yeah.
Even more than they did in the past.
Yeah. I get that. I get that.
And I don't want to. And look, I don't want to focus on that point because I don't want to look like an asshole. Believe me, I do not. But I've checked your waiver wiki out, right? So you have 70 matches of ranked, and I think you are red rank, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you basically, this is what I mean. Like you basically, look, you said, hey, Skullgirls is my main game, or like DOA. I respect that, bro. You would cook me, okay? You would instantly. I saw this like the trumpet man in Skullgirls, right? And you can do the whole happy birthday shit on it, like sick stuff. Yeah. You would hard cook me in that game, no question.
Mm.
But you know, it's like the problem, right? Where we're like, it's like you are not experiencing this game on like a level where like the problems with it maybe, you know, get revealed, so to speak, right? Get carved out.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think for me, I would consider myself more of a casual to the point where, you know, if there's a patch that pros aren't happy with or that they are happy with, like it's not really going to affect me as much as people that really hardcore play this game. So it would be more beneficial for a patch that pros are happy with, because either way, I'm still gonna just play the game, and you know, I guess would have more enjoyment of, if I ever did play the game more hardcore, there would at least be, it would at least be in a spot that has competitive integrity than when it doesn't. But yeah, as of right now, I'm not even in a spot where it affects me that much anyway, right?
So you would probably so the initial opening statement I gave of like, hey, I believe if you treat this game as like complete casual whatever, like okay, let's call it for what it is. If you treat it like a party game, then it can be enjoyable, right? But as soon as you, so we are already like kind of like getting to the point where I confirm this with you, yeah? Would you agree?
If you treat it like a party game, it can be enjoyable.
Yeah. And as soon as you're trying to like, hey, I want to get good at a fighting game, meaning, hey, how do I get good at a fighting game? I try to learn situations and solve them, right? That is why I lab. That is why I lab in a fighting game. And the more and more unsolvable situations there are that are like super easily created with insane payoff, the more frustration I feel. Especially in a game that has a legacy of not doing that. At least to that degree.
Yeah, that's valid, yeah.
Okay, so I can delete this one. Okay. So, but then I'm interested in, you know, you said this game is a lot more entertaining and interesting to watch than Tekken 7. Why?
Okay. So for this one, I feel like I didn't really go about explaining it in the best way. But basically, I think I mentioned how like visually I understood it more, but I kind of meant to separate those two things. So like I do enjoy the visuals more than Tekken 7, because I think the Tekken 8 looks beautiful, and like 7 and yeah, and like 7 looked cool, but like there were some times where I don't know, like Noctis would look kind of like sweaty, like I don't know. But anyway, the reason that I understood Tekken 8 more is because it was like, this is the first Tekken game that I am like actually getting into and like learning the different strengths and weaknesses of the roster, and like just, you know, because like I played previous Tekkens, but it was more to like a casual extent.
You played Tekken 6 and 7 at least, yeah?
Yeah, and like they were more to a casual extent. Whenever I would play 7 though, and try to watch like 7 tournaments, it was like I would see a lot of Akuma, and
in the top 8s you would see Akuma, yeah.
And whenever I play, like I played Akuma. My main was Katarina, but I played Akuma, Negan, and Geese because I don't know, I just thought they were cool. But yeah, and I would see a lot of Akuma, but like I didn't know about the whole like legacy of the Mishimas are like the harder characters to play and like stuff like that. So what really like made me understand that was actually when Kazuya got into Smash, and when that happened, because like for a while, Kazuya was always a character that I didn't really. He was very like serious, right? So when like Street Fighter Cross Tekken, like around that time, I was like, oh, Kazuya,
Yeah,
he's just
he's the
another
most badass
serious.
character in this game. I can't believe a character like this even exists, bro. Like, it's Kazuya Mishima, bro.
Well, and like back then, I was just like, he's not that interesting to me. But then when I see him come to Smash Bros, which is a game that's like, it's not oversaturated with serious characters. He's like, I mean, arguably you could say he's protagonist, villain, but like Smash Bros didn't have a lot of villains in the roster. So when he came, I was like, oh, okay. And then also he's like another
Okay,
like
wait,
fighting
wait.
game character because you have Terry and Ryu that are in the game. So then they add Kazuya. It's like, oh, so it felt like they were bringing a little bit more of actual fighting game FGC into the Smash Bros roster. So like, okay, like, And
Okay,
then
but where are we? Where when do we go back to like Tekken and why it's like why
don't
Tekken
worry,
7 is so
I'll get to it.
entertaining?
I'll get to it. I'll
Okay,
get to it.
okay.
I'll get to it. So then I was like, oh, that's cool. And then learning how like, Sakurai, who's the creator of Smash Bros. Director, he designed like seeing how he designed this character Kazuya with like to do electrics and you do like electric, they have like the stun and the combo. I was like, that's interesting. And then one of my favorite players of Smash Bros. Riddles, who also plays Kazuya in Tekken 8, Tekken 8 comes out, and my friend actually bought me Tekken 8. So it was also like me getting to experience a fighting game like as it launches and seeing kind of the metas grow and adapt from just their baby form and just getting to be like a part of that along with like seeing how okay Kazuya, he's this hard character and seeing how he works in Tekken 8 along with knowing how he worked in Smash and kind of making the connection like, oh, so electrics are harder to do in this game. And it just kind of gave me like a different appreciation of like him and just the Mishima style, I guess. And so
Okay, but
now as I'm going into Tekken 8, I'm like, oh, okay, wow, there's this whole, there's all these different styles and all these different like I guess like the culture and the legacy of like all the different Tekken characters, and I'm like able to appreciate that now because I feel like when I would watch Tekken tournaments or Tekken back then, it was just like again it was Akuma, Geese, and I didn't really feel like I knew anything about Kazuya or the Mishimas or Xiaoyu, Leo, like and now that I'm able to appreciate the Mishima play style and play the game as it's launching, getting to see everybody get into it because a lot of different people like I think got into Tekken 8 when it launched. I was seeing so many different streamers play it, and I was able to kind of just watch a lot of people play it and enjoy it through them and enjoy their
what
learning process with my learning process
okay,
and
but wait. Okay, let's about the gameplay. What is it
Okay.
about the gameplay? What makes it more easy or entertaining to watch? Like literally,
Well, it's
You
just that
seem to enjoy it more.
it's just that now I understand more of what's going on,
Okay, then let's go to this is directly connected with it because you said people say things and people say things. It's now a quote from you. People say things are watered down and simplified, but whatever. This is why I know what is going on. I can, and now I quote you again. I can very visually see when someone does an electric. Bro, that shit had lightning on it, like in Tekken 7 as well, and in previous. Like, what do you mean? Why? How can you now see that someone does an electric? I don't want to clown. I can't
No,
understand.
yeah. I totally get it. And that's on me. Like I completely just in the hour plus yapping session of recording, I just, I think I rushed through that part of what I was trying to explain. And like I said, there was more to elaborate on the visual aspect and separating that from the understanding aspect, and I just kind of rushed through it. And yeah, that's on me. I shouldn't have. I should have probably just either taken it out or whatever. But yeah,
Right.
that's
All right, fair enough.
yeah.
Fair enough. So next thing is you said, but now still there is seemingly still variety in its brokenness. Explain that to me. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. So basically what I meant with that is I've been trying to keep up with the TNS Tampa Never Sleeps tournaments. I don't know if you know, but
Yeah, of course.
So I'll see those. I'll see just trying to see.
Did you see
more
what
of
Trizzy
this
did?
game.
Did you see what Trizzy did in the first tournament to get top 8? Can you remind me?
I mean, I've
what
seen, some crazy stuff with Jack and everything.
What did he do?
But
what did he do? You watched it. What did he do?
I don't
Okay,
remember
if you don't
exactly
know.
which
Okay.
one you're talking about, but
he did Jack. He's not a Jack player, by the way. He did fucking Jack. Let's make it cream, yeah? Make it cream in their face. That is how he got top 8. He even made a tweet about it saying, look at this shit, guys. That is what happened. So do you mean this variety of brokenness that I can appreciate there?
Well, what I meant was I would still see other characters like in the matches, in the tournaments. In the tournament. And I was glad to see other characters still being played versus, at times.
Wait. What do you mean other characters getting played, bro? Did you in Tekken 7? I'm someone who's very hardcore about this. Like, I literally watch pools. Like, I literally watch, like, I make the time. I don't give it. I go into the garden, bro, and I literally, bro, I have rewatched CEO 2022 because I adore Cody, because he plays Kazuya Mishima, the most badass character ever created in Tekken. Higher mainman Sui Masku. And there is character variety everywhere. If you focus on top 8s in Tekken 7, yeah, of course you will see Super Akuma or Atif Butt like hammer it into people with Akuma, right? But like there is like what do you mean with character variety? You always have that. Okay,
yeah,
Dragunov against.
yeah,
okay, wait, I know you said at some point Dragunov against Dragunov. I remember. I give that to you. Yes, launch Dragunov, and the initial versions of Dragunov. Yeah, I give that to you. But still, bro, just don't watch top 8.
That's fair. Like, I wasn't. By saying that, like, I wasn't trying to, with that statement, make it seem like I'm, on the side of, oh, the patch is great. Like, I'm not saying that, I was just, like, with the whole point of the video, I think, really was, like, I guess I like talking about things that I feel like I'm not really hearing people talk about, And that was just kind of one thing where I was, like, playing devil's advocate a little bit. Like, oh, well, yeah, this patch...
you didn't. No, be honest. You didn't. No, come on. You didn't play devil's advocate. These were your true feelings. Come on. You didn't play devil's advocate.
No. Like, deadass. Because, like, I feel like it's hard to go... Again, I'm not trying to, like, argue with you on this, but I just feel like sometimes it seems like you can't have just, like, an opinion. It's always, like, you have to either be hard left or hard right. And, like, to me, that's... it's okay to not necessarily be hard left or hard right. I'm just like, oh, well, at least there's a little bit of variety. No one's really saying that, and it's like, okay, but that doesn't mean that I'm like, oh, this patch is great. Like, I don't care. I don't think the patch is great at all.
You said that. You said, I'm not going to defend it, but then you did, right? Hey, there's still variety, and hey, people are overreacting, and hey, it's not as bad or dramatic, and hey, the communication of Namco is excellent, guys. And I'm like, bro, it is fucking not. But okay, you already said, hey, guys, I'm not that deep in it, which is a mistake then to do a video like this. It is fine. I'm not gonna burn you for this. Let me just ask you about one thing, because that is something which made me incredibly angry about this patch. Like, you won't even believe it.
Okay.
Now, you said, yada yada, this patch, it is extremely offensive to the integrity of Tekken and its legacy. Then you said, whatever, I get it. So that is what you said. You said it's offensive to the legacy, whatever. I get it. Explain to me what you get. Explain to me exactly how this and Tekken 8 as a somewhat whole is offensive to the integrity of Tekken and the legacy. I want to hear it out of your mouth.
How this patch is offensive to the legacy of Tekken?
Yeah, because you said you and to the integrity of Tekken and its legacy. I get it. That was your quote. That is you. I quote you.
I do feel that a lot of the Tekken veterans are not happy with the way
Why?
this.
Why? Exactly why? Explain that to me. Exactly why?
Because from what I can gather,
Concrete examples. No, not what you can gather. You talked about this patch and about the community. We are overreacting. Sorry, explain it to me.
well, I would say there's a lot of 50-50s.
No. Okay, sorry, go on. I don't interrupt you. Go on.
And it seems like with the intent that they said they want to bring to the game with like more quote unquote aggression, it seems like they went about doing so in the wrong way with just adding a lot more 50-50s and things that don't exactly have counterplay to them. But the community seems like they were more so wanting more defensive options and things to be more reminiscent of a, I guess, older variation of Tekken.
Concrete examples.
Like of the gameplay itself, or
For the legacy trashing. Because 50-50s we had a lot, but explain how this is. Okay, I'm not gonna bait you. You obviously don't know. So what did they do to martial law in that patch? Do you know? What did they do to the Okizeme in this, like with the back roll? Did you know?
I'm not aware. No.
Okay, what did they do to? Do you know at least the key charge stuff? No. Not even that. Come on. You watched? But wait. You didn't watch the Tekken talk?
I was watching it through like a streamer, so I kind of like I was watching, but also paying attention to like what he was saying about it too.
So with martial law, you have to imagine this. Like, let's say it's a character you really love, right? Like, let's say it's like your Reina, right? Like, you really love this character, right? And you play this character for years. Rip, for example, played that character on tournament for 20 years. And he had a very special technique, which is do you know what the Dragon Sign stance is? The DSS of the martial law? So basically, he enters the stance out of different pokes and stuff. And this transition was pretty tricky before Tekken 8, right? You had to do back forward at a certain time. And depending on how well you did it, you go into the stance, and then you have to, you basically skip the recovery frames, and you have to time the button to you basically get frame advantage, right? And you have to time the button to perfectly capitalize off of that frame advantage. It's a pretty difficult technique. And with that, you could, for example, out of your 11 frame while standing 4, if that connects counter hit, you get follow-ups. For example, in Tekken 7, Gosane did that a lot. In tournament, he confirmed this shit. He crouched into your fucking face, and then he did while standing 4, and he noticed that shit would hit counter hit. And he would see that, and input the DSS and confirm that into 3+4, which is a launcher on counter hit. They took that whole shit out. Okay? They took that out. Not only did they take it out, they simplify it to such an absurd degree that you don't have to do the input anymore. But you only need to hold forward to go perfectly into DSS. There's no timing anymore. You just hold forward and you go in with maximum frame advantage. That was not enough. They made it easier by implementing a button buffer mechanic. So you can hold forward and super early press a button, and then he goes into DSS, does the button instantly. They realized that we made it so easy, that it's now basically too strong. We now have to remove the frame advantage on it. So you can't even connect 3+4 anymore. So there are people out there who, because of what Tekken actually offers, of what Tekken used to offer, let's say, characters that are really deep and you can really commit yourself to, right? You don't have to. You don't need to pick martial law. You don't need to pick Kazuya Mishima, the best character ever made. You can just play Alisa or Lars. You will find something, right? But we always had those characters that will offer that to you. right?
Hmm.
And this is a concept that is there for a long ass time, and they just removed it. Out of like this is what do you think of this? Because it's a quality of the Tekken roster, right? That you have characters that can offer you this, right? And they just
Yeah, no, that is. Wait, can you hear me?
yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, yeah, that is. I mean, that sounds awful. Like, you know,
Yeah,
I
awful
can
doesn't
definitely.
even begin to describe it. I am Bane now.
Yeah, no, I can understand. I mean, actually, it's funny you mentioned that because there's a Kazuya player named Sneezy. He competes in Wichita FGC, and I noticed I always loved watching his Kazuya and his Reina, and the last tournament he played Law, and I was like, oh. But yeah, it's funny that you mentioned the law change because I wasn't aware of that. But yeah, I guess I see now why he played him now. But yeah, no, I mean that's awful, and I'm glad that you like informed me of this because I feel like from what I was seeing and hearing people like talk about this patch and everything, I didn't hear like this like specific stuff like that, you know. And
That I will believe you. Yeah, if you are basically like maybe or like searching on Reddit or maybe the occasional tweet or something, I guess people are. I will agree with you on that part. If you made the video because you saw things like that, or people just saying like "fuck Murray," "fuck this," "fuck that," I also get it. I
yeah,
also get it.
yeah, but yeah, that's why I was like super down to just, you know, have this conversation because I mean, like I'm like inform me, you know. So yeah, but I can understand your frustration and people's frustration, I guess, at me for making that video. Like now I guess it makes more sense how you know people will be upset at me just coming out of nowhere, not even my main game, talking all this like to the community. Like you know, I could see now how you'd be like upset, and I don't want to
But do you know
step on
what
the
the real
community
reason
or
is?
anything. But I'm trying to learn more and stuff about the Tekken community and Tekken scene, and yeah.
I will tell you the real reason. The real reason is you are now part of my army, and I'm worrying about you because now I will tell you the real reason why I want to save you. Because you said something. This is now the last quote I'm going to give, but listen carefully, guys. Listen very carefully. You said, and this is what I want to save you from. You
Okay.
said, because you talked about what your friends planned, you said, Asuka puts you into a 50-50 for free, constantly. And her heat smash, it's just a guaranteed 50-50. You have to guess. And it's so annoying, and I hate it. Because most of my friends play Asuka, and it's very, very annoying. And what will happen now, bro, is that every single character you will encounter plays like your friend's Asukas.
Yeah, I have heard that, and like I know some people were saying that like uh they made every character play more like Hwoarang. Um
Yeah.
and yeah, yeah.
Basically, yeah. So that is not gonna happen because, and in the beginning it seems like kind of like, hey, whatever, fun or something, right? And I agree, bro. I agree. But once you try to like solve this stuff, like you solve, for example, maybe problems in DOA or Skullgirls or Street Fighter, right? Where you try, okay, what are the options? What is like my optimum I can? What risk reward? How can I mitigate risk through certain things? That is gonna be taken away from you. And the amount of frustration. Look, I am an onliner, bro. I don't even need to care about this shit. But watching the highest level of Tekken for me was always I can be lucky to like basically live in a time where this is possible, right? Like in 2003, who is gonna stream that into your fucking living room for free, right? And now I will see people like Ni and Arslan Ash or whatever. I cannot even name them, all of them. I will for the foreseeable future see them getting eliminated and having to play in a certain way because now that is the optimal, because you get punished for being defensive in this game so hard. And I will see them losing shit because people are running them over with like 50-50s, you know?
Yeah.
And you can't even tell them, hey, you could have done yada, yada, yada.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned Akuma. You know, Akuma, for example, Akuma could set up a 50-50, but you had to basically work for it, right? So first of all, either he had to get you to the wall and then down 3 would be a killer, or in the open, he could do Tatsu into DP. But you know, you had to play your part in this. You, as the opponent of Akuma, you had to tech roll. And then Akuma would dash up, crouch, and you were in a double launching 50-50. But at least, A, you had to do something for the Akuma to do it, and B, Akuma had to get meter, right? And spend this meter. And there was an execution barrier, right? All of these things, which made Akuma bearable for the most part in Tekken 7, right? For the whole community, bearable. But in this game, basically everyone is Akuma. And there's no execution. And there's no meter. Because heat is just there. So it's just, you know, I wish I would know Skullgirls well enough or DOA to give you an appropriate example. Because if you know Street Fighter very well, I can give you like a patch notes that were drawn up how you have to envision it, basically the equivalent in Street Fighter. So basically you would up Akuma's health to 10,000 and make basically his Raging Demon super instant, and you would, you know what I mean? Like, it's things that are unreasonable, right? With Akuma, the point why he has everything and he has Demon Raid and previously had Demon Flip and shit, while he had all that, is because he was punished, which is a bad thing, like a bad balance way, but he had less health, right? Now imagine they would simply up Akuma's health pool. And that is this update. The nerfs are only there to justify the insane amount of buffs. And also the way that the characters got buffed. It's just, but again, it's not your fault. You were open about it. You said, hey, I'm not fucking like a tournament player in this game or something. I get it. I get it that from the outside, because I got confronted with this all the time. And you were not, look, I'm sorry if I was like a bit snappy, because you did not do anything to me. You didn't insult me. You didn't insult my intelligence. You didn't, go to me in my comment section or addressed me, right? I went to you and asked you, and you said this. So I'm sorry if I was snappy at you, because you are not a drag, right? You're not a piece of garbage. So just want to make that clear.
Yeah.
Was there any other like points that you hadn't covered? Because I wanted to say so as well.
I basically went through every quote I had. Well, it's still. I also set agreements to him. For example, he said it's a good product. I would agree with it. Like, just product-wise, not fighting game-wise. Yeah, it's a decent. It looks good. The netcode is slightly better. The graphics are really good. It crashes, and the netcode is still barely good for 2025. Yada yada. But there were also some things where I would say like, yeah, I get it. But basically, yeah. That was basically all main points.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say that I appreciate you coming on, bro, to talk to FinnT. I think it's better to talk it out instead of like arguing on Twitter. So even though like you're new to Tekken, you probably weren't aware of a lot of the changes, which is fine. I've been new to games, and I've said things that are not, they don't paint the whole truth. I still think it's good that you jumped on here to have a chat with him. How do you feel about it after like talking to him now?
Yeah, I feel like I wasn't aware of the depth of the gravity of like how much they removed the identity of Tekken, and just like the very specific things, like just knowing that is really cool to kind of hear about. And yeah, like just I guess when I was hearing just everything about the Twitter and all this different drama stuff, it was like all of that I think got lost in the rut of just the stupid stuff, the dumb people and whatever. So it's nice to actually hear someone that is like really deep into the game, the community, and like explaining like just things like the laws move that they've had for years that they change, you know. It's good to hear about. And yeah, I've been thinking lately about, you know, if this was my baby, like DOA, and they made a patch like the season 2 patch, they changed all these things, like how would I feel? Because you know, I'm more knowledgeable of that than of Tekken. And yeah, I mean, it would be like I would probably overreact as well. Like it would be devastating just because I think it'd be even more devastating because of the whole stigma that comes with playing DOA in the first place. So if it got even a little bit of time to shine and then this happens and everyone's like, oh, it's a party game, it's like, yeah, I mean, that would hurt. So
yeah, I think you came in at a time. This is the most turbulent time I've ever seen in the Tekken community. Like, and
I've ever
I'm
seen
not
in a
just,
fighting game. Yeah.
yeah, in general. I don't know if Guilty Gears was as bad, because I know their situation was pretty bad because the whole community basically just revolted. But yeah, like this is a pretty turbulent time in the community. So you probably just came in when everybody's ready to like pick up the pitchforks. So most of the time things are cool around here. Right now it's it feels like we're like one day away from somebody absolutely snapping, but yeah, it's all good. Like I've seen loads of videos of people like that have come into it brand new that don't understand what's going on, and I think the Tekken community are just crying. But there's 30 years worth of legacy in this game, and the developers, I assume the newer ones, have just basically shot on everything that people loved. So I think my best advice to you, if you're gonna make Tekken content right now, is just make sure that like you've properly researched it, because people will watch because it's being talked about now the same way MK1 was when that got released and it was a mess, and they will come to your comment section and they, you know, some people are a little bit more unhinged than others, so you might get some weird comments.
yeah, I appreciate that though.
Yeah, also I want to say this. No, I saw a comment like, so was he rage baiting? No, he wasn't rage baiting. You can clearly, he wasn't trying to, he wasn't trying to be like overly, if you watch the video, Monty wasn't trying to be like overly snappy about stuff or something. And also if he wanted to, then he would make the next video here or like respond to people in the comments but that gave him quite negative feedback. He didn't do that. No, he wasn't rage baiting.
Yeah, it's always better to talk to people, and I think when we talk to each other on Twitter or the comment section, everybody always reads it in their angriest voice, and that's usually not the case. I mean, I know when I'm on Twitter, people think I'm shouting at them, but people that come to the live streams have never, they probably even heard me shout. I can't remember the last time I shouted in real life. It's just not in my nature to do that stuff. So
for me, it was yesterday, I think.
Well, you were shouting. Yeah, that's part of the course for FinnT.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Was there anything else you wanted to say to Finn whilst you were still here, or anybody in the chat?
Not really. Just thanks again for the opportunity and for the, you know, further in-depth explanation and you know, coming to me respectfully, because you know, I was kind of expecting you to just be like, fuck you and fuck your opinion, like, you know, but you actually were like, came to me and was like, yeah, I want to debate this, and we set it up pretty smoothly, so I appreciate that.
No, it's all good, man. And obviously you're welcome here, and I'm sure you're welcome in Finn's space as well if you ever have any questions.
Yeah, of course.
If you ever have any questions about Tekken, you can always hit us up on DMs or whatever, or like you can come into the stream chat and chill with us. But yeah, just a heads up, maybe for the next couple of months, Tekken might not be the best place to be. Nobody's happy right now, and I suspect the developers are going to make a bigger mess in the coming months. I don't have any faith in them right now, so just letting you know, if you put out Tekken content, you might get some strange comments. I mean, I've gotten 2 death threats this past week, so that's an all-time high. Usually it's like a month or once a month. Yeah, I got a death threat. I got a death threat.
Was it at least an entertaining one?
No, it was one of them was if I catch you outside, you're finished. One wasn't a death threat; it was more like a warning. If you come to a tournament, you're gonna catch smoke. Then the other one, where was it, man? It was in my health.
But wait, you're not talking about the one where someone literally with a mask on did some shit, right? That was something different, yeah? That was a different thing.
I can't remember that one. This was just recently. Like I was away from my computer, so I didn't get a chance to respond. But it was in my held for review part of when your comment section when some crazy comments come in.
Yeah.
And it was something like, "Oh, you're gonna pay for what you've done to the Tekken community, Mike." And I was like, "Damn." I didn't know what to say.
Okay. I mean, it's on the it's the same way of brainlessness, like the thing I showed you, where he said, "Shut up, Mike, you like the game," or like you know what the thing I showed you of this one comment where he said, "Oh, just."
Oh yeah, he was basically he was ordering that me and FinnT say that Tekken 8 is a pile of shit, and I said to him, "I don't take orders from you, bitch." And then he got upset about it. But he was like being super rude for no reason. He wrote like a pretty like nasty comment about me. So I was just like, I literally just said to him, "Hey man, shut up." That's basically all I said, and then he just went off on one.
One question, Mike. You have to explain English lingo to me. Tip
Finn.
writing.
What's going on, Kim? How you doing, Kim? Long time no see. Sorry, go on, Finn.
If I were to tip write someone, does that basically mean I'm glazing someone?
If you're gonna do what to them?
If I tip write him, like if I tip write you, am I glazing you?
No. I think if you tip write me, how do I say this without sounding mega gay? I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory. I don't feel like I need to explain.
Okay, I thought it was. But bro, because I don't want to, because I'm a huge, I adore FDX, and if you want to know, Mondi, if you want to know the problems with this patch, FDX on his channel has made a 40-minute. I will just link it to you.
Yeah.
You follow that, you will clearly see, because he expresses it very well what the problem here is, and then you will see like, oh, okay, I get it. Like how the simplification works and what the actual consequence is, which you will only see and understand if you have tried to solve situations, right? This is, I mean, obviously, right? Obviously. You just know a character or the other character if you've lapped him a bit, right? It's obvious fighting game shit. I don't need to explain it to you. So, I will just link that to you. If you are interested in that, that is really good stuff because it's just true.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, did someone in the comments?
I'll read the superchats out in a sec, guys. One sec.
Okay, someone said Alexis said tip writing is glazing. Yeah, okay, but then I'm guilty of as well. I glaze basically. You know what? I don't give a fuck. I occasionally glaze Spec for the good shit that he does, and I glaze FDX for the good shit that he does. Like I'm just, yeah.
Hey, Blackheart, how many fucking hours do you have on this game, man? What the? This guy, man. Go outside.
I would like to know how many. I have like 4,000 hours Tekken 7 plus 1,000 on PS4, I think. Which is probably quite unhealthy, but I have already also quite an unhealthy amount of Tekken 8, but that has gone to an end right now.
Yeah, I haven't played Tekken 8 since the day Season 2 came out.
Mondi, is there going anything? Do you hope for a new DOA?
Oh man, I'm holding out hope. There was a article that came out a while ago, but this year, where they said Koei Tecmo is leaning more towards in the direction of like making AAA games with the success of like Stellar Blade and Wukong, and so I'm hoping that that's true because I mean we did just get like a shit ton of Ninja Gaiden stuff with Ninja Gaiden Black 2 remake and then 4 on the way.
Good shit.
So it seems like that is probably what's happening, and that leads me to believe that they are making a new DOA. But
at some point they are.
But I'm hoping.
Let's hope it's gonna be good.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, we need some competition in this shit, right? We need some. If it's fucking VF, if it's DOA, if it's Soul Calibur. Nah, okay, fuck Soul Calibur. But I take everything at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that DOA, if they are making it, I hope they give Virtua Fighter like their time to kind of shine and look at like what they do right and what they do that doesn't get the best feedback and implement that into the release of DOA. That's what I'm hoping.
Oh yeah, hopefully, man. Is there anyone in chat who wants to? Fuck, I don't even know why I do that, Mike.
Actually,
but like
no. There's a couple people that were saying that they wanted to debate you. I think. I don't know if they're in chat, but if you want to debate Finn, now's your chance. Just let me know in the chat, and I'll bring you on Discord.
Yeah.
But yeah. Is there anything you guys want to talk about before we close off this part of the podcast?
I'm happy. No, I'm happy. Like how do you say that? I'm basically at my end. I had a whole
Yeah.
Bane speech prepared for, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm
alright,
satisfied with things.
All right, awesome. Well, I appreciate you jumping on, bro.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mondi.
Yep. See you guys.
Bye, Mondi.
Take care, bro.
What does John mean? What's Finn's take? What do you mean?
Finn's only looking to debate people today. He's not looking to have a general chit chat. So that's the premise of the stream. So it's not for general chit chat. If you have topics you want to debate Finn on, then I'll bring you on. Otherwise, he's got his Bane mask on. Let's not put that to waste.
Basically, it's about. I hope. Look, actually, it's about like people who fucking literally think season 2 is a good experience, and like we are all overreacting, and the competitive integrity of the game is not at stake even. Because I called out many people reasonably, like not only with my usual style, but in comment sections, right? In my comments, like I reached out to like 15 people or something, telling me, hey, you are an idiot. Shit is actually quite sick. You just need to get good. And I was telling them, hey, bro, please, can you motherfucker, please talk to me? And they just don't. And it makes me angry.
Well, one second,
That's
Finn.
basically
Alexis, what are you talking about? You're the only mod that I mentioned in my latest video. So you do your job, all right, mate? Before you catch some smoke, as the kids like to say.
Mizango, the guest was Mondi. Mondi has made a video basically he has said he doesn't defend the patch, but in the end he basically did. He admitted as much. Mondi MFZB. I think if you type that in, you will find him. Oh, the video is called "This Tekken 8 Season 2 Drama Pissing Me Off," and I watched it because I watched it's a long video, and I watched the comments on that. The comments were extremely negative and quite rude. But people have said they haven't even watched the video before posting the comments. So I said, like, you know what? Let me watch this video and let me watch it for real and listen to the man. And then I said, hey, you know what? You want to debate this? And I hope to give the chat what they want, because the chat wants desperately another drag situation where I basically tombstone them. Like, what was one quote? One guy in your chat, Mike, made a quote when the drag thing happened, and he said, one guy said, we are witnessing a castration live. And another said, Mike, stop it. Please, Mike, stop it. Finn has perfected him and is stomping on his lifeless body at this point. Now, people wanted something like this, but apparently it doesn't happen because, well, that's basically it.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously people say a lot of stuff on Twitter, and then when it comes down to actually talking, they have nothing to say. I know C4 wants to debate you, but I can't find him on my Twitter, on my Discord, anywhere. You have C4 on here, right? His name's not coming up.
Yeah.
You can add him in here if you want. But
yeah.
Mike, if you hope I trip and fall down some stairs, just say that. Wait, what? Wait, what? What? Alexis, you're capping. You're literally the only person I mentioned in the video uploaded today.
I need to add him as okay.
I didn't speak to you. Listen, I'm sorry to everyone's messages that I've not responded to on Discord, Twitter, or Instagram. I was away working for like 4 days. That's why there wasn't really any uploads from me. So I apologize.
Oh, how many characters has Blackheart at, like, it doesn't matter.
Blackheart's getting on my nerves, man. Every character's like Tekken God, Tekken Supreme or some bullshit.
Is this PlayStation, right? I can't join, yeah?
Yeah, it's PS3. PS4.
Yeah,
so.
fuck. Because I bet with Akuma I would have had a good shot against him, because it doesn't matter what character you play with Akuma. Like, against what character you play with Akuma.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Alexis. Well, I mean, whilst we're waiting for the next person to join, for those of you that didn't see the FinnT video, I saw way more comments than what I put in the video, just before anyone asks. I just chose not to put them all in there. One in particular I couldn't put in there because my video probably would have got flagged for writing abusive things, putting abusive things in the video. But first of all, like I have no problem apologizing when I do something wrong, but I have nothing to apologize for when it comes to the FinnT thing. I don't wish any harm on FinnT, obviously. I quite like FinnT. I think he's a likable guy. I don't always agree with all of his points, and I'm sure he doesn't agree with any of mine if he's ever seen any of my videos. And that's fine. That's just how people are. But anyone that was trying to connect me to the supposed violence going on is a bit ridiculous.
But did they do that? Like on the Sublime level, did they do that?
No,
yeah?
they outright mentioned my name. Like saying my name in his comment section, in videos. I got sent screenshots from people that had deleted comments saying really abusive things about me. And I just like, look, I don't think it's cool to be saying that shit about him. It's not okay. But at the same time, I've been getting, everyone gets abusive comments on the internet. Like I don't know how many times I've gotten one now. Like, are we gonna make Twitter posts about it every single time it happens? And as for Heat Speak, I don't know why Spag said that's the last one. Heat Speak's a good podcast. Like it's a solid show. I don't, even if people disagree with him, even if people call him names or whatever. So everyone calls each other's names. Like, it is what it is. Like, he had a good thing going. I hope he doesn't end it because it's Heat Speak. It's its own thing, and I enjoy listening to the people on there.
It's fucking good. It's really good.
It's good. Really like good. The thing is that like even if you don't like Spaggy, and I personally don't have an issue with him personally, but even if you didn't like him, the content on Heat Speak is good. It's good content. So I don't know why he's saying it's gonna be the last one. So okay, he's catching some heat right now. We're all gonna go through that at some point. It is what it is. Let's get on with it. You think that?
I mean, I will say though, in the world of Tekken, for me, this like that suddenly we get like threats like this that is new to me a little bit. I don't know with what Tom Brady would say about the MK community or something, if that is like something that goes down there.
Tom has been getting threatened for 20 years. Like, Tom messaged me and he said, I can't come on stream right now, Mike, because I've got my work top on and I can't let them know where I work. That's how that he has to be very careful how he moves and where he parks his car. And obviously it's not everyone. There's just a couple of unhinged people that are in the community. But like there's people that say crazy shit all the time. I mean, listen, me and King J got a message from somebody who said how should I say this without getting in trouble? That we would look better if our feet weren't on the ground and we were dangling from a tree. Essentially, if we come to a particular country, that's what will happen. And I saw it and I was like, okay, like, what, are you gonna fucking string me up by my bootstraps because I made a comment about Tekken? Are you fucking stupid or something? What am I supposed to say? Like, am I gonna make a Twitter post every single time I receive comments like that? Like, FinnT is fine, man. Most people like him. If I was at an event and I saw FinnT getting jumped, I would jump in to help him. Nobody wants to see him get his ass whooped, and he's not going to. But the amount of people that are like blowing this out of proportion, like, oh, see, this is the Tekken community. No, this is every community. My brother's very vocal in the Formula 1 side of things, and even they're crazy. Just because my brother's a Lewis Hamilton fan, and there was like some controversy, I think last season or the season before, where Max Verstappen won the championship under like some dubious. I watched it. It was kind of fucked. But of course the fans got into it, and they started attacking each other. Oh, you come around here, watch it over fucking Formula 1, and then you got football fans. Right, you've seen Football Factory, right? You know about
in Germany,
you know all about Millwall and West Ham, and go to the wrong pub in the wrong T-shirt. This is just what communities are like. People are nuts. So for the most part, if FinnT goes to a tournament, if Main Man goes to a tournament, they're going to be fine no matter how many times they say stuff. I mean, the event I was at the other day. A couple of the people that I know had said some pretty nasty things about me and planning to do things to me in a Discord call were at the event. I'm sitting here fine, ain't I? They're just talking shit on the internet, and if they happen to do something, that's what we sign up for, unfortunately. We can't control the internet. There's crazy people on it. It is what it is.
so that is one thing. Like, for me personally, I think in Tekken, I have not seen something like I have just not. It just for me, it kind of didn't happen. Like, I have not seen this in Tekken about like certain opinions about whatever. I've just not seen it. But obviously, as you now also said, the part of the truth is there are mentally ill people, right? Like, what was the one situation, Mike, with the one famous one? Like, it was like a 2K NFL or NBL,
when they shot up the place.
Yeah, when some guy because I think of tournament performance, obviously he's mentally ill, but he literally went in there back to the tournament of 2K Madden or something and literally killed people, like literally.
Yeah,
So-
unfortunately, there are crazy people, and no matter what you do in life, there's always going to be people out to get you. And if you have an online presence, that number is just going to increase. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, I don't know how often FinnT's has been threatened. I don't imagine he gets threats very often because he comes across as a likable guy and he's not very combative. His videos are not about combating the community. I can understand why, like, my podcast might piss some people off, even though it's not justification to send me death threats. So in FinnT's case, he might be new to getting threats like that. And my best advice to him is that just let it roll off your shoulders, bro. Like, it's not that deep. They're not gonna touch you. They're not. I promise you, FinnT's, you go to a tournament and somebody comes up to you to try it, the community is gonna fucking tear them to shreds. I promise you, no one's gonna touch you when you go to a tournament.
I have to though say I'm also somewhat like maybe. I've read like maybe some shouldn't give it attention because my newest Bane video, a segment of it deals with this comment, and it was not the only one I've read that goes into that direction. I basically told this guy to fuck off, and obviously that he's mentally ill. Like, and I explained to him exactly his mental illness. But to these people, if you are in Germany, right, and ever any one of you ever has a problem with me, and you want to like you dislike me that much that you want to fight it, right? With me, you can literally have it.
No,
because I don't need.
I'm
I'm just saying this because you don't even need to get my address. I have the keys to a gym, and we can have this in like boxing equipment, like like I talk about like, hey, if you like funny, right? Because we have like safety equipment. And my brother is the vice state champion. You will probably have to go through him before you can touch me. That is, I'm gonna spoil you here really quick, but then we can put it even on YouTube. Wouldn't it be funny? Like, you know what I mean? Like, hey, someone hates me that much or something I say in the future that he wants to fight me. And I mean, he can literally have that with me.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
but in a fair fight, in a fair way.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, like, it should never get to that when we're talking about games, guys. Like, if I say something nasty about Tekken, if I say, hey, Tekken 8 is a pile of shit, that's not me attacking your mother, okay? That's not me. Like, I'm not. And the idea that you would see my video or someone else's video and you put your controller down and say, oh, they're ruining my fun is ridiculous. Like, I think everyone just needs to get a grip. I certainly don't want to go to an event and have to put my fists up. I don't want that to happen.
Yep.
And if I go to an event and somebody tries something on me, my first call to action is to walk away. I don't want to get into a fight with somebody. I have no interest whatsoever in trying to prove if I'm tougher than someone or if they want to prove they're tougher than me. I'm here talking about fighting games and people want to fight in real life. Like, it's so fucking stupid. It's unreal. You have to understand, that you are extremely privileged if you're going to an event to look for a content creator to beat them up because they criticized your favorite game. There's some serious suffering going on around the world, and you're bent out of shape because someone said that, hey, Lee Shaolan, he deserved his nerfs. Yeah, obviously I don't think he did, but let's just say I did. Let's just say I was like, yeah, Lee deserves his nerf. The Lee mains could hold that shit. And you are like, do you know what? That Mike guy, see him at Comic Con? It's on site. You're a fucking idiot. There's no other way to put it. You're stupid.
I mean, look, someone said in chat, hey, all right, Finn, don't be cringe. But look, the thing is, I don't mean this in a cringe way. In a cringe way, I can show you my brother. That thing, my brother, this thing trained me. I can show you him. He has no problem with that. Like, literally, like, I'm just honest about it. But yeah. If people want that, they need to go through my brother first. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna,
let me read out some of the super chats. Sorry, guys, I didn't mean to neglect you. Rain89, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, bro. Very kind of you. Tom, thank you for the $5 donation. This guy sounds like a hard stuck red rank that tries to tell a person like me that he has a skill issue. Pathetic. FinnT has some mad.
Well, he is.
Well, look. at the
Well,
end
he
of the
was in that
day,
range.
there's a lot of people that are new to the community, and it's good to invite them on to show them that we're not hostile or trying to gatekeep. And because when you leave comments in the comment section, sometimes it sounds like you're screaming at them, but really you're just trying to explain your position to them. Tom, thank you again for the $5 donation. This dude has Sonic 06 NPC voice lines. Now, I'm personally offended by that because I like Sonic 06, so let's leave that game out of this.
Yeah, exactly. I said if you'd want to do throw hands, do it professionally because literally I have the equipment and GG, you're good. The Uwe Boll tech. I read that. Sorry, Mike.
Khan Steak for the $4.99. On TMM's recent video on this topic, top comment blames this podcast, a brain that rotted still living needs to be studied. Yeah, look, I like I said, I've seen I didn't put all the comments in the videos because I couldn't be bothered and we were about to stream. But I saw a lot of comments saying that I'm to blame for it, but I've seen those comments before and other things. It's just kind of blown up now because FinnT is one of the biggest content creators and Spag is obviously really well known. But I've seen those comments when I had Gutex on. I saw them in loads of different places. When I had Mike Watson on, I saw comments. Even though it's very strange to see people like being nasty towards him. When I've had Tom Brady on, the people leave comments all the time. Tom Brady will be back here on Thursday as well for those of you that want to tune in. It happens all the time. So it's nothing new. The podcast is not going to change. Sometimes people will come on and they'll say something that the community doesn't agree with. If they want to point the finger at me because they're like, oh, you didn't push back. I didn't need to push back on Frame Whisperer's point because I had no idea what it was talking about, much like everybody else on there. And the reason I didn't push back is because moments later he said, I don't know if this is true or not. So
he did say that. You mean the spec comment? He did say that, yeah?
He said that. So I was like, I don't know what to push back on. He's just said he doesn't know if it's true or not. He's saying he believes it. What am I supposed to push back on? I don't understand. Like, you could argue, well, there's no tangible proof, Mike. Why didn't you call him out on that? He said he doesn't know if it's true because he hasn't seen it, so obviously there is no proof. So that's why I sat in silence and just let him talk. But again, I do that for most people that come on the podcast. Like, you just heard these guys talking. There was plenty of times I could have interjected there. Didn't want to. If I want to interject, I will. It depends on the situation. I didn't feel like it that time. If people want to blame me for it, that's fine. I honestly do not mind. It's not going to keep me up at night. Instant messenger, thank you for the €2. Do you guys think Tekken became shonen since Tekken 5? Yeah, it's become more and more shonen over time.
Basically, yes. But now we are seeing it at a speed and at a caliber that was previously not the case.
Yeah, it became shonen in its story, and then it became shonen in its gameplay. So it feels more like Jump Force than ever now. Daniel, thank you for the $9.99. Thoughts on Nintendo and Mario Kart? You think that price starts a bad president? Well, okay, let me explain something to you about Mario Kart, guys. I was at the Nintendo event that they did this past weekend in London, and let me tell you, even if Nintendo charged $100 or £100 for Mario Kart, people are gonna buy it. They were going crazy for this game. Nintendo knows that they could get away with it. And because Nintendo knows that they can get away with it, they're going to do it. So for me, when I saw that, and there were thousands of people at this event, when I saw that, I was like, there's no point in talking about Nintendo. There's none. That's not a battle we can win. Tekken, yeah, the developers, they can hear us because we're not that big of a scene. We're not a big scene. Mario Kart 8 sold 76 million copies. We are outnumbered. So yeah, no, the price is not going to budge. It's going to remain at that until the next Nintendo console. Go and check Mario Kart 8 prices right now. It's still full price. Same goes for Metroid. Same goes for Smash Brothers, Star Fox. Don't expect Nintendo to shift their prices. It's not going to happen. And it is a meaningless battle as far as I'm concerned. After what I saw, I was like, yeah, you could charge £200 for Mario Kart. People will buy it.
Just quickly, I just want to say thanks to the chat because it's just like one guy said, "Hey, bro, take me up. I can do I-10 jet upper in real life and shit." Like, and then the last time I was on here, like, there's so many people in chat, and also when we did the very long stuff, where you fall asleep multiple times, the 11-12 hour joint, the chat was so good. Like, so many, like, just people who care and who are funny while doing it and not, you know what I mean? It's just, it's It's just nice.
Yeah,
It's just
everyone's
nice.
pretty chill. All right, let me read the last super chat. Instant messenger, thank you for the €2 again. FDX's heel turn is incoming. I don't think so. I think FDX just needs to realize that he has got such a large voice in the community, and there are a lot of opposing voices. And look, I've had my run-ins with like Planted Medusa's community. I've had my run-ins with Big Nose, with Fate. Who else? Well, those are the three really that I don't see eye to eye with. But you're never
This
gonna.
one guy, the spare chugger guy.
Oh yeah, him. Hypnotic's community. Even though like me and Hypnotic and his community are cool now, I still don't like Ryan. I can't stand that guy. But the rest of his community, I don't mind. And I was on their live stream and I was getting fucking cooked by them, and I just sat there and took it. It is what it is, man. Like not everyone's gonna like you. Not everyone's gonna like you. It's fine. But yeah, I've seen most of the live streams that people have been doing around this. I've seen most of the discourse around VDX and Main Man. And listen, if people like Tekken 8, they like Tekken 8. You won't find me doing a witch hunt for people that like Tekken 8. I don't care what people like. But on my channel, I'll talk about what I like, and I'll talk about the games in any manner that I see fit. If people see me talking about a game negatively and they equate that to hate towards a person, I can't help that person. What am I supposed to say to that? What am I supposed to say to that? What kind of nonsense is that? Like, let's say Virtua Fighter 6 comes out and the game did not live up to expectations, and I made a video about that. Now what? Am I attacking the Virtua Fighter community because I don't like the game?
Some would say yes, but that's mentally ill.
Yeah, stop marrying yourself to games. They're video games. Like, they're fucking games. Like, be for real. If I go on a tirade against the community, then I understand, because I called the community out, right? But I'm not calling out games and you're tying them to your identity. Like, grow up.
Mike, give me one game where you would. Give me your one game where you are getting irrational when you defend it. One game. There has to be one.
No, there's not. There's TV shows, but there's
okay,
no
give me
game.
a TV show.
I will defend Dragon Ball, One Piece, and JoJo's most of the time. Like, if you talk shit about them, I'll find a way to shill for them. But like, it's like a jokey shill. It's not like I'm being dead serious about it. Like, there's definitely things you can call out on them, but I'm never like. Sometimes I get into arguments with people in the anime community, but they're not serious arguments. But my god, some guys take it real personal. Like, I got into not an argument, but basically, this guy was saying that I think it was that Madara can take Aizen in a fight, and I was like, bro, Aizen will swing his sword and Madara will disintegrate. Like, the power levels are not even the same. And they got so bent out of shape, and I was like, bro, it's a fucking anime. Like, can we relax?
I see. So for me, the only thing where I will be really irrational and I will not let it go, right? I will not let it go. It's also, I think, not a game, but a TV show. And I had that happen in real life. No friendships were ended, but I didn't let people get away with it until they months later came to me and said, okay, you are kind of right. And that is that I will never let it slide if anyone sits near my vicinity and tells me Game of Thrones Season 8 is good shit.
Oh yeah, it's terrible.
I will explode.
Yeah, it's terrible. Actually, I remember I had an argument. You know, Ellie, my sister, she was she was one of the defenders of it. She was like, oh, Mike, you're just complaining. I was like, Ellie, don't be for fucking real. Like, we couldn't even see what was going on when the Night King was there. It was a joke.
With me, it was Nancy. She's called Nancy, and she kind of has the same vibe as Ellie, from what I can see. Right? They're kind of like she has the same vibe. And Nancy also was like, she was telling me, bro, Finn. She's pretty hardcore. She once called me like a son of a bitch because I said like something about her. She was a bit weird with like had a pendulum and she believed in like the esoteric a little bit. Okay. And I made fun of that and she was directly insulting me, but I like her a lot. And she was like coming at me with the you are talking this, you are so negative about it. It's actually good. Like, why do you want to hate it? And it's like, but then I explained it to her, and Nancy, that was the only time in my and her life. She came back to me 3 months ago when she visited again from Berlin and said, you know what about that Season 8 shit? You're kind of right, it's kind of shit. And I will always respect her for that she came, always.
Yeah, like, even when Bleach Rebirth of Souls came out, that's my main game right now, right? That's mostly what I've been playing. But I was honest about it. I said, look, it launched with no ranks. I can't defend this game. I'm sorry. And then people like how can you do this, Mike, with your platform? You were supposed to champion Bleach. I said, listen, I'm playing it. I go to your streams and play it with you guys. But I can't tell people in good faith to purchase the game if it ain't got a ranked mode. That's my opinion. The online's gotten better now. They fixed the infinites. If you don't care about ranked, okay, cool. It's not a broken mess anymore. But when it launched, it was a mess. And then I also got people, like when Sparking Zero was coming out, I was glazing that game to high heaven. Obviously, it's Dragon Ball. And it's basically, it was meant to be Tenkaichi 4. And I was glazing it, and I was like, yeah, this is fantastic. And it came out, and it was a mess. And I told people, look, I like the game personally. I'm a Dragon Ball, like, fanboy. So don't take my word for it. But I like it. But I called out the issues. And it went from, oh, Mike is glazing and trying to get in the good books of the developers to Mike is shilling for the, grifting for the views. And I was like, you just can't win with these people. There is no point in trying to, like, make level-headed give them level-headed responses. Sometimes I read those comments and I'm like, you see what you want to see, or maybe you see a couple of videos from me, you don't get the full context and you think that I'm shilling. I'm just gonna call it how it is. I haven't lied to anyone. They'll say that I'm negative, but they won't call me a liar, and I say that to everyone all the time, and nobody's come on here and said you're a liar, Mike, you lied about this. It's been, oh, maybe you could have worded it a bit better. Okay, you've been negative, okay, but lying, I've not once lied about any of my takes on any of these games, and some of them I even play. So I don't know.
Yeah, that is the same thing with me when people say to me I'm an elitist. I'm like, yeah, I know, but where am I wrong, bitch? It's just, but okay. 2 questions, Mike. Didn't they say something about the ranked mode coming into Bleach?
They said they're considering it, which annoyed a lot of people because it's like, what do you mean you're considering it? Just put it in the game. They updated Bleach, so like 95% of the infinites and the unblockables and the general nonsense is gone. There's a couple characters they missed because people have discovered new things, but there's another patch coming out, if not already available, where they're doing balance changes. So there's a silver lining. Like, before ranked has gotten here, they fixed the game up, so we're not going to be dealing with too much BS. And I love it. I think the combat's fantastic. It's very simple, but it's a very neutral heavy game, which I love. But, you know, can't please everyone. Some people get
and
really
one other thing is, you publicly said that there is one instance where you would literally shill a game. And I think it was Virtua Fighter Sega, if they put Kiryu in it.
No, it was Yakuza. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've been
Yakuza
open with people. Listen. You want brutal honesty from me? I cannot. Actually, that's the game. Yeah, sorry, there is a game. That's the game I cannot. I'm sorry, I won't. I can't talk shit on it. I can't physically bring myself to put Yakuza down. If a Yakuza game comes out and I'm silent about it, I'm radio silent and people ask me, take that as, yeah, the game's not good. But I've just got too many fond memories of Yakuza where I would be like, the thing is, I can't ever see them making a shit Yakuza. But I guess because I love the game so much, I probably would say, hey, what's going on? But I think I'd probably... I mean, it's a product at the end of the day. You got to tell the truth, right? Yeah, I have an emotional attachment to the series, and RGG has always delivered for me. They've always delivered. Metal Gear is another one where I thought that I would never say anything disparaging about Metal Gear until I played Metal Gear Solid 5. And I was like,
Oh, you didn't like Phantom Pain?
Nah, I wasn't a Phantom Pain guy. The first half was really bad. The second half was good. But the
I kind of enjoyed it, even though I agree with all the points of critique, but I'm like, I don't know, for me, shit is sick. But Metal Gear Survivors is obviously something that should be eradicated from this planet. Yeah.
But MGS4's ending was like peak to me. MGS3 is my favorite, but MGS4's ending was like peak. It was the epitome of masculinity, of closing off a story, of making me upset, of also making me happy. It was a perfect ending. And then MGS5 came and I was like,
yeah, I get it.
Mike, tell FinnT his arch nemesis is here. Who?
Yeah, I read it. Drag is in, but you know, Alexis Drag will get look, I don't need to if Drag ever wants to talk to me again, it's not gonna go good, because there's the 10-second greeting. Get timed out. Oh god. I mean, I have footage on him he doesn't want to see, and comments on him where it's like, I will use that in the future. But sorry, C4, fuck, I forgot. C4 wrote in our group. He said, okay, ready when you are. I don't know why he's muted. Why are you muted, bro?
Because you two were talking.
Oh,
Yeah, but you can talk with us.
I'm not rude, see?
I appreciate that, C4. Let me just read the last 3 super chats, and then you can guys
no
can
problem,
get to it. Khan's thank you for the $1.99. Everybody gonna say $90 outrageous. I'll take 2. Yeah, that's why I'm not doing any Nintendo content, dude. Like, I genuinely don't think there's any point. After what I saw this weekend, that's a juggernaut that we don't have the power to make any change on whatsoever. It's not gonna go anywhere. Trust me. Mario Kart has got that shit on lock. Daniel, thank you for the $5. The anime community is horrible when it comes to My Hero Academia. Yeah, but bro, I've gotten into some spicy comments with My Hero Academia fans. I'm gonna get back into it because it looks like it's gotten better, but my god, the first 4 seasons, man, I was dragging my face through that. And Joey,
I enjoyed it, but like for me, it was not something serious.
It's very mid in my opinion. Like, it's super mid.
I would agree.
Maybe it's gotten better. We'll see. What do you think it would take to appease the fans? Thank you for being a member for 9 months, bro. What do I think it would take to appease the fans? They need to listen. Like, I mean, not lying would be a start. That would be a great start. Like, just telling the truth. And the problem is they lied. They just outright lied to us. They said that they are focusing on defense, and they did the opposite, and they did it in the worst way. And it's not just me saying that. Main Man said it. FinnT has said it.
DX said it.
Everyone has said it. Like, they lied. So not lying would be a big step in the right direction. If they want to appease people with the next update, I think they're taking away chip from throws, so that shouldn't be a problem going forward. They need to heavily tone down these new moves. I don't think they're going to remove them. And they need to return legacy mechanics like key charging to start with. Like, no one asked for that bullshit. So stop tampering with shit that's been in the game for like 30 years. Like, no one asked for that. And clearly people ain't happy with it. So yeah, fix it.
I would say if they literally want to appease people, I know this is weird, right? Because now we are all going to say, yeah, but this is not going to happen. Take the patch back and work on it again. I know it's not going to happen, but that would literally appease people. That would literally appease people. Second thing, just as a general principle, they shouldn't talk anymore. They should do now. My recommendation to them would be send Nakatsu out of the office while filming it with a clown mask on, for example. I know they're not going to do that because they're Japanese, but they need to get rid of certain people at that project team, because I think the 2 firemen analogy that Main Man had, the 2 firemen, that is correct. We have people on that project team that understand Tekken, that want to keep Tekken alive in the way it was and preserve it to a certain extent. And we have people who want to literally just like put the fire on it.
Yeah.
That is my take.
There's too much that they've done to the game, so doing anything at this point might make people go, okay, cool, they're listening here. Let's just wait and see. Personally, I think the game's cooked until Season 3. I think they changed way too much. And again, I've been told how much manpower it takes to like fix these things. I don't think they're going to fix enough to appease people. So if they start, I might not play, but I'll keep my eye on it and be like, okay, cool, they're going in the right direction. And maybe Season 3 will be the one that we want. So we'll just wait and see. Instant Messenger, thank you for the €10. Off topic, do you guys think Konami is considering MGS6, and would it be possible without Kojima? I mean, you can only do so many remakes. They're not going to do that without Kojima.
You can't do it.
Absolutely not. And that would... You want to talk about gamers complaining? Make an MGS about Kojima and watch that shitstorm.
Yeah.
But yeah, go on. Sorry.
You done?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't know if there was any more super chats. What's good, Finn? You good?
Hey, bro. I'm good.
I'm not gonna lie. It was a long time when I had in my head what I was gonna talk to you about. What was the? Oh, that was it. It was the integrity thing. Did you say that you feel Tekken is moving away from the integrity of the? I'm guessing the franchise.
It depends on the definition. I had in my mind basically a competitive integrity, but we can also run with your definition just for the sake of the argument. Why not?
Well, I wanted to go with what you said. I don't want to argue.
Basic integrity is how I would define it in that instance would be the legacy stuff, right? That is like the integrity. The more you remove it, what would Tekken be like without, for example, its Oki system, which is almost unique in fighting games where you can lay on the ground. This is like something relatively unique. And they remove it bit by bit, right? What is Tekken without that shit? It's not Tekken anymore. It's fine, but I don't want that to happen.
Okay. I mean, we've spoken about it a little bit about the legacy thing. Not. Well, you didn't really agree. Do you think legacy is a good reason to keep something?
No, it depends. It depends if it's working and good. For example, the key charge we can debate, literally. But the Oki, touching the Oki, we cannot debate.
Okay, that's cool. But would you agree then, if it depends on if the thing is good or not, the legacy part is irrelevant, right? You want to keep things that are good, regardless of its legacy or not.
I agree with you. Legacy in itself is a stupid argument because they literally removed legacy with Tekken 2, where they already made throw breaks easier in Tekken 2. So I agree with you. Legacy is not a valid argument in itself.
Yeah. Okay. So I do understand in terms of you want to keep the aspects of Tekken in Tekken. I think. I do understand that, and that's what I assume most people mean when they say legacy, but it feels like Tekken players more than other communities lean on legacy to do a lot of the heavy lifting on why things are the way they are and why they should be.
It's because we use shorthand, like we use legacy as shorthand. It basically also means things like if you ever dare or play with the idea of making electric like a down forward input plus button, people, if Namco wants to go people literally to their office, like Kazuya, like people wave dashing to their offices in Japan, they should announce that. They should announce we make electric a down forward to 2 input, and then they see what's going to happen. That is like the stuff we mean with legacy, basically.
Yeah, no, see, I think when I was speaking to you, I was like, I get it. But the reason I talk about it and try to kind of make, like you especially, because I think when I talk to you, it's pretty good faith, that when you say it to someone outside of Tekken, you sound insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so cool. That's the only bit I wanted to get across, all right? So with stuff, by the way, I refunded Tekken. The community is insane. I'm not playing that game. I'm done.
Wait,
you're not playing because of the community?
Yeah, you guys are insane. I'm good.
Man, you're tripping, bro. You come from Guilty Gear. How can you say that?
Guilty Gear.
You got a bunch of pedos in
No, wait. Guilty Gear are normal people. Strive,
what?
They're illegal people. They're not insane. They're just illegal.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Like, so the Guilty Gear community has removed themselves from Strive?
For the most part, I would say so, yeah. It's weird because it's like a title thing, right? It's not like there's not enough old Guilty Gear players playing Strive. I think it's fair enough to say it's a brand new like community, just like it was from Street Fighter 3 to Street Fighter 4.
Okay. But you know that right now, like we're like the Tekken community is not generally insane for the most part. It's just right now is a bit of a messy time.
Possibly, but for me, from the last 2-3 weeks, from the comments in the other podcast I came into when we were talking about the Discord that Jay was in, that was insane.
What do you mean? Like,
are you talking about the podcast
the King J stuff
about Medusa and Big Nose?
Yes.
Yeah, but they're just 2 people in the scene. Like, I get it, they've got a community, but there's loads of cool people in the Tekken scene.
Yeah, so when I say like the community is insane, it is a case of who I've seen, who I've interacted with. I'm not saying the whole community in its entirety, obviously, because like I said, you're cool. I've said FinnT's cool when I came on here. For the most part, the things that people say, maybe it's your people. Actually, I don't know. Maybe it is.
Are you saying my people are crazy?
Not a lot of them, but some of them are just weird. Maybe weird's about. The comments are just they're illogical. So when I was in your first or second podcast, or maybe both of them, they were saying I was a shill. There's no
What?
exactly.
No,
You-
for
you-
real? They
How
were
does that make
calling you.
sense? That's insanity, right? That is negative brain cells. That's not even double digits. That's negative. How can I be a shill when I don't commentate the game or make content about the game? Who's paying me? to
Wait,
shill
did they?
Tekken?
Yeah, for real? People called you a Tekken shill.
Yes.
I don't think they called you a Tekken
Oh,
shill.
that is perfect.
I think you guys were having the conversation about commentators, and I think that's what they were referring to, if I remember correctly. I don't think anyone called you a Tekken shill.
That was on not the Tom Brady one, the first one. People said I was a shill. No, sorry, the second one. You know the one when I watched the Tekken talk.
The chip damage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they said I was a shill. I was like, so when I say insane, I mean like the illogical. That's what I should say. That's an illogical statement because there's no connection for me to be a shill.
I mean, sorry, someone. It is the word "insane" that you used. I think is pretty appropriate to call someone a shill that is not even like I'm. But this is where you see what this shill discussion has done, right? This shill thing.
Yeah, it's brain rot. It is brain rot, and I'm not saying Strive is, like I said, Strive's illegal. Like we call police on our insane people. Your insane people were just weird. Like
I don't think. Okay, well, I think you're misrepresenting my community because, like, there's a lot of people that are not subscribed to my channel that watch, and maybe some people came into the stream and that they just wanted to have a go at you, but I don't think majority of people that are regulars in my podcast would have said something like that.
okay, to be fair, in your Discord, if the Discord's your community, then it's fine. Like your Discord, like no one said anything like that insane. So it's YouTube comments, I guess.
True.
Yeah, people that watch you.
Yeah,
But-
again, like there's
Yeah.
362 people watching right now. I don't know if all of them are subscribed or whatever. They might just be in passing. So for the most part, like I mean, I tend to have good conversations with them. I wouldn't say they're unhinged. I don't think my community's unhinged.
To be fair, that particular stream had 16,000 views. So I think that's a bit. There were
true.
there were outsiders, let's say, maybe.
That was
maybe.
a very, very big podcast. Even the one that I did with Afro Senju, that one's also got like 16,000.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
there was some people from my community watching, but the anime scene was there. So I don't know if using a stream chat is the best marker to call a community unhinged.
Okay, fair. I don't know what I would class them as, but for me,
They are
in
Tekken
all-
players for real.
yeah, it's just people that play Tekken, maybe not the Tekken community, Tekken players. I don't know if that's better. The only reason I say that is because of the other communities I'm in. I've never had a statement that disconnects from reality so big as I'm a shill. Like it just, and like I said, I know you said like there's only a couple people, but there was a Discord about Jay twice.
Yeah.
Eh,
Unfortunately, that
Discord is a
situation.
community.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That situation is obviously that's a very extreme one. That's not the norm in the Tekken community.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I'm not. Yeah, so from 7, the only real Tekken people I ever spoke to was Sam the Ding, and like in passing Spag, like very much in passing.
Right. Okay. So wait, was it my community that got you to refund the game?
Nah, not your community. No, actually, yeah, no, it wasn't your community. So your community made me pay enough to buy the game.
Okay, that's a
Yeah.
positive.
Yeah, yeah, no, it is. I was learning the game. Finn was
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
And then obviously I saw the stuff happening to like Spag and FinnT. I was like, that makes zero sense.
yeah.
And again, I know that's not the whole community, but it's kind of a case that I feel in most other communities when people like that get called out. And I know there was like pushback on people being insane, but it feels like a battle. So there's too many people on the crazy side, if that makes sense.
But can't you just enjoy the game without the voices? Like, I mean, I played Bleach, right, and that game got trolled when it got released. I didn't give a shit. I played the shit out of that game. I had a good time with the people that were streaming it. It doesn't bother me. I don't understand. Like, you'd buy a game and maybe the community's not great. Let's say that Virtua Fighter comes out and the community's horrible. Not saying they are. I think they're nice, but let's say they're horrible. would that make you refund the game, even if it's I mean, not technically it's not a great game, but let's say that Virtua Fighter 6 was fantastic, but the community was as abhorrent as they can possibly be. Would you refund the game?
So yes, but I've got a. I don't know if I don't want to say it's a weird standard, but I have like a rule of thumb. If I would be embarrassed telling my mum I'm part of this community, I just shouldn't be a part of this community.
So why do you have to be a part of the community to own the game?
So for me to like get good at a game, I'm gonna have to talk to people to like run first to tens and all that sort of stuff. I have to kind of be maybe. I don't know. I guess with community, it's a pretty like vague statement. For me, being part of the community would be like I'm in a Discord of Tekken players. So it's a very loose. Like you might not consider that as part of the community, but I would. I would be embarrassed if I was in a community that did really stupid things, and I wouldn't be.
But
I'd feel embarrassed telling someone about it. That's kind of my like.
Okay, but we all know there's subsections of communities within communities, right? So with the Jace situation, those are those two communities that are like isolated from other communities, and then you got my community, you got main man's. So like we're all a community, but we have our own communities within that. Just like you might, you know, I don't want to use a real world example, but you have your own set of friends, and they might be part of bigger groups of people or whatever that you might not agree with. But I wouldn't, I mean, obviously, unless it was dead serious, I wouldn't look at what one side of the community is doing and be like, I'm ashamed to be a part of this, because you're not really. You're a Tekken player that interacts with the community, but communities are full of tons of personalities. And in every fighting game scene that I've seen, apart from Soul Calibur, Soul Calibur to me has had the best scene, hands down. But apart from them, every single community that I've seen in gaming, there's some sort of madness going on, some sort of nutty shit going on. So in that regard, it would make it pretty hard to like integrate to any scene if you just look at the negatives.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is hard, and there's basically like hardly any. I would put MBCI in there, but that's because it's a small scene. Like there's not many players, or like Cross Tekken. I'll play Cross Tekken.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, yeah, that scene is normal because there's no one in it.
And I
don't. And for the record, the community doesn't make me enjoy the game less. It's just that I don't want to be tied to it. Like I don't even have FGC in my bios anywhere. I play fighting games. There's too many weird things that if I'm going to be labeled as part of that community, that I would have to defend. And I would defend communities that I would class myself in. And there's a lot of things I can't defend. Or another case with Dragon Ball, there's some crazy things that happen in Dragon Ball. I remember we spoke.
I heard about it.
Oh, the girl that had sex with a dog.
Exactly. And you know what happens? Everyone banished her to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah.
And I can get behind that. As a community, we went, yeah, you know what? I mean, this wrong'un has to go. And that's kind of like, okay, cool. There are some wrong people in the community, but if the community as a whole like rejects them, I'm cool with that.
Wait,
the
dog fucking person got rejected from the community.
Oh yeah.
What a shame, bro. They don't look to quality when they see it.
That, no comment.
Yeah, I just think that, like, I mean, you are a part of the FGC, right? Even if you don't have it in your bios, you are a part of the FGC. And I think that when you're part of a scene, or even whether it's indirectly or directly, in your case, because you're a commentator, you're in the scene. Like, you're in the FGC. I think that you should probably just, you know, try your best to make it a better place to be, or like cultivate a community that's nice to be around. I wouldn't really worry about a lot of the noise that surrounds it, because every scene has that. Even like, I only just got introduced to like the Pokemon scene a little bit more, and there's crazy shit over there as well. But you know, like, it's Pokemon that is so big that there's probably 10 nasty scenes within that community and like 50 really nice ones. So I don't know.
Just to clarify, Mike, sorry.
Huh?
Someone wrote in chat, Sonic Fox ? No, it wasn't Sonic Fox. Sorry, bro. It's killing me.
Do you not see there's a difference between... So I say I play fighting games. I'm not part of the FGC. Do you think that's the same thing?
No, they're two separate things, but you are part of the FGC.
What makes me part of the FGC?
You commentate. You're a commentator at fighting game events.
Okay.
Like you're undeniably a part of the FGC, even if you don't say it. Like anyone that's commentating a fighting game at a tournament is part of the FGC.
Okay.
What do you say, sir?
I'm just taking in your like, I guess, criteria to be part of the community. For me, community means a bit more, but I'm not. I don't think your definition is wrong.
Yeah, because
I just don't look at it like that.
I see it as you're a contributing part of the community in whatever game you're contributing to, and you know people in the community. You communicate with them. You're in discords with people in the community. I imagine you're probably not doing the same thing for shooting games or racing games or puzzle games. Probably primarily fighting games. And like my friend plays fighting games, but he's definitely not part of the FGC. He doesn't come to tournaments. He doesn't talk to anyone. He just talks to me. That I would say you're outside of the scene. You just play fighting games, but you have worked in the scene. You've got friends in the scene. You talk to people in the scene. You probably get opportunities from people in the scene or give opportunities to people in the scene. So I would say you're part of the community, even if you don't vocalize it to people outside of it.
Okay, yeah, no, I think for me, when you were saying like the scene, I think I interact with the scene community-wise. I'm not. I wouldn't say that. I guess it's a bit different because you don't know how I interact with like Strive and stuff. Like I'm not in none of their discords. I pull up to Strive events. I know the players because I watch tournaments, but I don't talk to the players. Maybe like, do I? Probably no.
Maybe so, but you do talk to us a lot, and you're on the streams a lot. Like you're one of the reoccurring faces on the streams, and it's a fighting game stream. So, and I'm part of the fighting game community. So is all the other people under. And because you're also like you're the voice outside of the Tekken community, but you're a voice within the fighting game community, and you've offered pushback based on other fighting games and how we look at Tekken, and you've even spoken about your experiences as a commentator. So I would definitely say you're part of the scene. I understand your sentiments. There's a lot of crazy shit going on. I spend 5 minutes talking to technicals, and I'm like, oh man, I don't know if I want to be associated with this shit. But there's bad people everywhere. There's a lot of good people in the scene, I think, and I know obviously it's easier to focus on the bad, and like it's funny coming from me considering the type of content I do, but the good side of it is usually the streams when we all get together and have a chat, and either the streams like roasting me or roasting someone, and then we all sing Kumbaya. So I don't know, man. I enjoy being a part of the fighting game community. I think that it has a tendency to weigh people down sometimes, but I don't know if it's because I've got thick skin or I just don't let things just don't bother me, or maybe I don't pay attention too much to them. But I enjoy being part of the FGC and meeting all these people.
I think I definitely did feel like that. There was actually, the podcast you did with Mike Watson, and he was telling a story about one of the players giving them money and stuff when they won a tournament. Yeah, that person is an MVCI player, and I talked to them, and those are the things where I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'm proud to be in the same community as this person. But like you said, normally the bad things are way louder, and that loudness just makes me think like, oh, I can't be bothered. I don't want to be associated. That's the.
But wasn't your initial thing about like people like basically in the Tekken shit are insane? Because to be honest, I checked the comments right while you were talking, and I mean people roasted me a bit, also some encouragement, and people called me the dragon. But people roasted Mike for like with Frame Whisperer you should have done this. People roasted Frame Whisperer. There were some people comments about Chat as well that he should fuck off with his island. Like, everyone gets it,
Yeah, so I don't mind people disliking me. That's not the issue. When I say insane, it's the comments that are like, he was comparing this to, like, he was comparing Tekken to this other thing, and that's not a comparison. And I was like, I never did that. I never compared Tekken to anything in that conversation. People brought it up to me. I watched it back.
Yeah, but you...
If people tell me the comparison, you did it, you went like, so in Street Fighter, this happens. And I'm like, okay, I engaged with your question. I never brought it up. But people
you never
saying,
brought it.
Yeah, I never brought it up.
You didn't, but I was somewhat correct that the beliefs or like your principles about how certain things work in fighting games are obviously heavily influenced from 2D games. That is why I already went there, because I was like, okay, let's cut it. You know, here it's a bit different. That's all I wanted to do with it.
Yeah, okay with it.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. Like I can, when I was talking to you, like even on my stream, when I said, this is how I see fighting games. It could be clouded by 2D. Tell me if this makes sense, and then you told me. So I'm okay with that. But obviously, the comments, they obviously heard my voice, heard that I don't play Tekken, and then just went straight to this person doesn't know what he's talking about, comparing X, Y, and Z when I didn't do it. So to me, that's insane because they're hearing something that hasn't been said.
Well, because your initial argument, I remember, when it comes to the chip damage, was basically also that it kind of makes sense, right?
For a fighting game, not a 2D game, just
for
a fighting game,
but,
full stop.
But funny part is then in Tekken, it doesn't make sense.
But Tekken's a fighting game. So
yes,
unless you're like Smash and you have percentages, if you've got a health bar in a game where on our stream, when we was discussing about sort of what makes mix-up, like in Tekken, you don't have mix-ups in terms of like hard to blockables. You've got unblockables, but you don't have hard to blockables. And normally, in any game, in any fighting game, not 2D, any fighting game, an unblockable will have a lot of startup so you can react to it, right? That's just a flat rule for fighting games. No?
Yes, but look, if you say, hey, super or like air dashes in fighting games work, so they work in Tekken. No, they don't.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay, there's an easy way to dispel this. There was a post the other day where people were saying to Tekken players, you know, you dislike your game right now. Why don't you go play DOA or Virtua Fighter? And the Tekken players were saying, we don't want to play your game even if our game is in the dumpster right now. We are not interested. We're not fighting game players. We're Tekken players. And I was trying to explain to the person, the reason that the Tekken players are saying that is that Tekken is unlike anything before that you've seen in the fighting game sphere. So where people are saying this is a general rule in Tekken, in fighting games, it doesn't apply to Tekken. So any argument that you bring as a general rule for 2D or 3D isn't going to apply over here, which is why a lot of them are like, we don't play fighting games, we just play Tekken. Tekken is unique, it's its own thing, you can't compare it.
Okay, that's cool. But do you not think when you... it's going to sound like I'm being a snarky arsehole, but I'm going to say anyway. When you treat Tekken like it's a special snowflake, when you have critiques about it, as people in Tekken, when you have critiques about it, where do you get that foundational, it should be like this? Because if it's in its own vacuum,
it's the funny part.
It's arbitrary, right?
No, we get it from Tekken.
No, well, I mean, firstly, I think the framing there is a little... It could come across as inflammatory because it's not that I'm trying to treat it as a special snowflake. It's that it is... I would be lying and being disingenuous as somebody that plays multiple fighting games to sit here and say Tekken is being treated a certain way and it's for every other reason other than the fact that it is actually so different to everything else. Like, I have that experience, and I haven't played Street Fighter for many years and Tekken for many years and Soul Calibur and loads of other 3D fighting games. But I think the only one that I didn't really ever dabble in was DOA. This game really is its own thing. So when we look at problems in other fighting games and then we look over at Tekken and we're like, what are they complaining about? It's because this game exists in its own little bubble. It just does not work bringing in comparisons with other fighting games. And this is coming from somebody that has played a lot of these games for many, even Soul Calibur. You can't really be like, oh, well, they do this in Soul Calibur and they kind of look the same, but they're not. They're so different. And I played Soul Calibur at a high level, so I would know. So I think that's why some people in the tech community are like, this argument is just, it doesn't work, and they become dismissive because even if they're not willing to engage in it, they're not actually wrong. It does actually exist in its own little bubble.
Okay, and I'm fine with that being the stance, because I saw someone saying all the Tekken refugees come play Under Night, and I'm like, that's so dumb. Like, why would you... It's stupid. I understand. You can't just... Even... I would say the same for Guilty Gear. Like, when I played Guilty Gear, I was like, yeah, there's no... You can't compare any 2D game to Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear is the only game with bursts. That's the only game where you have probably the strongest defensive mechanic known to man. you're in a combo and you can say you just stop comboing me. It's like Aquaman on crack for everyone.
So it's like Breaker.
Yeah, but you can get it twice a round, depending on how it goes.
Yeah, you can get Breaker. Like you can get Breaker 3 or 4. It depends on how much meat you've got.
Oh, sorry, yeah, MK, yeah. It's basically Breaker, yeah. It's a bit different because I think Breaker's tied to your offensive meter as well, right?
No, I mean in MK1 you've got a bar, like any other fighting game, and as you build that bar, you can use some of it to break out the combos. So depending on how you manage your meter, you could get several breakers in the round. I don't know how like offensive Mortal Kombat 1's become recently, but it's dependent on bar. It's not any different from like having bar in Street Fighter.
I said it wrong. Sorry. You know the bar that you use to do the breaker? You can also use that bar for offensive stuff, right? Like enhanced moves and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah. In Guilty Gear, you literally just have a bar to get off me, like a burst bar, and then you have like your meter, super, or whatever. They have two individual bars, one for burst. So I understand what you're saying, but obviously when I played Guilty Gear, that was the legacy of Guilty Gear because Guilty Gear's always had burst. You go into that game. Obviously, on top of stuff like weight classes, most games don't have weight classes. Marvel kind of did.
Yeah, Virtua Fighter did.
Oh, did it for like juggle combos?
Yeah, there's lighter characters and there's is it Takahashi, the Ganryu character, the sumo character. He like throws and combos just work differently on him because of his size.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then that's basically the same as Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear had the weight classes, the different wake up timings. There were forced wake up timings, so you couldn't do what Tekken does, where you can just delay your wake up. It was this character wakes up on 55 on the 55th frame. This character wakes up on the 74th frame if they're facing down. All these little intricate things that no other game had a combination of the unique things. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what Tekken has as well. Tekken has a combination of unique things that make it Tekken.
Yeah.
But to me, it's still a fighting game, and rules of fighting, health bar fighting, I guess take out platformers because they're fighting games, but very different. The way to win is totally different than in a health bar fighting game, right? I think
I don't know, is it? Are you not just hitting the opponent until he explodes?
So like PlayStation All Stars, you can only kill him with a certain attack, smash. You can hit the person until the cows come home, but if you don't smash them, they won't die, right?
I see.
Yeah, in Bleach, you've got a health bar and you've got stocks, and you can kill people in multiple ways. You can just beat them the normal way, but that takes longer, or you can send them into red and get an early kill. You'll get less stocks for it, but you can use a super move to take them out.
Yeah, so there are exceptions, but normally when I'm talking a fighting game, I'm talking about you get the health bar to 0 and then you win. And those games do have a set way of... They have a standardized ruling. And then depending on the mechanics in the game, they might take away or remove it. Like when we were talking about Chip, Chip isn't in every game, but Chip's in... very old games. It's like Chip's not a new concept. Chip's been in a lot of older games, and in you were saying you don't get Chip in 3D games, right?
Yeah, most of the time, yeah. I mean, Chip's been in Tekken before, but there was special requirements to start doing Chip.
What were they before? If you can remember, what were they before Heat?
You had minuscule instances. For example, a Rage Drive Death Fist from Paul at the wall, even on block, would do chip damage because you would hit the wall, but it was literally like 2 points or something, like 2 points of real damage, or like 1 point. Bro, I don't even like what
key charging did it.
True, key charge put
key
a chip amount on your attack. Yeah, like 1 point or something, or 2. It was like basically it was basically a meme.
Yeah, it was minuscule, but you could do chip. Also, like obviously fireballs, like from Akuma, would do chip. So there were instances where it was there, but it was negligible at best. Like it wasn't a massive deal. Now, obviously, it's overwhelming the game, so that's why people are getting very pissy about it.
Can you kill with chip?
No, you can't kill.
Yes,
It's not fatal.
Well, you Yes, you can. Like in Tekken 7, Akuma's super is real chip, isn't it? You can kill with that.
Yeah. The super move you can.
But I don't even remember. I could be wrong here, Mike. I could be wrong that Akuma's super is real.
I think you can with Akuma. Maybe I'm
No,
forgetting
you could. But that wasn't chip damage. The Paul Rage Drive Death Fist, that could kill you if you were at 1 HP, but that is like damage from the wall. Does that count as chip
It's
damage?
not really chip, it's actual damage because he's forcing you onto the wall.
It's so weird. Let me give you one thing though, because it all started with basically also like this legacy shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me just give you one example of a thing where I miss it because it was fucking cool and like part of the identity, right? Part of this identity integrity of Tekken, but where I can understand it. Do you know what a chicken is in Tekken?
Chicken.
Bro, the last time I heard chicken in Tekken is when you're playing that like Streets of Rage mode and you fucking got your health up.
It's really weird. So it's an attack reversal. So if you press, for example, you have Asuka, she can hold a parry, she can hold a reversal for quite a long time, and you can attack into it. You can
hold a reversal
chicken
and attack into it, yeah.
Yeah, it's in reversal, you can attack into it like a parry that stays up. And you can attack into that, and you can reversal this. Like you can attack into that, she will reversal it, and you will get damage. But you can reversal that reversal with a chicken input. So you would buffer it. It's completely insane. So you would buffer your attacks, like every single one. You could buffer your attacks, like down forward 2, and then you would press forward 2 plus 4. And if she reversals this now, you reversal the reversal and would push her away. That to explain, and the announcer in the game would literally say chicken. That is so weird and unique to Tekken that I like this a lot. I have to be honest about it. I never did it. I never buffered chickens. But that was part of the identity, right? That is since launch of Tekken 8 is gone. Now, in this case, many people would say, I don't really miss it because it was weird as fuck. And most people never tend to do it unless you're pretty competitive, like really, really competitive and learn that. But that is something where I would say it is okay. That's my personal opinion. I would say it is okay that this form of chickening is basically gone, because to explain that to someone who wants to pick up Tekken is like almost like what the fuck are you talking about? What?
Yeah, but also it's like you don't need to explain it because it's such an advanced mechanic. It was full legacy players. It was just
it's
another
also
thing
true.
That was like, this is something that is really cool that Tekken does, and they took it away, and it was unnecessary.
Yeah, that is also that is part of the point. Now I'm telling you, hey, this is like, I can see how you would make it maybe a more accessible game, right? But with taking that away, you're also like, hey, but why actually, if it only matters when you want to get really fucking optimal?
Just for the record, I don't care about making game accessible. That's not my argument. But I know what you're saying. That's not what I'm talking about. I wanted to talk about what just happened when you were saying you was okay with being gone, and Mike was going, but that's part of the game, and he liked it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. When you talk about Tekken in a vacuum, it is arbitrary if something should stay or not, because you're not using the kind of like fundamental fighting game ruling. It is
but if it's not problematic, why remove it then?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Literally, like, there was no need to remove chicken. 90% of the player base will never use it. But when you do get to see it, it's like, oh shit, I did a fucking chicken.
It's cool.
It was like, cool. It was, and seeing that shit in tournament was like, oh shit, they did a chicken. Like, those are the things about Tekken that were like super cool.
Yeah, we want this shit. Like, we want the chicken. We want the key charge. At least I want it, because it's, you don't. If someone comes up in tournament with a crazy key charge setup, you're like, holy shit. Like, it's just.
There was a Feng Wei player that I used to watch called Titan Thor, I think.
Oh yeah.
He had the most insane key charge setups. His entire game plan thrown out the window. He was literally
It's a guy he beat me, right?
Yeah, his entire game plan was based around key charge, and it worked. He was the only player I've ever seen make it work, and it was so cool to watch. His entire YouTube channel was watching Feng Wei key charge you and then mix the fuck out of you and do these combos you'd never see before because you can't usually hit them. Like Feng's down 4 1+2. You don't really see that getting hit. No one really gets hit by it. But he would come up with ways to do it, and it was so cool. And it's just gone now. His entire playstyle gone. It's just like, why did you do that?
Can I give you an example from Guilty Gear? I'm not making a comparison to Tekken, but this is what I was saying about talking about Tekken in a vacuum, and then when they make changes, you don't really have a leg to stand on other than I liked it or I disliked it. So in all Guilty Gear's Bar Strive, you can grab a burst. So that's literally, I don't know if there's maybe the chicken thing might be close to what this is, right? Where you're doing a combo, you can't react to a burst. You have to know that that person's gonna burst, and they can burst at any point. It's not like when this move hits, I jump cancel it and like grab it or whatever. It's you have to know, you give up your combo to do it. And now in older Guilty Gears, you could throw the burst. Throws in old Guilty Gears were one frame. One frame. And they weren't a command. It was a forward and a heavy attack. So people used to call it, oh, you got your soul stolen if someone grabbed your burst. It was pointless because if you block the burst, you would get full combo, but the mental damage of throwing someone's burst, even though it did negligible damage, that's what people went for.
I see. Okay.
And they took that away from Strive.
Okay.
But you know what Strive players had to say? Oh, it was cool, but it's gone because it's not a standard thing in other fighting games. So we can't say, oh, you should have that because it's a fighting game.
But who cares? Like
every Guilty Gear player,
who cares?
Every Guilty Gear.
We won.
That's what I mean. But that's what I'm saying.
But I mean, wait. You argue. Wait. So your argument is just, hey, you don't need to be as pissed because you can't make a rational, objective argument for you to have it, and that's why you shouldn't be pissed.
No. It's not that you shouldn't be pissed. I'm saying, the whole thing was about when you talk to other people outside, and if the conversation about season 2 was about how it fares to casuals, you have to look about Tekken from an outside view, no? Or do you not care? Because I thought the whole conversation about season 2 was about bridging the gap between keeping the veterans and bringing the new players. No?
Yeah, that is a big part of it. When you look at the overall design through the patch notes, like if you look at the whole, the big picture, what they are doing there, yes, that is a big part of it. But why people are frustrated is because the shit doesn't matter. The shit doesn't matter. If you go back to fucking Tekken 7 and you look at how red ranks or fucking orange ranks played, they were mashing buttons nonetheless. People can enjoy that game on a button mashy level forever. They don't need to transform it into. They don't need to force it and transform it into this locked down. Hey, this is how we want you to play it. Eat it or fuck off. It doesn't even make sense to do it because people always had enjoyed this game. If you are a casual, you're just mashing buttons. The high level stuff is not important for you anyways. But they are making so heavy changes to the game that it directly, immediately, instantly affects the high level play of it at the worst.
Yeah, he's not lying. The thing is that Tekken's played at so many different levels that it was always popular to pick Eddie, and all they did was mash buttons. But everyone knew who Eddie Gordo was, and everyone would pick him. But they didn't know that there was another level to it. So the changes, they weren't going to... I mean, it's like the guy we had on just now. He didn't really understand the depth of the changes and why it was pissing so many people off because he's a casual player. Tekken is so complex and nuanced that even in Tekken 8 state, it's still more complex to get your head around than most other fighting games. And it's not going to affect them. They probably even read the patch notes and go, oh, look at these changes, I'm not playing anymore. They don't give a shit. They don't give a fuck. So all of these changes, all they did was affect intermediate to high level players or just veterans of the series. Not necessarily even good players, just people that appreciate Tekken for what it was. So it was pointless. The patch was for no one. And to me, it comes across as tone deaf. And it's more baffling to me because I don't work for the Tekken team. And I could have told you that for free. So I don't know how the guys sitting there didn't work it out. And when I'm thinking of a game that brings in casuals, I think of Mortal Kombat. They're great at bringing in casual players. And Mortal Kombat historically, not MK1, but historically, they've introduced modes for casuals to sit and play with their friends. Like chess combat, Tetris, Motor Combat, story mode, conquest mode. If you want to bring casuals to your game, give them modes. Like, some of them don't want to go online and get their shit rocked. They just want to sit with their friends and have a league or
give them the sick customization.
Yeah.
Give them the most. You know what I would tell them? You know what, Namco Bandai, if any one of you motherfuckers are listening to me right now, I could have given you the world. The only thing you should have done is focus on the most amazing battle pass in the industry. The best battle pass in the whole industry.
Yeah, casuals love battle passes, man. Which is, I was surprising to hear, like, being on the anime side of things, talking to the Bleach guys. They like, yeah, give us a battle pass, and I'm like, what? But they see it differently, and I'm like, cool, okay. but the game's not just for me. But the combat should be for the veterans, because the casuals don't care. That's why this game, even though in season 3, season 4, things were changing and characters were coming in that we weren't happy about. It's still a very difficult game. Them taking Law's dragon stance and doing what they've done to it makes no difference to casual players, because they liked martial law because he looks like Bruce Lee and they could do flip kicks. All you've done is bastardize the character, and you've alienated the people that spent 30 years learning how to play it.
I understand that. I think what the only aspect of casuals you're looking at are people that want to stay casuals. What about the people that want to get to veterans or want to,
very good.
Yeah, that's a very good question.
Because
okay. So wait. I just want to say real quick. So I'm not going to do an example. I'll just use Tekken. What the part with casuals that want to get good at the game, I guess I could be classed as one of them at one point. I'm not a casual in terms of new to fighting games, but I was a casual in Tekken. And my thought process that I spoke to Finn about was, I want to get to a level where I can compete. That's the difference, right? So when you're talking about casuals, give them all the modes, that's all cool. But when a casual wants to compete, that's when they're making the transition to being a player, part of the community, whatever you want to call it, past the casual point. And the easiest way to do that, even though it's a shit way, or maybe not a shit way, but it normally is to the detriment of veterans, is you make it so it's easier for them to win.
That's what Tekken 7 did, but they did a good job of keeping it balanced. They went too far in Tekken 8, and they should have known that. I mean, I took one look at it in Amsterdam when they revealed it to us for the first time, and even I was like, okay, this looks like it's going to be a problem. And lo and behold, look at where we are now. I think that if you're a casual, which we've all been at some point, he was looking to improve. The reason you're looking to improve is because you've noticed this game's got something more to it that I can actually sink my teeth into. And then you go on YouTube, well, the game, can do a better job of rolling out tutorials and actually probably asking content creators to help out with that. But the reason you want to go to quote Dragon Ball even further beyond is because you saw something. You saw something, you were like, wait a second, there's something more here, which is what everyone did with Tekken. Everyone started off as a casual, and then we realized, wait a second, there's something deep here. And that's when the transition happens. But the transition is not going to happen when you're like, man, I've played the game for a week and it's not really changing. I think I'll go play something else. Because gamers do like to invest and learn new things. That's part of the reason why the Soul series is so popular. It's that it's not for people that want to just have a quick fuck around. It's like, okay, you need to lock in here. You need to try hard. Half of Exile as well. Like you need to lock in. Like I don't understand where Harada got this idea where it's like bastardize our characters, strip away everything that people enjoy about Tekken, and that will keep people around. Like who fucking lied to it?
Sorry, go on, Finn. Go.
I just, I wanted to underline this because what I did, what gave me the most joy on this rotten platform, it was literally helping people, because so many people that were like at blue ranks now, which in Tekken 7 would be like somewhere maybe around like maybe red, but whatever, helping them. And I tell you what, there was one instance of a move that is Leo's back 1-4. You played Leo, yeah? A little bit. Leo's back 1-4.
Oh, the side step in between?
Yes.
I watched the videos, bro, because I was learning.
Oh, you watched it?
I watched that. Yeah, because I was learning Leo. Of course I watched it.
And they took that away. And I literally told someone, hey, this is your counterplay. Here's your counterplay. You have an answer to this. You can fight here. This will empower you and will make you more confident and you can control this game. You can get good. You can have your answer. And they take this away from me, and they take it away in so many characters that I literally, this is why I'm personally at war with Namco Bandai, because they destroyed this. I was just here, new to YouTube, doing this and enjoyed it so much, and people said, hey bro, this really helps me, can I also get a review and stuff? And they reduce the amount of advice I can give players even, right? The amount where I say, hey, here's your counterplay besides just guess. And these players who were exactly on that like intermediate curve that you spoke, the exactly that point, I made a post asking players about this and under my videos, and 99% said, I hate this because I wanted to get good at this. I already looked at guides, I looked at pro players explaining things to me, right? And now I see every single one of them, for good reason, hating it right now because high-level Tekken gets turned into a casino, and they see that obviously it's a bit hyperbole, but not much. And they already see that, and they get so demotivated because they see, hey, I want to get actually good all the time and effort, and it takes a long, long, long time in Tekken.
Yeah.
If I do that,
I think they're defeating
I
the
don't get
purpose.
rewarded.
I think that you can't really do it with Tekken. It's too big of a game. Even in Tekken 8's current state, even though it's a casino, you're still seeing at the top level, there's still the same people winning. At the intermediate level, it's still the same people winning. All you've done is frustrate the competitive players and the higher level and intermediate players, and create an environment that is extremely oppressive to people that don't have enough legacy knowledge to deal with players that have that legacy knowledge. This is a game for Tekken 8 is a game for no one. You're not going to be able to fix that problem. So the only solution is introduce fun modes for casuals to enjoy, and the ones that want to transition will transition. Do a better job of teaching people how to punish stuff if you really want to. Even though I think Tekken did a good enough job visually with that anyway. They've added in all those extra things, which, again, I know people didn't like my take on that, but you can visually see when a counter hit hits someone, and it's part of the fun going, wait a second, the character just changed their animation when I did their kick. Can I do something else there? I don't really need the game to tell me. It's like every other genre seems to be aware that we should get casuals in, but don't bastardize what made the game special. But fighting games seem hell-bent on pushing out their communities and trying to bring in people that don't give a shit. They don't care. And, I spoke to my friend and it was like, care. Yeah, my friend's a casual in Tekken. I said to him, what do you think of the new thing that pops up in the match?
I don't care.
Where it says punish and counter. He was like, bro, I can't even pay attention to that. The guy's rushing in my face. I said to him, exactly, I don't even notice it comes up. In a Tekken match, in Tekken 8 especially, it's so volatile and so fast-paced. Who's going, look, that said counter, I can go for an extra hit. You've already lost your turn, mate. It's over.
I mean, if you're watching it, but...
If you're watching it, yeah, I guess for commentators, but everything is about spectator Tekken 8. What about the people playing?
That is a good question.
That's all fighting games, though.
The players.
This is what I'm saying. Like, you're not.
Then I don't want it. But I don't want it.
Wait, what do you mean when you say all fighting games?
All fighting games. Modern fighting games are focused around spectating.
Yeah, we've lost the plot. We have lost the plot across the board.
That's why you've got Slowdown in literally every fucking modern game now, because it's spectating wise, it's more hype to see Slowdown.
But one thing about this season 2 thing in particular, right? C4, like what they did with this patch, I can only you say Guilty Gear, right? You Guilty Gear, you know Guilty Gear.
Yeah.
So let's take Potemkin. Yeah. I don't know much, but I guess he doesn't have an EXDP and he probably doesn't have a dash, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, let's give him
he's got armor,
both of those. Okay, now give him both of those things, and the Kara cancels that we took away, that stays away. So they don't revert this, what they did with the... I know about it because they were crying and they reverted it. But let's say they make this... The patch where they took the Kara cancels away from Potemkin, let's say in the same patch, they gave him an EXDP and a dash, and they let it... That is it. And they don't say, hey, you know what? We are like, no, that's it. That's a patch. And this,
bro,
they
see,
do for
it's
every
happening
character,
right now.
for
Just
every character.
Sorry, Finn. C4, stop equating all fighting games to Tekken. I didn't. Did I bring up this Guilty Gear?
No, you didn't. But okay. It doesn't matter. Ignore. But you said, but Tekken is a fighting game, isn't it? But okay. But this is what you also have. Okay, it is. But what you also have to. But fighting game doesn't mean the fighting game doesn't equal fighting game. Look, Counter-Strike is a shooter. Battlefield is as well. But they are extremely
but they're both FPSs,
different.
right?
Yeah, but they are extremely different.
Yeah, they're very
different. You can say they're both shooters, but Counter-Strike Global Offensive, everyone in chat who is a CSGO player or CS2 player now, and you compare that to Battlefield, people would say, what? You can't.
Cool. If so, this is what I'm saying. If Tekken's not a fighting game, the rules that you're saying...
There are no rules.
Okay. Well, the things that you're saying should be in the game or shouldn't be in the game, you're literally saying these things because they're good or bad in your opinion, or the group's opinion, the community's opinion.
Well, okay, yes, but I'm just telling you, how would have the Guilty Gear community reacted if they did that to Potemkin and to every other character? They would say, bro, what is going on?
Yeah, like people complain. Yeah, 100%.
C4, didn't the entire Guilty Gear community leave though?
When Strive came out,
yeah, they just said, fuck this, we're up.
Yeah, they said this isn't my Guilty Gear. but not everyone, but again, like most of the players.
Yeah.
When they were trying to get the change that they wanted, like they wanted the old Guilty Gear stuff in Strive, and Daisuke's vision said, nope, we're not doing that. It doesn't make money. That's probably his like his goal.
Yeah.
I mean, his goal works because Guilty Gear is more popular than it ever has been.
Tekken 7 made money, actually. Not, I don't want to always overblow the 13 or 12 million units copies sold, but Tekken 7, this is also why people are so frustrated. This is part of it. Because Tekken 7 was the biggest Tekken success since I think Tekken 3. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
So, and people said, hey, we are there for this. We are here for this. And then they want to go be above and beyond in transforming this game in something. And again, yes, we could all be wrong. It could be, guys, yes, it could be that at the end of the day, Namco had the right read on this, and the veteran player will leave, they get pushed out, and there actually is a way better, super casual audience who will enjoy this fighting game. That could be. They could be right about it. Do I want that to happen? No. Will I rather see Namco's headquarters burn? Yes. But that's why people are pissed, right? People are very pissed. It's not even about if they are right or wrong. I think they are right. And I don't think it helps when you say, hey guys, but it's a fighting game. Like, why? Like, basically everything you want from the game, it's arbitrary anyways. And, I don't know.
Not both. I think it's one or the other. I think you either argue from the point that it's a fighting game, Harada, this should be like this because fighting games, or you go, well, it's Tekken in a vacuum. Whatever they decide, the devs decide, you can just go, well, I don't like it. You've got no like foundation to say, it shouldn't be like that, other than it didn't used to be like that. That's what I'm saying, right?
You are correct about that in principle, but we are literally talking about here that they are giving Potemkin air dash, super air dash, EXEP, and walk speed like Akuma.
Yeah, that's dumb. Yeah, that is dumb. That is dumb.
Okay, but you would agree here, as a competitor or someone who is able to play Guilty Gear at a very competitive level, you would say, if they do that to your game, fuck them. But what would you then say if people tell you, hey, but maybe casuals like it, so fuck off? You would say, fuck you! Wouldn't you?
You're going to think I'm lying, but it's a little bit different, only because Guilty Gear has never been successful. So I'm happy that people are playing Guilty Gear, but if Guilty Gear was as popular as Tekken, I would agree with you, yes. But I'm not trying to be awkward, but I was happy that people were playing the franchise that I liked, which was Guilty Gear.
Yeah, I think Guilty Gear was a failing franchise. Like I can see that Strive obviously resurrected it. This is the most sales it's ever gotten. I think
it's a shame.
It's a shame, but it is what it is. But I don't think that is going to happen with Tekken. I actually think Tekken 7 will do better than Tekken 8, and I don't think it will even be close. I think they kind of lost their way. I think they reached for the stars. They saw the sales of Tekken 7. They were like, right, we're really gonna come out the gate swinging. And they probably did look around and saw they got some examples of casualization. I mean, Shroud was on his stream the other day, literally talking about a game called Marathon, and he was making
the new Bungie thing.
Yeah, he was making the exact arguments that me and Finn are making. But when you do these things to successful franchises, you run a serious risk of alienating the very reason why they were successful in the first place. And in Tekken's case, I would say more so than any other game, this was such a dumb gamble on their end. They already had a winning formula. There was absolutely no need. Guilty Gear, I can understand it was failing. They kind of had no choice. Nobody was playing, right? But with this game, everyone was already
on par
playing.
with the other games, but yeah, it wasn't like Tekken, MK, Street Fighter level.
Yeah, Tekken 7 is a juggernaut, right? 13 million copies sold. So they were like, right, let's take that and play it fire. If Tekken 7 sold 1 million copies, if it just about struggled, then I'd be like, okay, cool. I can see why they took a risk, because Tekken was not on the up and up. But they had a winning formula, and they said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to throw all of that out, and we're just going to turn this into a fucking pachinko machine, basically. Like,
yes,
I'm not trying to throw shade. This is what I heard, that Tekken 7 was successful because of the time it came out, because everything else was failing. Is that
well,
right?
I'm not
saying that as a fact before people
no.
get mad.
I'm not.
Okay.
Look, yes, I'm not. I'm just saying we can always make that case. We can say, hey, Tekken 6 only failed because it came out in the same year as Modern Warfare 2, Arkham Asylum, Borderlands, Mirror's Edge. We can say, hey, Tech 2 failed because maybe it came out in the year of where Battlefield was at its height, Call of Duty was at its height, and Tekken 7 was successful only because Street Fighter 5 was dropping a ball a bit. But hey, we also had a pretty well received MKX alive at that time, no? Mm-hmm. So, but my thing is, when you have to envision this, C4, Tekken 8, they are treating this, the changes we are seeing is like as if the last entry had failed or something. Like, we are seeing more change than in comparison to Street Fighter 5 Season 1 to the last season. We are seeing more drastic, like way more drastic change. And yes, they said it's going to be more aggressive, but it's just, I don't know. I wouldn't. Sorry, to answer your question and to not ramble. They say it was also successful because of the time it released. Well, maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. We don't know.
No, I mean, look, games coming out at specific times does obviously have an effect on how well they do. I'm a firm believer that Tag 2 came out at the wrong time. Because I know I've been getting cussed out for being a Tag 2 shill, but everyone's fucking playing it now. So, like, I think Tag 2 came out at the wrong time. I don't think Tag 2 was a bad game at all. It's very difficult. Very, very complex. There's a lot of shit going on. It's like the last Tekken game that they didn't take stuff out of. It's got everything in it. And everyone in it.
Yeah.
And it's a big
a lot
game.
Of casual shit. A lot of shit for casuals, like insane customizations and shit.
Yeah, it's got a lot going on. But I don't think it was a bad game. I think it came out at the wrong time. So yeah, you can use the argument that Tekken 7 benefited from everyone else kind of failing. But that is only going to hold up for so long. Tekken 7 was around for what, 5 seasons basically? And it just progressively sold more and more. And as time went on, more games were coming out that weren't doing as badly. And Street Fighter 5 started to pick up steam. So, and you had Mortal Kombat still around as well. So, yeah, it did. But how much it played into it, I don't know. I'm not entirely, because we're never going to really know.
Yeah. I'm not trying to discredit, like, Tekken 7. It's, I actually heard this
and
on
we had COVID as well, right? We had COVID.
Yeah,
don't forget COVID.
It was COVID. It was Street Fighter 5 being, like, pretty much disliked until the last season. And it was, like, no compares. Maybe, was Injustice out then? Was Injustice out when Tekken 7 was out?
Yeah.
Injustice 2?
But which one?
2. Injustice 2.
I think, yeah.
Injustice
I want to say that was around the same time.
Injustice
2017,
released,
January.
Injustice 2 released 9th of May 2017.
2017. Okay, yeah. So, again, like, I'm not trying to discredit how good Tekken 7 is. I'm saying maybe that they don't want to be the best by default again. They're trying all this shit. They're trying to either do what Guilty Gear did, where they're like, you know what? These veterans aren't going to be around forever. We need to make a game for newer players. Because what? A fighting game player, what are we talking about? Maybe into their 40s are going to tournaments? It's quite rare unless they're like super good that you're above 40 and going to tournaments. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think it's becoming more common now because fighting games have been around for so long, so some people have stayed on. But yeah, I'd agree, it's less common.
Yeah, so there has to be a time where keeping the game as it is, this is not me defending Season 2, by the way. There has to be a point where they go, you know what? All that legacy stuff is going to lose its prestige to new players.
And you're talking about bringing them to tournaments.
No. Not necessarily, bro. I'm not even 30. And that shit, like, even though I played from such a young age, you know, got Tekken 6, Tekken 2, my mom bought it. But I am not, like, basically a legacy or like an old head base. I'm actually not. And that shit really, like, grew on me, like, super. And I saw the charm in it, and, you know.
But what I don't understand with that point is that, like, you're specifically talking about tournament scenes, but I don't understand why the tournament scene would become more stupid. I don't know how else to put it. Like, why would the older tournament scene be able to lock into all of the intricacies of the game? Why would the new tournament scene not be able to?
Oh, do you mean the players?
Yeah, because you said how are we going to get people to tournaments, but how you get people to tournaments is by keeping the game's tournament appeal intact. If you're talking about casuals, then I think the conversation's a little bit more open. But if you want tournaments to keep going, keep the game competitive.
So if I could pretend that I'm a developer for a game, I would think, well, if I'm trying to get casual players to turn up to tournaments, they don't have to be good. They just need to turn up because we're obviously been in the era of world tours and we want players to enter the world tour tournaments, the qualifiers, blah, blah, blah. We want to get people offline, even though everyone's pushed for rollback and good connection, but they want to get people offline to maybe justify the amount of money they put into world tours. And I think the easiest way to do this from what I've seen is that you want casual players to feel that they can always win.
Yeah, and they said that themselves. They did. Like, literally, the Tekken team, people on there said that. Like, literally that.
And they failed.
Yeah,
and they had a whole season. They had a whole season to try and fix. They failed. The same people are winning. Wait, just before we continue the conversation, I'm just going to read out some super chats because I'm behind on them a little bit. Reflex, thank you for the €5. They wanted Tekken 8 to be more accessible and then add heat, install, stances, guard breaks, unbreakable throws. Yeah, it makes no sense. Who is this game for? Casuals can't play this game like to the level that they wanted them to. They don't know who they made this game for. It's baffling. I mean, C4, as somebody on the inside out, with all the shit that they've put into this game, how is it more casual than what it was before?
I think if I started playing, say, like a month before season 2, from what I'm hearing, it would have been harder for me to win in season 1 than season 2 at my level. And the greatest way to keep someone playing is by allowing them to win more. Regardless if it's easy or hard, the more you win, the more you want to play a game. It's a shit way to get people into your game. That's what most games do.
I mean, it always depends on the human, right? Because for me, it was losing.
Yes.
For me, it was
That's
one
true.
loss. One loss I still remember against a Horang player. And then I was like, let me lap this shit. Let me give it one try if you can actually get good, right? Because I was like, I never tried to get good at a fighting game. And this one loss against that Horang motivated me to do it once for real. To lap that shit out literally with pen and paper. And from that day on, I was a Tekken player.
I'm the
Because
same.
I
I'm
saw it
Vegeta
work,
coded.
you know?
I'm Vegeta coded. I get more motivated when I lose than winning.
Yeah.
If I win too much, I get bored. When I lose, I practice more and want to like improve more. So I understand we're just not the norm. And probably Mike is not the norm either.
I don't get the approach because, again, if I were Namco Bandai, I would just say, hey, okay, you know what? Focus on the best possible customization you can do, the best possible fight pass. Like, I'm talking where you pay, like, let's say $10, but let's say $10, right? Let's say $10, but even like other gaming communities, like Counter-Strike people, would look at that battle pass and would say, whoa, that is sick shit. You know? Like, this is how you get people in. This is also how you make people play, right? If you make the battle pass relatively long, pretty good amount of time to unlock, people will also stay. And you know what it also will do? Let's say the battle pass is really sick. Bro, even in a situation like this, where the patch is shit, people would still play.
Yeah.
Because they want to unlock that shit. It's a win-win-win on every situation. They can get their casuals with this, right? But don't touch the gameplay. Not to that degree. Just don't. Give people like fucking insanely horny customization, whatever, right? Do it. But don't because
Don't
casuals
encourage the lily feet glazers, man. We don't need that.
Yeah, lily feet glazer, give her nice sandals and shit, because we all know everyone is a casual until, because of their own motivation, they are not anymore. That is all there is to it.
I've got a super chat here for C4. It's from Instant Messenger. Thank you for the €5. What the hell's going on? What's the difference between a shill and an apologist?
What's the difference between a shill and an apologist? I would assume that the shill is getting some sort of benefit from doing it, when an apologist doesn't. Like, I'm an apologist for Kingdom Hearts, but I'm not shill because they're not going to give me no fucking money for like defending it.
The Kingdom Hearts 3.
The franchise. 3 is part of the franchise, unfortunately, but
3 is a fucking that broke my heart.
It had some good cutscenes. That's all I'll say.
Unacceptable. I was so pissed at the ending. What a fucking cop out.
Look, some stories have fillers in it, and that was a very long filler.
Bro, we waited for that game for how many years?
I know.
I can't. I literally said to my friend, "That's it. I'm out. I'm not playing the new one. I can't do it to myself. I know I'm gassing. If it comes out, I'm gonna play it." But I was so mad.
Bro, that game nearly brought me to tears, bro. I couldn't finish it. I was so upset for waiting so long for the game to be that bad. I actually didn't finish it, and I just went on YouTube and watched the cutscenes.
Yeah, it was a mess. I was very.
It was.
But I guess I could possibly be seen as a Yakuza apologist because it's not been perfect the whole way, but you won't catch me talking shit about it.
But yeah, for a shill, it would have to be. I could be a shill for like Dragon Ball when I was commentating it because it's like, well, yeah, I'm not gonna say shit about the game because I want to get paid to commentate it. I think that's the difference.
Interesting. So, like, just on that, then, would you say that there are people that work in your sort of circle with commentating that won't say certain things because they want to get paid?
Do you mean my circle in the games I commentate, or do you mean commentating in general?
Just commentating in general.
In general, I don't know because I know MK and Tekken don't have the same sort of ecosystem as the other games. So
right.
for something like Strive, you could start playing Strive for a month and then get into Strive commentary. You could commentate a world tour by like the end of the year. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. They don't have like a list of commentators that can commentate the game for a world tour. You just have to be good at commentating.
But okay, wait. Let me ask you a question. Wait, this shilling stuff, right? Did you ever get paid by Axis?
But not by Arxis.
Wait, so
they
Sequel,
didn't give me money. They personally didn't give me money, if that's what you mean.
Okay, but like you worked. Okay, let me ask like this. You worked in capacities where like if Arxis would like you, you would benefit from that, right? Like if the Mr. Arxis likes you, right?
It's so hard to answer because it's not the same. Like Daisuke is not looking at me and going, "Oh, you said something bad about my game, you can't comment." I could probably tweet, fucking Instagram, all sorts, Blue Sky, and say Guilty Gear is shit, and I could still probably commentate Guilty Gear.
And that is what I mean. But that is what I mean. Like you basically are in a capacity like that, and probably have an interest. But you are. This is what I mean with this shill stuff, because you are sitting here and say, yeah, you know what, the Strive players, yeah, they're fucking illegal. Right, like you know what I mean. Like this is why I personally do not believe in the shill stuff, right? Because I also think it's bad to use the word shill. Which, guys, correct me if I'm wrong about English, but a shill is literally someone who gets paid unknowingly by the customer, by the company, to promote a product positively. That is what a shill is, per definition.
This is true. So the reason I said the ecosystem is different because if I was on if I was in the black book for like Guilty Gear Strive, right? And I was one of their top commentators, there is two worlds where it's like I either can't say anything because I'll get taken off the list, or I'm so good that I can say whatever the fuck I want and they can't do anything about it. There's instances of both of those happening.
And I mean, okay, fuck, but we also to make it honest. Do you all know? You probably know about this, the Sajam situation back then with the Street Fighter V netcode and shit, where he heavily criticized Capcom for this shit, and it was apparent that basically Capcom for a time had him on like guy. Yeah, no. So we have to be also honest, and I said always to my people, like, guys, I try to be as honest as I possibly can. So to the truth, there's also things like Sajam, where he publicly said, this game is basically dog shit. The netcode is dog shit. Capcom, you are dog shit. Why are you not doing anything? And that landed him for a time, as we believe, and as he has like indirectly said, on you are not welcome at our events from Mr. Capcom list.
Yep, that's happened. And on the other side, hence why I did both. Like, this isn't a hypothetical. I've seen it in Dragon Ball. I've seen the commentators that cannot be touched say this season sucks, the game's trash, LabCorp 21 ruins this game. They've said that on commentary. Not like on some like subtweet or a DM. They've said it out loud. They heard, or they said this game's netcode's still trash. Why they're not fixing it? They'll say that openly.
Did anything happen to them?
No, because they're
know about-
untouchable. They're ambassadors for the game.
Yeah, I mean, also if you are like, this is also what I don't get about the Shill stuff, right? Let's say you are big, right? Let's say you have a big audience, right?
Mhm.
Aren't you at that part literally very, very important just simply to Namco Bandai? Basically, you are an asset to them. Are you not?
If you're a shill,
No, let's say you are not a shill, but you are
Oh.
let's say you are not a shill and you actively shit on the game, but you are still an asset, are you not? Because at the end of the day, if people watch it, people still at the end of the day play the game. I mean, bro, I know people who told me this game is dead. They are playing the game, bro. They play Tekken 8. They play Tekken 8. Of course they do.
yeah, I think it depends on the person's influence. Like, I don't know if the influence from the person is strong enough that they can get people to play the game even if they don't like it. I think that's more of an asset to the developers.
Yeah.
If it's someone who just chats shit, complains, and still plays the game, they probably don't care. But if it's someone who can make or break if people turn up and play the game, they probably care about them more as an asset.
Mm.
And that doesn't mean just being a commentator. That's just an influencer.
Yeah.
But I don't
Is
know
he
if
an
influencers get actual paid from devs.
No,
And it's
I know
sponsored.
influencers in other scenes. Like I know influencers in the wrestling scene, like for WWE 2K, and I
Right.
know they're not getting paid directly, but I do know that they are very, very careful with how they speak about the product. Now, as a wrestling fan and as someone that plays basically all wrestling games, the 2K games are not good. They're a shell of
Right.
their former self, and it hasn't been good for a very long time. Basically, since THQ or Yikes or whatever just basically kicked the bucket. But they won't say that. They'll tell me in private, and I was told in private. I went to the 2K event for WWE, and it was great. They put on a great event. Like, it was really, really good. But the game leaves a lot to be desired. I mean, first off, WWE 2K games have have infinites like fighting games do, or like situations where you're just locked
Oh,
in.
shit.
Like Roman Reigns has an infinite in the game, and you just can't do anything about it. You can't reverse it. You wake up into it. You gotta hold that shit. Maybe it might be lore accurate because he's a tribal chief, but it's annoying, right? So I know that I only got the opportunity to go because of friends, but I know I'm not gonna get invited directly because of how I speak about them. So they're not putting money directly in anyone's pocket. I know that for certain.
Right.
But I do know that they are being very, very careful with what they say, because I've seen their YouTube videos and then I've had private conversations with them, and they're like, yeah, they reckon it's still better. Yeah, SmackDown versus Raw 2000 and whatever is still better. Yeah, just bring it still better. Like, they know what the deal is, and I don't hate them for it. They got families to feed. They want to get flown out. They want to get the game for free. I get it, but it does happen. Like, no matter what anybody wants to say, I don't know to what capacity it happens in Tekken. I don't know who exactly is doing it. I like have a rough idea, but I don't know for certain, which is why I try to not name drop those things, because I don't want to just make assumptions. But I know for certain it's happening in other games, and it's normal. I mean, you go to your day job, you got a shield for them. You don't, you're getting fired. It is what it is.
I just want
Yeah,
to.
everyone shields for their boss.
Everyone shields for
I
their
just want to
boss.
say, like, ZNX in chat, if you, because if you, this is also something I said. So hey, it's still like the fucking debate stream. I said I really don't like when people talk about this in this tone about other content creators. It doesn't matter if it's Mainman to me or VDX. So if you have a problem with this and you want to explain to me how exactly this shilling stuff for them goes, and you have evidence for this and not only talking out of your ass, hop into the stream, bro. Yeah.
I was going to actually ask you this question, Finn, and then like obviously Mike. I think the biggest thing about this whole shill thing in every community, no one says what can that person do to prove they're not a shill. They're automatically,
Exactly, it is
well, not
impossible.
automatically. They're labeled a shill. True,
It's
fine,
impossible.
cool. But how do they prove that they're not? They're never
can't.
given that.
They can't. They can't prove they're not.
They can't. This is why I said, bro, watch in my recent video, the video I dropped today, the next Bane arc, right? I said, I don't like it. I don't like it because it's an unfair accusation. Yeah.
Yeah, that's to me insane. Like, how can you label something? How can you call someone something? And then when they go, oh, I'll prove that I'm not, go, well, no, you can't prove it.
You can't because
They can't, unfortunately.
Look,
I mean, even the Spag
assumption-
thing, even where Spag is saying that here's the tweet that Frame's going on about, I'm not saying Spag's lying, by the way. I'm just like pointing out the glaring, like the elephant in the room. You can tweet 1,000 things about a character, and one in particular is what gets you under fire, and that one is told to delete. And then when the conversation comes up, it's like, no, here's the tweet. When that might not be the tweet. Now, I'm not saying Spag did that, but what I'm trying to explain is he can't really prove his innocence. He can't. And
don't you think that's
maybe
sorry,
it might have been irresponsible for Frame to do that, but Frame believed that, and I let him say it, and to be honest, I couldn't even stop him from saying it because I didn't even know it was coming, right? So
he said it's a rumor, but it's like Frame Whisper. Look, he really was emotional about this shit, and he also explained it with like how frustrated he was that he saw this ship going down and so hard problems with it, and was so frustrated when he saw like no one else calling it out, like maybe in the same degree. And I get it, you know, emotionally, I totally get it. But it needs to come to a close because it is literally.
It's not gonna stop.
It sounds insane, but this shitting stuff, it's like basically gaslighting because a person tells you, "Hey, I think the game is quite good, right? It's not as bad, right? We're talking season 1 here, right? Tekken 8 season 1." And then the people tell him, "No, you're shitting the game." They are literally saying, "Hey, you don't actually feel that way that you like this game. This is not actually your real feelings. It's not your real feelings. You don't like it. You don't play it on stream that much. You actually don't like it. You're just saying that." So that is actually what is called gaslighting, by the way. Like that is actual gaslighting if you say something like this.
I really tried to stay away from the Shill thing. I know I've used it before. I know I have. I must have. I don't remember where. I never used it on I don't believe I used it on FinnT. I don't think I ever have. I don't think I've ever used it on anyone in the Tekken community. But I have my suspicions of certain people. I'm not saying FinnT at all, but I do have my suspicions of certain people. But I can't prove it, so I don't say it. I just understand how public perception works. I understand you want opportunities from certain companies, you've got to talk a certain way. Like if you want to be one of the people that gets media access to the UFC, you better not catch Dana White talking shit about you. Because
I think
Sajam never changed his ways. Sajam never changed his ways.
Yeah, but
Sajam is about disproving it though, right?
Yeah, Sajam is such a massive like voice that maybe he didn't have to change his ways. But what were you saying, C4?
I was saying I don't think it's bad calling someone a shill. If that's what you think, if someone says, "Oh, I like season 2," "Oh, you're a shill," cool. How do I prove that I'm not? I think that's the most important part. I don't think it's that bad throwing that accusation out. But you have to allow the person to defend himself. You have to go, well, if you, I don't know, really like stupid example, if you tweet out this season's shit, then I'll believe that you're not a shill because that would go against an action of a shill, right?
Yeah, I mean,
but I don't think this is allowed. Like, no one's getting allowed to disprove the accusation.
That's not
of the
true. It's
shill.
just some people don't want to like have the conversation with the people accusing them. They just want to stay in their echo chambers, which is fine. Like I get it. Someone's throwing. Levying accusations at you. I get why you don't want to talk to them, but someone mentioned True Underdog in the chat, and yeah, I said to True Underdog that you should be able to understand why people think you are, and I felt like he proved to me he's not, which he didn't have to do. Right. He didn't have to, but I feel like he did. He came on the podcast. We had like a 4-hour discussion, and I felt like he provided enough reasoning for me to say, okay, that was wrong for me to even insinuate that. I'll walk that back. And now me and True Underdog are friends. Like we chat in private DMs or whatever. And I'm sure at some point he'll come back on. But I think that's how he handled it was a rare case. Most of the time in this whole like situation with Spag and FinnT, I don't know how they're going to prove it. I don't even know if they care enough to prove it.
Look, I have to say something to this because Spag, I said it in my video, I cannot overlook the fact that yes, the tweet about communication, don't know. Is he stupid? I don't know. What the fuck is he doing? What the fuck is he saying? I would say that to his face. But what someone cannot overlook is the fact that we had the Heat Speaks, right? He hosted that shit. And there were people on there trashing this game day in, day out from literally the first Heat Speak onwards. And he had full control who comes on there, who goes there. It's basically his brand. What happens there is also being associated with him. So that he allows that to happen time and time again. That Joker sits there and says, casino, dog shit. Kokoma says this is a game for basically clowns. Nice says you have to turn your brain on. I can't see it. And it goes to a degree. I have seen people call K-Wiz a shill. K-Wiz. who is right now at the edge of his mental sanity with this game, and who has, I will just point this out, if you are negative about the game and you highlight things about the game that are objectively really bad as a product, right? That is the opposite of what a shill would do.
Yeah.
Now, even in Tekken 7, he has, in chat, people know this, right? Maybe you've seen it as well, maybe, Mike, cheating, what was it called? Fraud of destruction? Like Tekken fraud, what is it? The fraud series. Basically, since Tekken 7, K-Wiz makes videos about people who cheat in this game.
Yeah.
Right.
And he made it in Tekken 8 as well, time and time and time again. So if you highlight things like this and you talk about these problems like K-Wiz, and I see him, the same crowd, accusing him of being a shill. Like it goes way. It's. And again, I'm not a fan of the word in general because the word literally means you are behind the scenes getting money to promote a product without a customer or your audience knowing it.
Well, for me, it's just a bit of a waste of time because even if they are, how does it change what I'm talking about? Like, I don't see the benefit in me saying you're a shill. It doesn't change anything. Like, the point is that I have a problem with the argument being made, and if I know what I'm talking about, I should be able to dispel the argument without throwing accusations their way that I can't prove. So when people are like, they're saying to people, "Oh, you're a shill, you're a shill," okay, even if they've got money being put in their pockets, if you can't make your argument about throwing insults or accusations at someone, then it doesn't really matter if they're a shill. You don't really belong in the conversation. So that's the way I look at it, which is why I've tried to be really careful with saying that word. I've said to people before, you should understand why you look like a shill based on something they might have said, because of people are levying certain accusations against them. Like I had the whole thing with Pig of the Hut where he was saying that people's names should be put on a list so that they can never get opportunities from NRS or Warner Brothers. And he was talking about like me and Tom and some other creators. And I was like, that seems like a pretty shitty thing to do. Like, I don't know if you are, but that seems like
Tweedy accuse you of the negative MK video? That was the opposite direction, right? Tweedy, he accuse you, Mike, of like, oh yeah, he's negative about MK because it makes a good buck for him. Like, it's the same logic.
Tweedy accused me of making content that is negative to make money. But I called Tweedy out on that, and I said we can open up our ad revenue in front of everyone and we can see what videos have made the most. And because he didn't want to join the live stream, I did a video about it, and I showed them the videos that made the most money at the time when Tweedy was accusing me was Sparking Zero videos. Sparking Zero videos made me a lot of money, and they were all positive videos, apart from one of them where I was like calling out what happened in the tournament and saying that we need to fix the game. And he said I do streams based on negativity. The biggest streams that I did at the time were anime streams again, and they made the most money. So he did what a lot of people I guess are doing to FinnT, where it's like you don't have any proof, and I'm happy to provide that proof. I don't shy away from like, oh, you know, just like I made a fair amount of money.
Who knows?
On this
Maybe VF is already paying you behind the scenes to trash on MK or something, right? Prove it.
Well, I think.
But the thing is, I don't care to prove. If someone thinks that I'm a paid shill, okay, and what? Like, I don't. What am I? Who am I proving it to? What do I have to? I can't prove it. So it's a waste of my time. I'm not going to do something that wastes my time.
Just to flip it around on Mike, you know when you were saying, when you was talking about, I forgot. Go Finn. I'll remember in a minute.
Okay, let me just because I want to be on tape saying this publicly. This shill stuff is mega stupid because did the shilling help against the negative review bombing in Genmaji? Did the amount of shilling that goes on, did that help against the review bombing right now? Did any amount of shilling pump up the player base? If anything, guys,
did the opposite.
If you buy the game, right? The shilling, these guys, FinnT, main man, whoever you want to accuse you of this, the people they speak to, the audience, the people they get hurt by, they are already Tekken players. It doesn't even make any sense. Anyone who already has the product, they know TMM then, after they bought the product. You're not watching TMM or FinnT if you're not a Tekken player. Shut up. You're not.
That's what I was going to say.
So who are they even shilling to? No amount of shilling. And no amount of shilling will make you believe a bad game is good. No amount of shilling will do that to you. What is even the use of it? What is the you know what I mean? What is the effect of it? If you look, I think
you'd be surprised about influencers' powers, bro.
I think for people people that don't know anything about Tekken, when they type in Tekken stuff, they'll get the biggest creators. And if the biggest creator is literally lying to stay in the good graces of said company, that can actually have an effect. I'm not saying they're doing that, but that can happen.
I want to say that we have not an example of someone doing this because, I mean, look, but it's so, you can't win this battle. This is why I said not you, but like in the video, I said, I'm so tired of this topic because you can't win. Because then you're like, hey, okay, what about TMM's video here about first off, he addressed, I think, the cheating. He said something about it. What about the 20 minutes here about how shit season 2 is? And what about this other video here after season 2 dropped about stop removing defensive options, I think. What about the 17-hour stream FinnT did about the patch notes where he was crashing out, and then the 40-minute condensed version about why this is complete dog shit. And you point to those things. And then the people who call them shills will tell you, that is what a shill would do if he's a good shill, right? You seem like you have integrity, and you can't win. You can't win.
No, it's a fuck situation, because basically when you say someone's a shill, you're saying they're a liar. And then you've put them in a situation where they have to prove a negative, and no one can prove a negative. Well, look, I can't prove to you that the Loch Ness Monster doesn't exist. You can only prove that it does.
Yeah. Well, someone's in the chat saying that they bought Sparking Zero because I was shilling it. And I was bigging the game up before it came out because I'm a Dragon Ball fan, and I thought it was going to be really good. That was me being honest. I really did think it was going to be good. When it came out, I told everyone, look, this game's got a lot of problems. Maybe you shouldn't buy it. But that's not really shilling, because I wasn't lying. None of us knew what was going to happen to Sparking Zero when it came out. None of us knew. So that's a bit... That's not... I wouldn't use the word shill. Now, if Bandai Namco had me in the offices and I knew exactly what was going on, like I actually... Because there's people that go to the offices and they don't know other than what the task is that they've been given. So they don't actually know. But if I actually knew the game was going to come out in a fucking mess, and I still said to you guys, nah, it's fine, guys, buy it, then I would be a shill.
I think that's an important part. I think you have to be... I think to be an actual shill, to get the toxic part of the shill, you have to know that the product's shit and you're saying it's good. I think that's a really important part.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, this is like also... I've said this to Frame Whisperer in basically private. I will say it here again, because I want to be honest about shit. I have said to him, like, yeah, actually, you know what? Because I was really frustrated about certain shit. I said, you know what? Maybe I should have been more wary about the fact that if people have in the past received paychecks of Namco Bandai, we can all say about the Chipotle stuff with Anakin and FinnT, right? The Chipotle Corporation at like Evo and stuff. But it's like, I don't know. For me, I watched so many of their videos and so many takes of FinnT, I can't see any problems with it. And then I see how he reacts to season 2, and I'm like, yeah, he probably had the hardest crash out ever, and said, you know what, I take a literal break from this shit. So for me, it's like, I don't know, I don't want to, because it's tragic. It's tragic to see that it still doesn't stop, you know? It still doesn't stop. Because now everyone is like, you killed Tekken. And you know what? Watch your back if you go to offline FGC. I can't, bro. I can't.
All right, let me just...
It makes me really sad. It makes me really sad, because there was a time when Frame Whisperer and Main Man were doing shit together, you know?
Mike, can I ask you a quick question before you go to the Super Chat real quick?
Yeah.
I remember what it was now. You know, when you're talking about the people that are shills, and you were saying they should be able to understand why other people might think they are.
Yeah.
When you was talking about your content, do you feel that you understand why people think you're like a drama farm or whatever? Or do you actually think that they're crazy for thinking that?
No, I understand why. I completely understand why. I think because obviously I cover things surrounding the community, and they tend to be around drama. So attributing me to a drama farmer, I get why they say it. I don't think they're accurate. And even when they say stuff like, I bring people on here to cause chaos, they might tune into the chaotic part, but they don't stay for the conclusion where it's like everyone's getting along and we put our differences aside. They just look at the part they want to look at. And like, I've seen the things people say on Reddit, and I know that they watch portions of it, and then they build their whole narrative. I know how clip culture works, so I know why people say it. I disagree with them, but people are entitled to their opinions. I mean, most of the time when we bring people on to ask them, oh, why do you think this about me? Why do you think that? They end up just being like, oh, you know, blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, okay, great. And again, just yapping.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just thought I'd ask you because you were saying about the people that are being called a shill. I think a normal, maybe a knee-jerk reaction for most people is like, I'm defending this and not looking at it from an outside perspective that, okay, this action I did might look shillish, but you just go on the offense like, no, I'm not a fucking shill, and that obviously makes you look more defensive and it looks like you're covering something up. But yeah, if you can't prove that you're not a shill to someone who calls you a shill, it's like, yeah, it's just brain rot.
Yeah, I mean, I see the comments of people saying it about me. I've seen them on Reddit, and I've seen people say it. I've seen people not say my name, but you know when someone's talking about you, or talking about things that you operate in. And I always just say it's fine. It's their opinion. Like I don't need to defend myself from people that think that about me. They can think whatever they want. Because at the end of the day, I always invite people on to have a chat, and I'm always open to talking to people. And been doing this for what, 1.5 2 years now. And every time I bring someone on to talk about it, it's always the same response. Oh, well, didn't think that one through, or oh, I didn't know that. Or it's like, okay, and I don't even get angry at them. I'm like, okay, cool. I don't know what to say. Like, you just yapping as usual, So I
will say, like, super quick. I think you're in a really sick position in terms that you're not. I don't think you look at yourself like a brand, right?
No.
Yeah, where I think other people, they will go, well, even if this thing is untrue, this, like, I'm a drama farmer, but now sponsors are going to look at me like, oh, we don't want to do anything with this person. Do you know what I mean? You don't have that aspect on you where other content creators, commentators, influencers, whatever, even if the accusation's not true, they have to be super defensive because it's like you're almost fucking with their bag, throwing the accusation out, so they have to go like super hard to disprove it.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I've had sponsorship offers before, and I've had 2 sponsors so far. But I'm always open with the sponsors, the people that are sponsoring me, or like if they want to, I always say to them, I'm not gonna change what I'm saying. Like I'm not. Part of the fun is like being honest. It's a bit of an adventure. You don't really know what people are gonna say. If I just lie, like I'm curating my response because I know this is what's going to get me the best possible reaction, and I just don't. It's not fun that way. It's more fun if you just tell the truth. Maybe you'll get cussed out for it, but maybe something good will come from it. And so I've been open with sponsors. I've said to them, you can sponsor me, but I'm not changing the content I'm doing, and I'm definitely not going to lie about something. And I just don't take sponsors from brands I don't like anyway. So there's been quite a few. I mean, I haven't. Obviously, I won't say their names to just unnecessarily start some shit. But I've had emails from sponsors where I don't like the company, don't like the game, don't like the particular like. I've had hair care products of people saying to me, "Hey, do you wanna put this on your channel?" And I'm like, "Oh, I wouldn't use that shit in my hair, so I'm not putting that on here. Like, I'm not getting blamed for someone's hair falling out."
I respect it.
What's this person saying? My joystick is hard right now. I'm talking about you. Huh? What the fuck? Alright, you do your thing, bro. I don't play for that team, but you do your thing.
Immortal, why, bro, Jaden, come on here and tell that story, please. Can you come on and quickly tell that story, bro? I want to know that shit.
Where are your detractors? Was it only the one?
Well, look, it was mainly the one, but I hope that, because I told people like, hey, in comments, right? I said, Mike Hollow, move your bitch ass there, right? But I had him already confirmed, so that's why I told Mike about it, right? And that we can do it. But the other people that I called out didn't came.
Let me just read the other super chats. I don't know what this Skeever guy is going on about. He seems a little bit unhinged, but.
Yeah, this guy I want in here. Skeever, get in here.
I don't know, man. He just said
Immortal isn't bad. Okay, because
sus.
Did you see what Immortal? Can I say? I mean, he wrote it in the chat. I can say that, right?
Wait, let me just read these super chats first, and then you got can continue.
Okay, sorry, go.
Breaks Kid, thank you for the $5 donation. Yo, Finn, have you tried the No Heat Power Crush or tracking mod? It's sick. That mod does look very cool. I've heard a lot of positive things about it, but it's got absolutely no tracking. I saw people playing it and you can literally run circles around people. It does look cool though. I want to give it a try.
I've tried it. It's. I mean, I want to play Tekken 8, bro, not some custom mod. I want them to fix this game, or I will take them down. That's all
I
there is
don't
to it.
mind playing it, but I think I'm more interested in just I'm gonna get the Tekken Tag 2 thing working on the PC, and then I'll probably do some streams for it. God's Hammer, thank you for the $2. If he was to make an opinion, it would have weight. Not sure what that. Oh, I think you're talking about C4.
What was that? If
I
I had an opinion, it would hold weight.
Yeah, I think it's something to do with the Guilty Gear weight system. A joke, maybe. I'm not too sure. Maybe he can clarify in the comment section. Khans, thank you for the $2 donation, bro. You're more part of it than most of us. Yeah, you're not gonna escape us, bro. You're definitely part of the FGC.
Nah, bro. Check the bio. I'm a fighting game player. That's it.
Nah,
That's it.
Instant Messenger, thank you for the €5. To be fair, Tekken stole a lot of stuff from other IPs over the years. Really? What did it steal?
Yeah, they stole some. Although I don't know. Actually, I don't know.
I'm not too sure about it. Maybe you can elaborate on that, Instant Messenger. Lung Eater, that's a crazy name. Thank you for the $5. Been able to stop myself from being lazy and putting off productive tasks lately by imagining Mike saying lock in. So shouts to you for that, Mike. I had to do that to myself this morning to get up for the gym. Because I worked a long hour shift and I got a banging headache. But I had to lock in. Go in and get on the cross trainer. And Instant Messenger, thank you for the €10. The Tekken Tag 2 era gifted us the Pork Chop verse. Real Law rivalry. I missed
Real
that
Law,
shit,
yeah.
man. Yeah, that was some funny shit, man. That was really good.
That was some funny shit.
But yeah, sorry, go on.
Someone like, I mean, some people are like, Finn, do you think Fee joining a podcast here would even help? No, I don't. I don't know why he would do that, or like why he would see any need to do that. But he commented FDX commented under a video of mine, and you know, the immediate response was comments like saying, "Fuck off your shill and shit." And you know, I have to like go in there and literally tell people like, guys, can you please watch this video and this video? I even put timestamps in here and tell me where the shill part is, you fucking idiots. But again, you can't win. Again, you can't win because it's like, yeah, they are doing it to keep opportunities and they are just not really saying their real thoughts about the game because actually they think the game is bad, but they don't say that because it's their job and shit, blah, blah, blah. So you can't win anyways. So as soon as you are big enough, basically, you are an auto shill. Literally, as soon as you are big enough, you are an automatic auto shill. It is literally like that.
I think that's the only thing an honest shill can do. Because I don't think, you know, when we were saying to be an actual shill, you have to believe the product's bad and tell people it's good. I think a good shill will never say anything if it's bad. It's either radio silence or it's good. And you know, if they're not talking about it, they don't think it's good. I think that's a fair position for them to do.
But isn't shilling the act of doing something? If your radio is silent, are you really a shill?
A shill, per definition, actively promotes this shit in a positive light, even though it's like unknowingly from the customer. That's basically it. It doesn't even have to be a bad product. It just is unknowingly, actively from the customer. This is why I don't like this word that people use it, because that word has an actual definition, and that is not a good definition. That is like probably in Germany that is criminal to do, actually.
Because I think, like, I've done it a couple of times where someone, I think even in here, you ask me like, oh, do you like Strive? And I'll go like, I like watching Strive. Now that could look like I'm a shill, but I'm not going to say the game is bad. I'm just like lying by omission. I'm not saying it's not bad. I'm not saying it is bad, but I'm not saying anything about it. Would you not say that's that person's a shill? They might not be shilling, but that person would be a shill, right? Because they're not prepared to say it's a bad product.
For me personally, I have the autistic take on this. Unless you can, I don't care. Unless you literally come at me with like, hey, yeah, look here, this guy is behind the scenes receiving money from Namco Bandai because that is what a shill is. If we are not talking about that, then people shouldn't use the word shill. I'm just like that. I just vibe like this. Don't use the word.
I think people should be a bit careful with saying grifter. They use grifter too much and shill. I think they should be a bit more selective with that. Finn, I've got a super chat here for you from God's Hammer. Thank you for the $5. It said, do you think the community should find the bugs? I'm of the mindset we should not, and we shouldn't do the work for them.
The bugs?
Yeah, as in like when they roll out a game, should it be our jobs to find what all the bugs are and report back to them, or should they do further testing? I think.
I mean, I would think a good thing would be a closed private test RAM where they go out to the pro players or like to a. I mean, you have all the statistics, right? About who is a high level player and who plays the game a lot. Like Koenji, for example, he's in the chat. Like this guy, right? If you put people like Koenji and stuff, if you put them on this shit for like a solid month or something and they have to sign NDAs, then it, if that is the question, then we wouldn't have to deal with bugs like this.
Randy the GOAT. He helped mod Marvel Beyond.
Oh, really?
They do that?
Yep. The Maximilian thing.
Yeah, I see people call him Max a shill, but I don't think Max is a shill. I think people use that word. They use that word way too much, man. Like grifter and shill, people get called that way too often.
And sorry, go on.
I was going to say, is there another super chat? So I was going to ask about the Tekken mod.
No, there's not another super chat.
Real quick to both of you, do you care enough about the World Tour that you could be happy just playing the mod? Because I feel the only reason you wouldn't like use the mod as like the base game is because you care about the World Tour.
No,
or is that not right?
I have no interest in the World Tour. I'm just here to have fun with the community. So I'm happy to go back to Tag 2 and stay there exclusively. I haven't played Season 2 of anyone outside that. I played Ranked for 40 minutes to get an understanding of what was going on. But I haven't streamed Season 2, haven't played it. I know some idiot was saying Mike's still playing Season 2, he's part of the problem. I don't even know where he saw that. There's no footage online of me doing that. So I'm happy to stay on Tekken 7 or go back to 5 or 6 or Tag 2 or play the mod. I'm not really interested in the Tekken World Tour like that. I'm not going to compete.
Okay, what about you, Finn?
Man, I just want my good ass fucking tournament Tekken back. I don't know what to say. Like, I want them to it's not even about me. I want them to change this shit. I want them to they have to change it. I cannot deal with it. You can't tell me that for the next how many maybe months or maybe years I have to watch this kind of pro Tekken. I cannot deal with it. That is what motivated me in the first place to get. I can't. I will burn it all down. That is my take.
So this happened a little bit with Dragon Ball, where a lot of people were concerned because the mods came out, like the community mods came out just before the World Tour was about to finish, and a lot of people were like, "This is like really bad," because what you've done is you've drawn the players that are in the World Tour that don't like the game because of the patch. They're gonna play the mod. Then when it comes to the World Tour, the level of game is going to be bad because they're not going to care because they don't want to play this version of the game. And kind of like what Mike's saying, I think if you're not competing in the World Tour, you play the best version of your game, which would probably be the mod. Well, it would be closer to the version of the game you like, because it seems like the community's all on the same page when it comes to what makes Tekken. So the mod will be closer to what you like.
Yeah.
So to Finn, it's like, why would you not just play the mod?
Yeah, but like I don't like them saying that with the Dragon Ball mod is, to me, it's like you're adults. Like if you're competing in the Tekken World Tour, what are you complaining about? And also, it's not just for you guys; it's for everyone that likes Dragon Ball. So don't play it. Like you want me to release a mod, not release a mod just because you got a tournament coming out? That's tough shit. If you want to play it, play it. If you don't, you don't. The world don't revolve around tournament players.
Yeah, I know when so in Marvel Infinite, when Max did his mods, the Beyond mods, there was a little bit, because I say little because there wasn't that many people, but I was a bit like, this could be bad because the community's so small. Then you're going to split them because in America, for some reason, they still play on console. Obviously, you can't get the mod on console, so you're going to half the niche group. Yeah. Obviously, Tekken doesn't have that problem, right?
Well, I mean,
does it? I was about to say not on the same scale. Like
not on the
with
same
MBCI,
scale.
It's like 20 people divided by 2.
Yeah,
because
not on that scale.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, if the mod was the like preferred version of the game, you would probably leave out some people that only have it on console, right? But would that be a problem, do you think?
Nah, I mean, again, like they have full autonomy over what they're doing. Like if you're a tournament player, then don't play it. Like use common sense. But for the rest of us that actually just want to have fun, and we're not worried about money or status within the scene, I think that you release the mod whenever you want, whether it's the day of the tournament or a week before. And I think it's good because the community is much bigger than just the pro players. They're a very small section of it. And at the end of the day, Bandai Namco is going to want sales. And one of the things, actually, funnily enough that you bring that up, is I was getting criticism. I was getting called hateful for saying that the mod is good and that Tekken 8...
Wait, what?
But yeah, so there was a dude on Twitter called Tiger Mask, I think. And
This guy.
Yeah, it's some of the most dumb takes I've ever read. But one of them was that he was saying that I'm part of the reason that FinnT would be getting this sort of abuse. And I kept on asking for receipts. I kept saying, show me, what did I do to get FinnT have hate levied his way? And what he came up with was, I went through your page for 2 seconds and you're already bitching about Tekken 8. And I said to him, yeah, about a game. What's that got to do with FinnT? And he took a screenshot of me saying that Bandai Namco should package Tekken Tag 2 and Tekken 6 and Tekken 5 because people are emulating them anyway and they can't make money from it. So if your community is being split anyway, make some money on it, do what you're doing with Soul Calibur, and give it basic online like they're doing it for the Switch, and then everyone wins. And also maybe pay attention to the mod because people are receiving the mod really well. And this guy was like, that's hate. And I was like, what the fuck? So
can you get this? Can you tell this guy to maybe visit the stream once?
I told him to. He said that he's not interested.
Fucking son of a fucking weak ass. Goddamn.
It's okay, like it's fine. He's not interested because it's such clownish remarks to make that of course he's not going to show up. He's just going to get cooked for saying something stupid like that. But I think that, you know, like, if the mod is speaking to the community, then the community is bigger than just the pro players, and we should be allowed to enjoy the game irrespective of when their season starts.
Yeah. And for me, it's hell. For me, it's hell to see it. For me, it's hell. Even season 1, I kind of grew to enjoy because I was obviously already seeing the potential and like, hey, we obviously will have a better season 2, right? And you know, I went, bro, you don't know what I'm suffering, man. I rewatched online tournaments. Like I rewatched even like TNS and stuff to like get a good understanding of like when I dabbled into Ling, of, you know, P-Ling, for example, and I watched Jorets, the Kuwaiti Ling player. You know, and now tournament play is just dog shit. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it.
Yeah, I can't.
They're taking. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it.
Do you think you could? Do you think you could see yourself making content like the guides for helping players in the mod, Finn? If the mod was good and you
that is a good question. That is a good question. Yeah, if enough people play it, I already got contacted about the mod or about making a version of Tekken that are a lot of people interested. I even have like plans. I mean, Koenji knows about something. I contacted him quite a while ago. I still haven't forgotten about it, Koenji. I will, when the time comes, tackle this project seriously. But I don't know if this mod should actually get, you know, all power to them. I think like, no, I don't want to abandon the ship. I'm not giving Namco Bandai this shit for free.
Not the ship again.
They can take it from me. You know what I mean? Namco Bandai can take Tekken from me out of my cold dead hands. But I will not go easily. Because look, we already live with a game that is unstable on PC, right? All of this shit. We live with a subpar netcode. You know what I mean? We were patient for a whole ass year. All the pros, all the high level people. This is the worst point, C4. Not to go back to the season 2 drama, but it's one of the worst points that all of the high level audience constantly gave them feedback, and they have received it. In the Evo Tekken talk, they literally say, we know that the veteran player base, aka the most dedicated people, are very unhappy right now, but we don't give a shit. So, you know, I just wish they would make the official version a little bit, you know, maybe don't go to the one extreme so far, you know.
Yeah, it is. I've got a Superchat here as well, saying faking instant message for the 5 years. It says, "Have you seen the Capcom collection update? You literally choose which update version you want to play. I wish Bandai would consider that stuff. It would be nice, wouldn't it?
I think Street Fighter 4 did that as well, didn't it?
Yep, they let
Yeah,
you
the
cycle
addition-
through.
Yeah. I think in Street Fighter 4, when you picked your character, you could pick the edition of that character.
Yeah.
So you could play AE, Ultra, Hyper, Rainbow, whatever edition you wanted of that character.
Yeah, I don't know why Harada won't or Bandai Namco are saying no to it, because people are not playing their game. Tekken 8, I went onto Steam to look at the player numbers. It was at an all-time low. It was just above 3,000. I've never seen Tekken 8 dip below 2,000, and that should be ringing alarm bells. And if people are losing faith in the new product and they want to play the old product in a convenient way, I don't see why you wouldn't give people a convenient way to play them. Like, why are you being so stubborn? They're doing it for Soul Calibur 2, and I'm happy for that. I don't think anyone particularly asked for it, but I ain't going to complain. But people are asking for Tekken 8 to get this, and they're saying, nah, like, there's already ways to play it. That was literally Harada's response. There's already ways to play it.
Wait, but what? Do you mean to the old? Do you mean to Tekken Tag Tournament 2 and shit on?
Yeah, to Tekken Tag 2, 5, and 6. He replied to someone and said, there's already ways to access them if you want to play them. I was like, bro,
Yeah.
like, what the fuck kind of response is that? Look at Capcom. Yeah, we can access their games if we want, but it's nice and convenient to get a collection going.
I mean, Capcom could also have thought about, equipping maybe a re-release of Street Fighter 4 with insane netcode. I mean, there are also, I think, reasons why they don't want to do that. Maybe.
There's probably going to come a time when they do, but for Street Fighter 4, I don't think it's completely necessary now, since they re-released it on PS4 and you can get it on the PlayStation Network. So it's
Yeah, but there's shit netcode.
They could update the netcode. I don't know if, like, the thing is, Street Fighter 6 is doing so well. It's like, why would
Yeah,
you
you
bother?
don't. Yeah, why would be bothered? Yeah, it's. Oh god, it's just someone asked, like, what would it take, Finn, for you to finally give up hope on Tekken 8? Bro, Frame Whisper said it. He had the right. Frame Whisper said to me, like, he had the right assessment. He said, bro, Finn is so fucking angry. Then he laughed, and then he said he's going down with this ship. Yeah, fucking right, I am. So nothing. I want to see either this shit burn or them to do. People need to be here to witness, right? People need to be either here to witness the complete downfall of this, or the 1% chance, the 0.1% chance that Tekken 8 will rise like a phoenix out of this ash. 0.1% chance. Am I a shill now for saying that? That there's a 0.1% chance?
No.
I'm saying that.
There's nothing wrong with saying that. I mean, at the end of the day, his player base is being split anyway. So if he wants to be stubborn, it's up to him. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, I was streaming Tekken 8 for a whole year. I ain't streamed it once since Season 2 came out. And I'm not going to until they fix it. And I don't think they will. And so it won't be streamed. And a lot of people have jumped off. If it was me, I'd be like, right, we fucked up. But the Tekken people still want to play Tekken. So, like, just give us the game that we're asking for. You already made it. Just fucking package it. That's all you gotta do. Seems like a simple fix to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, bro, if you were telling me right now, hey, here's an edition of Tekken 5 DR with a sick, better practice mode, better netcode, and a good ranked environment, or even the ranked environment they have, it's very hardcore. I would take that, bro. I would play this game right now. But the truth is, that game, it doesn't matter if you use the mod or parsec or whatever, it's fucking horrible to play, man. The delay is insane.
What game is that?
And I'm a human at the end of the day, This shit is like, you don't go back to fucking 2007 netcode, bro.
Yeah, even the netcode on this game, like on ranked,
Even on this game.
Yeah, bro, it's disastrous. Like, and it takes forever to load. That's why a lot of people don't want to sit and play it, because it's like, I can't get a match on ranked. When I do, it's lagging. And when I connect to my friends, I mean, the lobby system is not great. So there's a lot of reasons why people are like, hey, can you update the old ones? Like, or could you just give them good netcode? You haven't even got to necessarily change anything. But he wants to be stubborn about it, so, if he wants to watch his ship go down, I say let him.
Personally, would you, in a perfect world, like, pretend we're just before Season 2, would you prefer Tekken to be more like have a higher mastery ceiling or skill ceiling, so the top players seem to enjoy the game more, or would you want the game to have elements that made the franchise get more players?
You go first.
It's a hard question. I feel like they found a good balance with Tekken 7, and I don't know where the line is specifically because I'm sure there's more things you could probably do to help new players, but you got to be so careful with this franchise. Like, I don't think removing legacy mechanics helps the veteran players, but I don't think adding extra mechanics in to help the new players is particularly bad. It just depends on what you add. Unfortunately, what they've added is not good. It doesn't actually help them at all. So, I don't know.
Let me give this up real quick, Finn. So in Guilty Gear, when I was playing Guilty Gear, when they announced Strive, I was like, I want this iteration of Guilty Gear to be harder than Rev. I want to sink all my life into this one game, be the very best on some Ash Ketchum shit. And then when Strive came out, I was like, oh, this game isn't difficult enough. There's not much of a challenge in there for me. But I'm happy that more people are playing. And then my perspective on the franchise changed. I was more happy that more people were playing the game than I had a game that I really liked, because I was like, I'll just go back to Rev if I really cared. So
I mean, I also
would you prefer,
really,
like, personally, like you?
I don't know.
I
don't know. I was really happy to see Tekken 8 pick up in popularity because arguably, with all the context you have to add to the PC version, which is the only numbers we have, it did pretty well. But you know, Gian is now here to tell us maybe about the numbers. But it gets apparent that with now, like, a lot of major content creators like Ty, for example, the Brian player, or Misplay Stuff, or Mirio, he dropped Misplay Stuff, now plays all Tekkens. Lisa, sorry, I think it's better to call her Lisa. It just goes off the mouth better, or off the rolls of the tongue better. But Ty, yesterday, Ty made a charity stream playing Tekken 5 DR, you know? So with all of that going on, I hope that Namco receives the message and now really has to shift into a different gear of like, okay, maybe we made the biggest mistake. Let's try to somehow fix this. But I think this also marks the end of any debate or something ever Detractors, because we had one and now it turned into this. So Gian, or Mike, I give it over to you to introduce whatever.
Yeah, go on, John.
Hello, guys. How's it going?
Howdy.
I'm good. So yeah, we were talking about the numbers, guys. So yesterday, I literally was looking at the numbers, and because this is something that I've been always doing since Tekken 8 came out, and like the craziest thing about Tekken 8 and the saddest thing about Tekken 8 in all season 1, not even talking about season 2, just in all season 1, is that the game never picked up momentum. It's always been losing momentum, not just at the beginning, but throughout the whole 15 months. Even if you go to take as reference Tekken 8, if you go to take as reference Tekken 7 or Street Fighter 6, you can see how obviously the games, they have the big release and then they drop, but then slowly they start to pick up momentums and the average player base rises.
I don't know. We only have Tekken 7 as a comparison, right?
No, but you can take Street Fighter as well as an example, man. Just talking proportional, no raw numbers. Talking proportional. The games.
Okay, but Street Fighter 6 is a casual game, bro. They put modern mode into it and shit, right? Don't think that is comparable. You should stay with Tekken 8 and Tekken 7, no?
Well, Tekken 8 doesn't want to be a casual game.
Huh?
Is it not?
That is it not Tekken 8 a casual game as well?
It's a party game. It's not a casual game. It's a party game.
Party game is a casual game, man. Come on.
Bro, I think you should. Look, I told you this in the past, right? The Street Fighter 6 comparison is really bad, because if you want to have those numbers, then put modern mode into the game and shit. You want that?
No, I think that they want, they both had the same target. They just try to achieve it in different ways, and one is working, one is not. Very simple.
Because they have put modern controls in there, and they have really a really simple system in Street Fighter 6. Really simple. You can learn the game in a few hours.
Yeah, but that's exactly the point. It's like they wanted to appeal to casual audience to increase their numbers, and one actually found a way to do it, and Tekken did
Tekken 8 it says work. We still have more numbers than Tekken 7 ever had. Still.
Man, the numbers are crossing, fine. They're starting to crossing.
They are starting. They are starting, Gian, and I hope it happens. Sorry, go on with the number. Sorry, I don't want to
No,
interrupt you, but I'm just-
no. That's really like now, like this month, the average player is probably gonna be just above the 3 months the Tekken 7 at best, and it's because the spike of season 2, and that's it. That's what is gonna save this month. Because
you mean with the on the average number still? It's
of
gonna
the
save
average,
this
yeah,
month?
I'm talking the average. I'm not talking the peak. I'm not talking the peak. The peak number is very interesting as well because the peak number now is just basically people that you can clearly see that the spike is just people that is doing the daily mission to get the battle pass, and that's it. Because then the game drops.
True.
That's
This
it.
is why I told them, right?
That's
If they
why
want
the people is
to
logging
save
in.
something like this, they should make the best battle pass ever, because then people would still continue. You know what I mean? Like they.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
and I honestly, the problem with this game is that it's cooked. I don't see this game coming back. What you were saying earlier, it's like you said there is a 0.1% of this game coming back.
I believe in that. I believe in the
don't believe in that
0.1.
because I don't believe in that. I believe that the only solution that they have is that to revert the patch, and they will not. Because
the
there
thing
will
is,
be-
I know that
on a business standpoint, you are leading an office, and you will say that basically 6 months of worth of investments of all your departments, apart for the animation one, but partially, is wasted.
well, we
And
don't know
they-
how expensive it. I
They
mean,
will not see.
okay,
They will
look.
not-
The problem is, do you know why I want to believe in it? Do you know why I want to believe in it? Because the worst case now, or like not the worst case, but because it's a bad case. So if this shit happens, right? If the prophecy is correct, and now player numbers in the next 2-3 months will go really down, right? If this happens, the reasonable assumption of Namco Bandai would be, hey, we fucked up. Let's drop the ship. And they're just pulling the plug, saying, okay, no season 3, right? What Frame Whisperer prophesized. No season 3. Fuck this Tekken 8 project. We are pulling the plug, right? And then we're gonna wait, I don't know how many years for a next Tekken entry, and we are sitting here with the Tekken that right now has the best netcode until now in an unplayable dogshit state. I don't want that to happen. And then what is possibly gonna happen is they're gonna scale down for the next entry, which I would honestly prefer. If they do that, and maybe go with a more to the grounds, right, boots on the ground direction. But I don't want to see this case. I don't want to see the case. But it is probably going to happen if they can't turn this ship around. And I am as doomer as you when I look at this patch and what they have done. But I still, the worst case is so bad for me to accept.
Well,
Didn't
I don't want to
Tekken have
accept
a
it either.
roadmap?
I'm being realistic. I don't want to accept it.
What do you
either.
say, C4? It's a roadmap.
Did Tekken have a roadmap? Like,
No,
No.
we never had one.
oh,
In
so you
season-
just seat of your pants. When they drop a season, they drop a season. That's,
Yeah.
When they drop a season, we have a roadmap for that season. That is what they're gonna do. If there's a season 3, we don't know. Tekken 7 was completely improvised. Season 1 was the only thing that was guaranteed, but the game did so well that they did like basically 5 seasons in total.
Yeah, that's why season 2, the one with all the legacy character, right? Am I correct?
Yeah. Season 2 as well.
Season 2, they basically put back is the biggest season pass, and it's because contains all the legacy characters. That were
6
cut
characters.
because they didn't have money, and they are all legacy. Is Julia,
Anna.
Lei, Anna. It's Marduk. I missed a couple, but it's only legacy character because basically they literally said we are bringing back the characters that.
The emergency
in-game.
patch notes are up.
What?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, well-
Koenji just told me.
Wow.
NG, and can you describe it with one sentence?
Short.
do the gladiator thumbs up or thumbs down?
Yeah. By the way, guys, I bought a PS3 just to let you know.
You did what?
I bought a PS3.
You bought a PS3?
Yeah,
Oh.
because I wanted to play DR, and my potato
Retro
PC
gamer.
would not survive.
Where can I get the emergency patch, Gwenji? Where can I see that?
That's how much I love this game at the moment.
DR's
And-
definitely like DR for me. I think DR is my third favorite Tekken game. I think Tag 2 is my favorite, 6 is my second favorite, and then DR.
But that's the point. Like, as someone that lived as a casual for until basically Tekken 7 is where I discovered frames. But I love the franchise and I have hundreds and hundreds of hours. I really think that Tekken always allowed you to play it as a casual. And even if you were playing online, when I played like my first,
Okay,
the
guys,
first
wait.
season
I
of-
need to interrupt. This is really important. Did you read the balance adjustment shit?
No, can you read it
No.
out to us? And then after you finish reading it, I've got Crying Wolf. He wants to come in here and talk about.
Okay, no, sorry.
Shill
So Gian, then
accusations.
first finish your thought, Gian. Sorry.
No, it's very quick. I just make an instance with Low. I think I made it in the past. Tekken always allowed you to basically play casual without giving you all the things they gives you now. So if you were playing Low in Tekken 7, you could get Half-Life combos without using DSS. You could get all that stuff without using DSS. You couldn't be a super high technical Low player, but you could play Low and get to decent ranks. That's the point. The game was allowing you that. It's just that the philosophy now is to give everything to everyone, not just as mechanics.
now-
Everyone needs to be everything needs to be accessible. There is no skill ceiling anymore. There is not.
Well,
that
that is probably
And
not
that
going to
takes-
change, bro.
But that takes away the fidelization with the game.
Well,
You don't
let
play.
me read you.
You don't. Okay, go ahead.
Let me read you the
sounds-
balance adjustment policies for version 2.00002. The development team acknowledges, so for the people in who listen, right? The development team acknowledges that following the season 2 version 2 update, the overall game balance has shifted too heavily towards offense. We sincerely apologize that the actual balance changes did not align with the development intentions and policy previously communicated to players. We deeply regret not being able to address the improvements and adjustments that the community had hoped for. Moving forward, we are committed to distinguishing between issues that can be addressed quickly and issues that require more time and community feedback for proper review. We will implement a step-by-step update process to improve the game experience. In this upcoming update, we will fix known issues and begin a balance review based on the following policy. The patch notes for blah 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 are scheduled to be released shortly before the update. Okay, so now they list the step-by-step update process to improve the game experience. 1. Increase the maximum health value to help mitigate situations where matches are decided through overly one-sided momentum.
Oh, for
In light of the
fuck's
current, in light of the
fuck you're
current,
doing.
What
In
did
light of
we
the-
say, bro? What did we
Yeah.
say last time? Don't increase their health. That's not a. I hate to be that guy where it's like, oh, Mike, you're complaining again. But what did we say?
yeah.
Don't increase their health. You're just at. Okay, do you know what? Continue.
Where is
In
the
light-
0.1% now?
In light of the current damage environment trending toward inflation driven by offense-heavy game balance and increased aerial combo damage, the maximum health value will be increased. This adjustment is intended to ease situations where matches are too easily decided by one-sided momentum. Number 2, gradual adjustments to overly high reward moves. This update addresses the overall inflation of attack strength and combo damage by implementing adjustments that can be done quickly to moves that provide excessive reward. We recognize this as an game-wide issue rather than a problem limited to specific characters. Yeah, because you made it that problem, but okay. And we plan to continue reviewing and tuning these aspects progressively. Okay. Examples of adjustments included in this update: balance adjustments to high performance moves that can repeatedly create advantageous situations and lead to one-sided gameplay. Adjustments to move with disproportionately high reward compared to their risk, ensuring fairer risk-reward balance. Okay, sounds good. Number 3, rebalancing the offense and defensive aspects of the heat system. Currently, the benefits gained by the attacking player through the heat system are considered too great. The following adjustments have been made. Revise damage scaling when using heat dash to suppress combo damage inflation. Adjusted frame advantage on hit for heat engagers. Maintaining benefits for the attacker while allowing the defender more opportunities to respond. I wonder if they say how much plus it is now. Additionally, adjustments have been made to chip damage as follows. Reduced additional chip damage during heat. So they once again reduced it, or now finally reduced it. Changed the system so that moves which already deal chip damage do not receive extra chip damage while in heat state. Future updates will also include adjustments to the amount of chip damage dealt by individual moves. Then the last point is future balance adjustments. In the next update planned for mid-May, adjustments will include reducing air combo damage and re-evaluating the performance of heat burst. Additionally, we continue to review issues that could not be addressed in this update, such as moves that consistently create advantageous situation leading to one-sided matches, attacks with disproportionately high reward relative to their risk. Moving forward, we remain committed to the incorporating player feedback and will focus on resolving cases of overly blah 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 yada yada. We have listened to you. Is about well, that is what they are telling us. Yeah. Okay.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And wait,
I mean-
anything else?
Did that not sound good?
Anything else in
Yes, but it needs to be seen how much of it is in the game, you know? Like, it needs to be seen how much, because how they said we're gonna address this shit, but we are dealing with +6 on block, homing mids into mix,
Okay,
so...
wait, Finn, we gotta talk about the first point. They've increased the health. What was
Yeah.
the one thing we said don't
increase
do?
the health.
Do not increase the health. That is not going to fix the issue. That is going to That's not even going to alleviate the issues. That's going
Doesn't
to
make the gameplay look better, yeah. It doesn't make the gameplay
What
look
does
better.
increasing health do? Don't you
You
think
know
that
what it
sounds like
does?
it's going to kill poking even more?
You know what it does?
Yeah.
Is
Like
the
afterwards.
easiest solution to a problem that should be addressed by every single character, because every single character has got too much damage. So the
Yeah.
easiest solution, you just increase the health, and it just is again the same. You have a problem, you patch it for all. You don't individually address. And now, to be honest, now is the one which I don't agree with this, because they created this problem. Now they're in the shit. They had to swim out of it. But now I can see why they do it. Like, now I can clearly see why they're doing this kind of adjustment. And this is the way this is the modus operandi. This is their MO. They create a fucking massive problem, and they just solve it with, well, what
With
is
a
not the
band-aid.
solution.
They put a band-aid on top.
But these old things that you read, man, is a band-aid, because they clearly all the nerfs are individual little nerfs on what are mechanical problems. They are nerfing the chip damage so much because the chip damage is not working. They are nerfing so much heat because heat is not working.
Yeah,
And that's
he's
the
right.
point. It's like, is he ever gonna work? It looks like it's a failing system. Like, you have to change, instead of just nerfing what you implemented, you have to revisit what you implemented. Like the idea that you said, Mike, of heat engagers actually make like heat being a meter that you earn, and the heat engagers giving you chunks of meat until you can activate it once, is actually something that Arsenal himself said in the Hit Speak at Spag. I haven't finished the podcast today.
Yeah.
And it's actually a good idea. And that's kind of a mechanical change that might solve the problem.
It would also
Because
make the game feel fresh, you know? We would
Yeah.
turn it on and be like, hey, we have to earn our power-ups. I'd be
I mean,
like,
everyone
okay, cool.
said that even before launch. People said
Yeah,
that they should do
everyone
this.
said it. Like, and if you implement that change now, I would actually want to turn on Tekken 8 to be like, okay, this is a different game. This is not the same game now. But what they've done is prove that the new mechanics are not good, because, like you said, they're just trying to nerf them into the ground. So why are they there in the first place?
Exactly.
They have created this wound, and now they are instead of like doing like legit work to close this wound, they're just putting a bandage on top of it and see if, hey, maybe it's good enough. You know?
Do you know what else? Yeah, is that like I need to see this in motion, because the Tekken team lost my trust with the stuff that they've done recently. So
Definitely.
they're saying, yeah, we're listening, but the first point was clearly an indication they're not listening, because we specifically said, I mean, I know Nee made the suggestion initially on Twitter, and I think he got a lot of blowback for that as well. And they were like, no, this is not a solution to this is just a band-aid, essentially. It's a plaster. It's not what's going to fix the issue. We'll see in it. We'll see what they do. I don't want to like start saying shit too early before the patch is even out, but it sounds like we're going to have an emergency patch for the emergency patch at this rate.
I can't really see the release date. Is it today?
If they release the patch notes, it's usually... Well, I'll check Steam charts to see if the server are down.
Like Central CEST is Europe, right? That is Europe time.
Central
European?
No, GMT
Yeah.
is Europe, no?
CEST.
CEST,
Isn't it-
yeah, I think it's Central Europe. It's like
So then they say like
+1.
April 15, 2 a.m., which would mean like right now, basically they are patching the game right now, yeah?
Yeah.
April
Well,
17th.
okay.
2 days, yeah.
2 days, okay. Yeah, it's
April
it's up.
15th, like that's right
What's
now. It should be right
bad
now.
about the health increase? Because that seems like instead of going
because-
through each move and scaling the damage down, it makes more sense to just go health up instead of damage down.
The interactions are so dog shit that the only what you achieve with it is that you play more dog shit interactions,
Yeah.
but the interactions are the problem.
Exactly. Like all they've done is left us in mud for longer. Like they didn't fix the problem. The problem with Tekken 8 is that is exactly it. It's the interactions. And I even said this to someone earlier. It's the damage is like a byproduct of that. It's how we get there, which is the problem in Tekken 8. So I'm gonna wait to see what they've done because I don't want to like talk about something I haven't played or seen myself. But it doesn't sound particularly appetizing to somebody that was already pissed off. And you want to talk about listening to the community? I'm pretty sure we almost unanimously said, please don't do that. And they did it anyway. So it's like...
It is the easiest. It is okay, but to be
It's
okay.
the only easy solution
I can't believe that I will now suck their cock. But
Sloppy top.
they set emergency, right? So they basically said, hey, it's gonna be an emergency band-aid. We fucked up so hard. I mean, it is disgusting that this is even happening. That they like basically, it's so bad, bro. I'm literally ashamed.
We don't need easy fixes to a big problem. We need long, drawn out. We need them to come to conclusions that are going to affect this game's longevity, and in a good way. We do not need them to slap a plaster on something because that dam is going to break. It's going to break.
I mean, they said they want to do other things. So
plaster, guys, come on.
It sounded like they said they're going to decrease the advantage on heat engage on hit.
Yeah.
Which
on
is,
hit, yeah.
I thought it would have been on block.
No, on block it would be heat. On block it would be heat dash.
Yeah, no, the engager is the universal plus 17. But
so
again,
they already said that. Like they already said they're gonna do that in the last in the patch notes they gave us before season 2 dropped, where they gave us the first band-aid because everyone lost their shit because of the Tekken talk. They said in May they are gonna change the advantage on heat engagers. But again, I told people they are only going to make it plus 10, so then you can deal with plus 10 heat engage. Yeah, thumbs up.
What's
nothing
the
has
point?
really changed.
Yeah, exactly.
I can tell if Immortal is still in chat. Immortal, I hope your Raven survives, bro. I hope Raven survives. But yeah.
I mean, guys, it's like now like after 1 year that we said plus 17 is too much, they dropped the plus 17 plus 10. But I played Brian for 1 day, and I know that I can do plus 10 hit engager into plus 7 on block, into plus 7 on block, into plus 5 hit dash, into plus 7 on block, into probably plus 4.
Yeah, that sentence makes me want to vomit.
Man, and I played 2 days of season 2. That's what you can literally do, and with Brian, and
you can do that. Yeah,
there are more egregious shit that you can do in this game than this.
Just before we continue. Let me just read out this super chat quickly. Instant messenger, thank you for the €10. Tekken reminds me a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh, to be honest. Legacy players had the time of their lives with barely any shortcuts. Nowadays, the game is over before it even started, thanks to the casual community. I did hear that Yu-Gi-Oh went through it as well.
Yu-Gi-Oh is a madness.
I heard it's
mad, but
bro, you can have one turn. That one person has one turn. It will take 10 minutes, and you just insta lose.
That's mad.
I saw the memes.
It's not great.
Saw the shorts with the memes of someone started the game and one says no hand traps and the other one just show the opponent the hand and okay game.
Yeah, that's true. But someone said, guys, did I read this out terribly because someone said we're in like exclamation marks. This guy reads. Like did I read it?
No, you read it perfectly.
Yeah.
Audiobook level.
I mean, I'm not a native English speaker.
Oh wow! I was in awe.
This is a sad state.
You owe me awe. If you know, this is an insider. You owe me awe because I'm the Great Dragon, like in Red Dragon, the guy who.
Yeah, I know that.
Did any one of you watch the only tournament I think that there was, like TNS in?
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
I watched a match and then I went to see. Without checking, there was Joy Fury. I went to check. Was Joy Fury in finals, or was Joe Crash? I don't remember. It was I
haven't even watched that much. I think it was probably. It could have been Joy Fury. He had a good.
No, I skipped to the finals, knowing there would be one of the two of them.
Have you guys? Have you guys heard the rumor that they're dumbing it down or keeping it like this because of the Switch 2?
What?
I heard it, but is there any proof of this, or is it just a rumor? Because I don't see any reason why a complex game shouldn't exist on Switch 2. Like, I don't know why you would dumb it down for the Mario Kart idiots. Yeah, why? But why would you? I don't get it.
I'm one of those guys.
The real card players, they play CTR.
Like, what I don't
More
understand,
technical.
is that who the fuck is buying Street Fighter and Tekken on the Switch? Like, be for real. I know they've
People
put
that
Street
test it
Fighter on.
already.
I know they've put them on there, but do you really think they're gonna sell units like that? Does
So
anyone
Street
really
Fighter
think-
6 comes to Switch too.
Yeah, Street Fighter
All of
6
them,
is
all the
on-
modern games are on it. Strive's on it as well. They're the big.
Well,
like,
I mean, look,
they got
I
like
would say
UFC fighters to fucking promote it.
Like Strive is one. Strive and Street Fighter 6, I believe instantly because of how they were hardware designed. Right, there's a PS4 version of Street Fighter 6, but Tekken 8 looks so like Unreal 5. Is the Switch 2 that powerful? Because usually
Switch
Switch
2 is pretty-
Nintendo consoles are not.
4K, so
Yeah.
Is upscaled 4K. Is 1080p.
But it
It's
doesn't have the
1080p
hardware
with,
power to like. I mean, they're gonna.
It
that's
has
gonna probably be-
it has DLSS, so actually it can.
So the Tekken 8 is gonna look not that sick on Switch 2 probably, but
look, I played Switch 2 the other day. All the games look beautiful. Like they really look
Where?
good.
How? Where?
There was an event in central London. They had it there for 4 days. You got to play
Oh, I
Mario
didn't
Kart.
know.
You got to play Mario Kart, Hades, Street Fighter 6, Yakuza 0, Metroid Prime 4, Donkey Kong, Bonanza, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and then they had some of the GameCube games like Wind Waker there. You could see what they look like.
I want to
Those-
ask you something, Mike, about this.
Yeah.
Is it only me, or is it every time a new Nintendo console comes out and people are like, "Hey, what are you playing on that?" And it's like just old fucking games that get released. Like, it's weird to me.
Yeah, I mean, one
Not
of the
anymore.
selling points for me is Soul Calibur 2's coming out of it. So I'm like, yeah, a lot.
I,
of it.
but why would you like to play Soul Calibur 2 on that console? Isn't that a 25-year-old game?
Yeah, but Soul Calibur 2 is one of the best fighting games ever made. So, and it's
It doesn't have like rollback netcode and shit.
I
like,
think they're
does
giving
it
it
have-
a proper netcode. So, I mean, that's the only
It's
place
so
I'm gonna
sweet.
get my fix. So,
No, wait. It's not re-emulated. It's not the emulated from Switch. That from GameCube.
what Soul?
The one that
Yeah,
you-
it's the one with Link. So,
No, I know, but they are not re-releasing Soul Calibur 2 for Switch 2. They are just releasing it on the emulator.
Yeah, it's emulator.
Yeah,
Same
whatever,
with
as
Pokemon
long as I
Coliseum
can-
and stuff.
yeah, as long as I can play it with online, then I'm good.
And I don't.
They were
Yeah, they
saying
must
that
do online.
they were
must do
saying there
online.
that it's gonna have online. So,
Okay, cool. Then fine. Because if it's emulated, it's gonna be the same game that was on GameCube. I don't know if he had GameCube.
Yeah, I had it on
I
GameCube.
didn't have a GameCube, so I don't know if he had online already or not. The time because in Italy we didn't have internet at the time yet. So
no, well, I never played it online then, but I was told there that it was gonna have online, and so was
Okay.
F0, and I was like, okay, I'm good, I'll get it.
fair.
Bro, it
Fair.
has Link in Soul Calibur 2. Bro, I
Actually-
played Soul Calibur 2 once, bro. But like as a fucking small kid, man.
Something very interesting to Tekken and handle console. Like I had Tekken Dark Resurrection on PSP, and that stuff was goated. So if the game gets released well, fighting games can work very well on handle console. But the niche they are gonna get is very much the casual one, or people that buys it a second or third copy.
And they put
Mostly.
Tekken 7 on there with like rollback insane netcode and
No,
Insta
because
rematch?
they will have to change everything on everything, and Bandai doesn't care about even just updating the previous game. They literally told, like Arada literally told you, yeah, you don't like it, go to play the old Tekkens, and I had to go literally eBay to buy a PlayStation 3 to play the old Tekken, because you cannot play the old Tekkens.
Do you think
You
they'll
can play
ever
the
do a
PSP or
re-release?
Tekken 6.
You ever think they'll do a re-release of 7 because it's got like Negan from The Walking Dead and Noctis? Do you think there'll ever be like licensing issues like there was with Gone?
No, that's the same reason that why they cannot. They stated in the past they cannot do a re-release of Tekken 3 because of Gon. Because Gon is a guest character from a manga.
Yeah,
They
that's
can
what
just
I'm
release it
saying.
without the character, no?
They could do a re-release without the character basically, but for so far they cannot do a one-on-one re-release with the character. I mean, I honestly now with the knowledge that I have now of how they communicate so well, I really think there's just another excuse to say no, we don't plan to release that, and we tell you this excuse so you can all say, oh, that's why we cannot release it. So that's it. I honestly lost any trust in them and whatever they say. I'm just gonna react to the fact and what they give me. Really is.
I mean, at least they apologized, yeah?
did
Man,
say sorry.
how many times they apologized? Wait, that tomorrow they retract the patch, the patch notes. Come on, how many times they? Man, I was the one. If you go on my channel, you see the video that says that speaks about the Arada tweet and all the things, the apology and everything is said. This gives credibility to the company. This basically buys them time until season 2 to bring things right and to make things correct. You know, they acknowledge the mistake they have done. They see that they were going in the wrong direction, and now they're going in the right direction. This is what they said. And now season 2 is out. I'm sorry. Fuck.
But you know what I miss in there? I miss in there something like, hey guys, to tell you we are really sorry about this. You're all getting the current battle pass for free. And here's, by the way, a new sandal for your Lily feet. Enjoy. Like, where's the free microtransaction? Why do I not get a free haircut or something?
You know why? No, I can tell you. I said it as well in that video, actually, why they gave you that 500 coin. You know why they gave you that 500 coin? And I said it as well in that video, that this is a win-win for Bandai at the end of the day. Because at the end of the day, the public opinion was like, no, at the end, they gave you the 500 coin, they gave you basically the battle pass for free. As long as you buy the battle pass only, you're always going to have your battle pass now. Okay? Which is true. And on top of that, is a win-win, because now people is not hating them anymore because of the Gemaji Temple. And still the Gemaji Temple is not included in the season pass, so you still have to buy it. I still had to buy my Gemaji Temple on the side. So at the end of the day, they're still milking money out of the Gemaji Temple.
You know, they're not doing what you guys asked though. Like in terms of say sorry and start to revert back the shit that you did in season 2.
Yeah, bro. Do you know but C4? Do you know what the worst part about this shit is? If they go back to season 1, it's still not good.
Yeah, there was the reason that we kept on playing season 1 is that we could see a glimmer of hope, and we were like, they'll steer this ship in the right direction. It'll be okay. But going back to season 1 is like going back to a mess as well. Like we were staying hopeful because we were like, season 2 is the proper release, season 1's arcade. That was the cope, right? But now we've just gone back to arcade release, so we still got a problem. So either way, this situation is really bad. Is it better if they go back to season 1? Yes. Is it good though? Definitely not. Like this whole situation is bad.
You know why it would be better for me? It's like it is first admitted a mistake, which is something that would be honestly very good. It would be just like the real way to say we apologize. Is not increase the health bar. Is actually retracting the patch. But on top of that, is like it will make the issue that is the game, the balancing that is the game, way more fixable.
I mean, now you have your answer, though, right? They are not going to take.
No, they're not going. I knew that was the glimmer of hope. I get it, yes, but I knew they would have never done it because, on a business standpoint, is like just admitting a money loss like this. At the end, you can still say that okay, this money that we invested, we can still make them worth in the long game because we can still pull out something out of it, which they will not. But
let me
just
finish.
Before you go on, John.
Reverting to season 1 will make addressing the issue that the game has a way smaller task that is now, because the game now has exponentially more issues, especially because with all the moves that they added, it's not just that the game is unbalanced as hell, it's just that it's buggy as hell now. There are so many things that we haven't seen as well. There's so many problems that it requires at least a full year of work. And maybe we are gonna get
this is the line now.
Also, just bear in mind, guys, that emergency patch did not mention Anna at all.
No, she's balanced.
Anna is a buggy mess right now.
Well, yeah. We will see if they do anything about it. I just want to quickly highlight 2 things that are really important to me. Do you guys remember the Genmaji apology, right? And it said in that apology that we are sorry for not meeting your expectations.
Yeah.
And you would think that, okay, that means they know our expectations, right? Otherwise they couldn't apologize for not meeting them. And they continue to not meet them. Well, in my world it does, but I would just maybe this is what I wanted to there I wanted to go C4, because they obviously still do not know our expectations, because C4, if you didn't know this about this whole season 2 drama, so you have to envision this. The patch releases, the season 2 patch releases, right? And I think it was not even 24 hours of this patch going live that they announced, guys, we are doing an emergency patch. How does this even work? Like you are putting this patch out. It doesn't take 24 hours for people to tell you that this is that bad because people telling them that we need an emergency patch. That is so crazy to me. This fact alone is so crazy. How? It doesn't matter, bro. These people, they can. Yeah.
I think because at the start, I think the loudest noise was people saying they didn't like it, and it's like, say it's your birthday, Finn, and I get you a chocolate bar, I get you a Twix. You can say, "Oh, I don't like fucking Twix. What you doing, dickhead?" And then I'll go, "Okay, cool. I know you don't like Twix, but I don't know what you actually like." I think that was the knee-jerk reaction for the. That's what it sounds like.
I mean, people went ham. Like that night when the patch note dropped, bro. People went. People.
But
just by reading it, people were completely aware what this what is going to happen now. Like it was crazy.
But to just connect to the analogy that C4 just made, you have to consider though that Finn has been telling you for a whole year that he doesn't like the Twix bar, and he's telling you that he prefers the Mars bar. But you anyway decided to buy him a Twix bar. That's the real point with the patch.
Even better. I told him, hey bro, I don't like Twix. Buy me a Snickers. Just buy me Snickers, bro.
Buy me a Mars. Buy me a Snickers.
And then
whatever.
you are getting me the Snickers I explicitly with like white chocolate or something, which I despise or something, right? You get me exactly that version, exactly this, in a double pack.
That's fair. I mean, it's only because obviously from outside, from what I saw, a lot of people were saying give constructive criticism, meaning that most criticism wasn't constructive. They were just saying they didn't like it.
No, that was cap, bro. So many people gave so much constructive criticism and they ignored us.
Guys,
that's fair.
It's getting like Concord now. I'm saying it not inside the office, but it's getting basically on a certain level, on a certain point of view, like Concord. And I have a full video recorded on this. I didn't release it because they pissed me off so much. They don't deserve all that attention. But
nice
if really,
Mike.
Huh?
Nothing.
If really Murray's been blocking people for as long.
Yeah, I said nice block on the snake. It was shit punished by.
Listen, I'm rusty on this game, man. Like, don't even come for me right now.
It doesn't deal well with Snake Edge.
Yeah, no, but I've forgotten everything. But yeah, go on. So
no, it's like if really Murray's been blocking people for as long and with the kind of criteria that he's using it. It's basically literally just deciding as being the one that proposed himself as the one that brings the feedback from the community to the developers. He basically just deciding which feedback, what to bring. And I'm not just to be clear, I'm not saying that the fault is Murray's. This is Murray's fault, and I don't know. We don't know for certain. But if he's the one that brings the feedback and he's really blocking basically 80% of the people that says something that is not in line with their vision, you are not bringing the feedback. You're just deciding to close an eye on all the feedbacks the community wants, and you want to keep on going with your vision, which is on a kind of same level but on a different field. What happened with Concord, where inside the office no one was allowed to express any concern about the game being actually not so good or anything, and then we see now it ended up being the biggest failure that basically Sony's ever had.
Concord had actual shills, like
actual
real life shills.
Concord is I mean, guys, we are a niche, like a niche in a niche. We are 3D fighting game talking here, so it's a niche into a niche. Let's be clear. It's like I went to look at the numbers of Monster Hunter that I play hours and hours now, and it's like, yeah, guys, we literally like a grain in the desert.
A niche in other genres, but in the genre, I don't think Tekken's a niche.
No.
You mean in the niche of 3D fighting games?
No. Okay.
No,
I would say in the niche of fighting games. I wouldn't add 3D. But...
Okay, in the niche of because there is no.
Yeah. I don't want to do the special thing, but I would say in fighting games, Tekken isn't a niche.
It's probably not. You're right. It's like
Tekken's a juggernaut.
Yeah, in fighting games, yeah. I wouldn't even add the 3D part. I wouldn't even add the 3D.
I also wouldn't. I mean, recently you just need to go on Steam and search by player numbers, and the only games you can play literally like right now, just hop in and play is 4 games. Right? It's just Guilty Gear, Street Fighter, MK, and Tekken.
Yeah, Granblue? I haven't looked at this.
Okay, sorry, Granblue as well. I need to add Granblue. Yeah, with the crossplay and stuff, you can actually right now just jump on it and play it. Yeah.
Alexis was asking, do we think season 2 was pre-planned? Yeah, obviously. Like,
Yeah, obviously.
we told them what we wanted. They
We
went in
hope
the
so.
opposite direction, so they
I better hope so.
Yeah, I hope so.
this was clearly planned. Like, they made whole new moves for the characters that was super oppressive. And I remember I was having this guy left a stupid comment on my video, right? You know, Lars has that buff to his stomp now in Heat,
Yeah.
and this lightning bolt
Yeah.
comes down. It's like a special mid,
Yeah.
isn't it? This guy's saying to me, "Oh, Mike, I'm tired of your fucking dooming all the time. That move is launch punishable." And I'm like, bro,
Yeah, bro. Oh
the
my
move
God.
has got a lightning bolt coming down. It's a special mid now. It's not punishable. And if you try to, they demonstrate Lars can just go for an orbital. This guy's there like, oh, I'm tired of your bullshit, man. That is punishable. Learn to play Tekken. I was just like, oh, fuck's sake. Of course it was planned. They planned all this dumb shit.
Yeah, they said that. Don't forget. Evo Tekken Talk, they literally said, we are aware, we don't want to generally change direction, but we are aware that a lot of the criticism and heavy criticism is coming from the veteran player base. They were completely aware of it. They told you that in your face.
They don't understand that. I think that what they don't understand, the biggest part they don't understand is that you don't need a crazy aggressive game for people to play aggressive. Because if you're a average, like below average, or just early average game player that plays only Tekken and is not a fighting game player that plays defense like crazy, it's just gonna mash buttons because there's play Tekken 7 in season 3 in red ranks. And people was just coming at you, always attacking. And you had character that would do very good in offense as well. Anyway, but I honestly think that really it's just that they don't have idea of what the Tekken community saw in Tekken in the past.
But if
Basically,
the
they don't know
casuals
what
were
Tekken
just
is.
pressing buttons,
No.
wouldn't that make this version of Tekken more fun for them? Because when they press buttons, when they're mashing uncontrollably, more things are happening.
You
More
could
plus
mash
frames, more
uncontrollably
damage.
in Tekken anyway. That's why people loved
Exactly.
Eddie so much.
Actually,
already-
no, because
You could
Sorry.
Tekken was like known for being the most casual friendly fighting game because when you get into it, yeah, it's difficult, but Tekken out of all of them, you can come in here and mash buttons and do crazy shit. You've always been able to.
Would I beat you if I mashed buttons with Eddie?
No, you won't beat me, but you'll beat your friends. Like you'll make your friend look stupid. And
Oh, sorry.
That's all they care
Wait, I
about.
should have said in 7, would I have more of a chance of beating you with Eddie than I do in 8?
No.
No.
No. The opposite.
No.
In 8,
No.
in 8, bro.
I've got more
Yeah,
chance to
more
beat you in
chance.
7 than 8.
No.
No,
The
no.
opposite.
Eight. With
Opposite.
Eddie, definitely an 8 because you can just press one button a lot of the time.
that was
But you can take any character in 7, and your chance of, or like your time investment in 7 would be absurd to literally consistently beat someone, as to like consistently beating them in the more closely to 50-50, actually, in Tekken 8, you know? Your time investment in Tekken 7 would have to be way harder.
Yeah,
Way
that's
more.
that's what I'm saying. So, like,
Yeah.
for casuals, this game is better.
No, but they
In
don't
terms
care
of
about
not
beating.
having to sync timing.
No.
It
But the thing is
it
that
depe-
they don't care about beating players like me. They're not interested. Like that's what I'm saying. Like every single casual Tekken player I know that just tunes in every now and then, they don't care about beating intermediate to high level players. They just want to have some fun with their friends. That's the thing.
I don't know. If I beat you, I'd be tweeting about it, brother. I'd be very happy.
Oh my God.
I honestly think that here the focus is the focus that is wrong because the appealing to the casual. The topic is that the appealing to the casual comes through the victory, while it's not just the victory, is the experience as well.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
now Tekken 8, the big problem of Tekken 8 is that it has one-sided experience.
Oh yeah.
One person only is having fun. In Tekken 7,
But it shifts, right?
But
We are shifting single player blows, right?
Yeah, I was about to say it must go backwards and forwards.
Yeah, but it's not enjoyable. This is the problem. Like it's the thing is, Gian, you wanted to say the same thing, right?
Yeah,
Gian,
just-
tell him
I just
about
want-
like that. It's also on the aggression side. It's so easy and brain dead, and always the same sequences that you don't even feel fun doing it to an opponent. You don't even feel fun doing. Okay, now I do this. I'm
feel
plus. All right, he has no
reward.
other option. He's gonna hold it. I go heat dash. All right, next mix up. You know, it's so streamlined and samey for almost every single character in the game.
I
And
think
it's crazy.
But
Do
it's
you remember when we spoke about like once you know about frame data, you can't go back to like a true mindset of a casual? I think if we didn't know about if we didn't know all the ins and outs, a casual player would be happy more with the wins than how they're winning. Not justifying it, I'm just saying, because when I remember when I first played Street Fighter 4, I didn't care how I won. I cared that I did win. And then when I learned frame data, it was like, okay, now I want to win in a very specific way. And I think most modern mechanics are that. They are, this is like 2 buttons and you activate the most insane neutral skip, armor, invul plus frame move. You can't fuck it up. That's what modern moves are. Modern mechanics are, you cannot do it wrong. You cannot make it incorrect. You can't fuck it up. And casual, I'll do quotation marks. Casual players don't care how easy it is to do. They care about how often I can win. I don't think it's a good thing, but every game that's done it has succeeded.
Wait. So you can you repeat that? Like what they care about? Like, can you repeat that exact sentence? Like, I don't.
I think casuals, like pre-frame data casuals, like literally pre-frame data, they care about the winning, not how they win. How many times they can win? How many times they can go on ranked and get a win streak?
Okay. I wouldn't argue even, Gian. We all know that type of Tekken player, right? We all know that type of new age, or even in Tekken 7, these players existed.
Yeah, but for me, it's about perspective. It's like we are just separating basically competent player.
Oh my god, DNA plays the most flowcharty aspect. Pisses me off, man.
I see you suffering.
I might
He's just doing the same thing over and over again.
It's working because I can't remember how to play Marduk. I swear I'm going to switch to Feng and fuck him up in a minute.
So we are dividing the player base in 2 categories, which is knowing frame and not knowing frame. But it's not just like this. It's like, I think that the player base needs to be seen like more as a gradient. Okay, like a color gradient. It's not yin and yang, but it's a white that goes in back, and there is a lot of gray in between. Because I remember me in Tekken 7 is that my journey, they brought me to start to understand frames, and eventually I started to play with frames a lot more, with frame traps and everything. And there is all, you start with your basic punishes, then you learn frame traps, then you learn advantage and mental frames. So there is all the things that come, and it's a long journey, especially in Tekken, because there's so many moves. And I see your point, and it's true. What would be called in Tekken 7 a green rank, which is the 2 friends, they go to have a beer in the arcade and put 2 coins into the Tekken arcade machine and just slam the punch on the arcade machine. Yeah, they will just care about how they win. But that's not the majority of the Tekken community. The Tekken community, the player base is in the gradient. Because if you spend hours into the game, eventually you're going to end up as well to watch guides and everything, but you're not a super competent player that can set up traps, that can set up sidestep. You are not at that level. Okay, you understand what is a basic punish, you understand what is a plus frame, you understand definitely what is plus 17 in this game.
Well, I think I do agree with the gradient thing, but I feel this is where Tekken shoots itself in the foot, not in a bad way, where in other games you can go, I think most people learn in this way. They find out fundamentals, which is like frame data. Then they find a character. Then you learn your character. Then you understand, oh, my character loses to this. Then you learn matchups. Then you go, oh, I know my character can do this against this character, but I need to be at a high level to understand what my opponent's doing. Then you learn the player matchup, not just the character matchup, right? But with Tekken, because it's so hard to learn your character and other people's character, you're normally stuck in that gradient. Where in other games, you skip learning your character very fast, very, very fast. You learn your max damage, you learn your counter hit punish, you learn your anti-air. Boom, let me learn some matchup stuff. Let me learn that I can do this specific thing against this specific character.
Exactly. And
where the gradient in Tekken is, okay, I understand the fundamentals. It's not like other games. So that's already bigger. Like the fact that you can be neutral and block technically overheads / mids is different to other games. So you have to, if you played fighting games before, you have to rewire your brain. First of all.
I would agree completely with this. This is also why I don't get the focus that Bandai Namco now does on the gameplay, because what they introduce to the gameplay, it just where that really matters, where these situations are really, really fucked up, is at the highest level. You know, this is where they are at the most tragic. And for the lower level community, they don't win or lose because of that. They win or lose because they are in the gradient. They just don't. There comes a character they don't know, right? They just
you
lose.
are fucked. You are fucked. You. It must take so many. I want to say years.
Yeah. It does
to learn the game, and that means your character and everyone else's.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I don't mean to break up the convo, but Crying Wolf, I can't see your name on here, bro. I don't know what your Discord name is. I can't add you in here unless you tell me what your Discord name is, because it's hidden.
But you're right, and most players don't do that. Most players don't know even half of the cast. Really,
Tekken 8 blue ranks in season 1, they never reach Tekken 8. They never reach Tekken King. Okay, so rank 1.0, let's call it. They are mainly in the first phase of Tekken, when you say, okay, I want to get good, I learn the frames of my character. That's the point they are. Tekken is such a complex game, and then it's
the way you bypass that, though. You know the way you bypass that. You make your offense so good that you don't have to learn counterplay.
Yes. Exactly.
But then you create a problem, because they
not for the player, not for me, not for any player.
Let me finish. Not for every absolutely not for every player, absolutely. But so you get hooked by a gameplay loop, which is basically what creates player retention by creating joy into the player, by creating basically pleasure by playing. Okay. And if there is one thing that does not create it, is not making the player feel rewarded. Okay. When you play Tekken 8 now, if you are the defender, you feel like, and then I'm gonna go on the attacker as well. I'm gonna do both sides. If you are the defender and you defend well, you don't feel like, oh, I nailed the sidestep because I saw that he had that tendencies of doing that move that I could sidestep, or I reacted to that low that is fast but reactable and I get my punish. No, I guessed right. I flipped my coin and I guessed right eventually, after I was stand blocking for a million frames. And you don't feel rewarded, you feel lucky. If you are the offender, and you're trying to feel good at the game, not just winning, you want to feel good, you are not winning by ability, you're winning because at the same time,
that's subjective.
I know it's not for. I'm not saying it's for everyone. Also, but at the end of the day, you have to create a gameplay loop to create a game that works, that makes the majority of the people happy. And I've been saying this since season 1. This game is divisive, and this game now is no more divisive. This game is broken now.
I just want to let me make one. Vegas, like, people are happy with winning by luck or guessing.
By gambling. It's an addiction, right? We are addicted. We are fucking addicted.
Yeah.
I just want to say,
I didn't buy Tekken to play a coin flip machine. A lot of people didn't buy Tekken to play a coin flip machine.
Let me make one point.
I go to Vegas to play a coin.
I mean, you literally get loot boxes. Gamble. People love random shit. Yeah. Like, they do.
So you have a point. Okay, I can't deny this point. I can't get around this point. I don't even attack it because it is just a point. But I want to make one point. I think they are overestimating the existence of that audience. I do not think the audience is even there, because this game has sold many million copies. This game has sold 3+ million copies. It has. So how many players that bought the game, right? Or we can take any fighting game. How many that bought this game buy it to play ranked? Almost no one.
Really?
The
absolute majority of players who buy Tekken 8 have already dropped it, like over 90%, always, with every fighting game.
Look, the easier way to get that number is just go to look at the achievement of play your rank match.
Yeah, and even in Tekken 7, did you do that in Steam, bro? Did you see that where it's like 25% of all people who bought it like reached fucking like first dan or some shit? Like, people don't. Yeah. And so I think they are overestimating the existence of this audience. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
I understand what you're saying. I think what the difficulty with fighting games, really quick, actually, Alexia was saying, I think when you learn frame data, that's when you go beyond casual. Then you learn all the other stuff.
Yeah. Definitely.
But what I was going to say is, fighting games are in a really weird, like, uncanny valley where you have games like chess where there is no random elements. Like, the better player 99% of the time wins because they're just better and they don't have any factors going against them, like a comeback mechanic or RNG, right? Then
if they start wide,
yeah, and then you have like fighting games and like card games are almost in the same spot where games don't have actual RNG. Like very few games. There are some anime games where you have random projectiles that come out or whatever, but because you've got card games where there is RNG, but you feel you have control of the RNG, right? Because you create your deck, but what you draw is RNG, right? In fighting games, before you know frame data, you are RNGing because you don't think, oh, I'm doing this move to interrupt this slow starting move because you don't have that knowledge. You're in the realm of, I'm doing this and I hope it works. Casuals don't DP jump-ins, right? Until they learn frame data. So the casual people that we're talking about are those people that don't react or know how to punish. They're playing on the RNG factor. That's why they get super hyped when they win, because it's the loot box, like endorphins kicking in.
I don't even think they realize this shit. You know what I mean? I don't know how to say that, but I don't think like the ultra casual, because this is a problem, right? The ultra casual who plays this game, you don't see them because as soon as you are on YouTube and searching main man Sui, you are not a fucking casual anymore, in my opinion. As soon as you do that, you are not an ultra casual.
Do you think there's a difference between Main Man Sweden, like if Maximilian streams it? Do you think if you watch Maximilian,
maybe,
okay.
But I don't think a big one because, bro, if you know what, like when I was an ultra casual, right, an ultra casual playing Tekken, I still remember that. Bro, I didn't look at anything. I literally used Asuka's down 4 string, down back 3 string as a mix-up, even though I didn't even know it was called a mix-up, and it wasn't a mix-up, but I thought it was a mix-up, even though I didn't know what a mix-up was. You know what I mean? I was
guys,
that casual.
Can I just read out this super chat real quick, and then I kind of want to shift the conversation. I've got Crying Wolf in here, and from what I understand, your message to me was you want to support the Shill accusations.
Oh
yeah,
no, bro!
It's more bad than it seems.
Wait, before you do, let me just read out.
Shills, yeah.
Hold on, let me just read out this super chat. Instant messenger, thank you for the €5. Genuine question, guys. Why is Lay so overhated by people? I never understood it. Lay's overhated because people don't like fighting him. He's a nightmare to fight.
Yeah, he is a knowledge check. He's a big ass knowledge check. Meaning, if you have, there are knowledge check characters. Where everyone is in fighting games. Every character is a knowledge check, right? Every character.
Knowledge
but
check.
there is a difference between. There's a difference between, let's say, Kazuya and Lei Wulong. A big difference. That is it. It's just a big ass knowledge check. And
Lei's got like a million stances, right?
He's got like
a million stances.
I don't know. He probably has a
12 or 14.
Guys.
12
or 14 stances.
It's just insane. And he does, and the point is like he does evasive shit. And it's like the point is the stances he does as well, especially the lie down one. They're even mocking you from the way he looks and the sound he does. So it's like you really suffer when you get caught by the stuff. You die inside.
Yeah, good Lay will like have you pulling your hair out.
Yeah.
All right, so it's already 2 a.m. So I want to keep this as concise as possible, not too much rambling, guys.
Yeah.
So, Crying Wolf, what is the point you want to make?
Yeah, a point that I wanted to make is there are a lot of people that have working relations with the either developers, publishers, movie makers. Like calling people a shill, it's mostly a new thing that happened in Tekken. But in video game reviews, movie reviews, calling people shills was something that's old. Like we are all aware when I think it was in 2009 when that one video game journalist shat on Kane Lynch, the first game, and then he was basically blacklisted from everywhere because the developer was paying GameSpot. Yeah,
I remember that.
I think it's the same thing, but with Tekken creators. I haven't, I've been on stream making certain references to a few content creators, but I've never named names. and I don't agree with, for example, people attacking PDX. Like, PDX was one of the people that it didn't even make sense to attack him because he received zero benefits from anything related to Tekken. He didn't get free passes to events, he didn't, get interviews, he didn't get nothing. But with other people...
But who is a shill then? Like, who do you think is a shill? Do you think someone is a shill even?
I do think someone's a shill.
Okay, who?
Spec. But I'm not a shill
Why?
for the same reason.
Okay, why? What? Because you know what a shill means. A shill means he receives money without you knowing to promote the game in a good light. Okay, please provide me with
it doesn't need to be money. Are you aware of someone within hip hop?
This is the definition of shill. Sorry, then don't use the word. Don't use the word.
Yeah, I think you have
I'm aware more of it from like in the hip hop stuff.
Why you just glazing?
Like, for example, I wouldn't say glazing because if they said something bad, they'd lose on benefits such as interviews and such.
Why didn't
if you're a shill, you can't say anything bad because then you would not be shilling.
Yes.
Right?
I guess you'd say it's a pseudo shill more than that.
But I don't get it. But what about the Fakum Ram tweet? He did. Okay, he made this tweet. The tweet is up. Okay, fuck it.
Yeah.
He said that shit. So back then he wasn't a shill, even though he was already a commentator actively for Namco Bandai. So what was he back then? Not a shill, but now he is.
I wasn't supporting that because that shit is extremely hard to prove or disprove. I wasn't on board with what framed it, and I wasn't agreeing with it.
Okay, guys, I'm like in chat. I'm pedantic about the word shill because you wouldn't like someone calling you a murderer if you haven't actually killed someone but just beaten someone in what? Like, sorry.
It's just that.
Fine, Wolf. Right, can you tell us your definition of shill? So then we can just work with what you're saying.
Someone who has to be like not too negative because they lose out on a lot of benefits, such as being an announcer or such in video games.
Okay, so how can someone prove to you? How can someone prove to you that they're not a shill?
They can, but I wouldn't care if they're a shill or not. Like I would be making fun of them from time to time, but it wouldn't be like life or death for me.
Okay, but what? I know it doesn't have to be serious, but if you said, "Oh, C4, you're a shill," what could I do to show you that I'm not a shill, and you go, "Oh, I was wrong"? What would I have to do?
There would be nothing you could do most of the time.
That is a meaningless statement.
And that's an issue. Yeah, I'm aware of that, but everyone is entitled to his own opinion.
That means you're a shill, and you can't prove that you're not.
No, I can't. I'm a private citizen. I don't even have any fucking relations to any video.
I just asked you, how do I prove that I'm not a shill? And you said you can't.
Well, I could show you my bank.
I call you a shill, and you can't disprove that you're a shill.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
So we're all shills. Because someone said you're a shill, you must be a shill.
So in the is that in the capacity of the Heatspeak host? Is he then like suddenly he stops being a shill for those precise times to come off not as a shill? Yeah. Right, that is what he's doing, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But here's the thing: do you know why people call him a shill?
No.
Why? I can answer this, but please go.
Yeah. Yeah, do you remember that one time during Season 1 when he said the Tekken devs have great communication?
Yeah, we talked about that on stream even, yeah.
Yeah, that is the main reason people called him a shill for that. Because it was during one of the worst periods of Tekken and he was like...
there's one factor we can...
I don't know the English word for it.
Can I say real quick, out of all the scenes, I think Tekken does actually have the best communication. Because...
Yeah, but that's not a very high bar to clear, to be honest. Not a very high bar.
Capcom player, if they're talking to the Capcom head of Capcom, like, maybe MK's on that level with Red Boom, maybe. But other games do not have communication with the head dev guy.
C4.
That is very rare.
Can I just say I prefer not have communication by a very good game that getting lied all the times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think merely talking.
Because I don't think it's
It's like honestly,
there's talking, but everything happened is a lie.
But we are talking spag. It's like honestly, to me, the crazy thing that happened that when I hear these things, it's like, my point of view is really simple. It's like we all know that he's in a relationship with Bandai. We all know because he's probably one of the
Yeah.
he's the most important European figure as a commentator and everything. He's the one that pushed as well the
Yeah,
European
I know.
scene a lot. He organizes big tournaments as well because he's the one that organized the Red Bull Golden Letters, and he did a lot for the game. Okay, he did a lot for the game. And honestly, guys, what do you expect him to do? Do you expect him to go out raging this game is shit? Do you think this is how adult behaves in real life? Really? Because for me, if I see someone in his position, I will take his takes and what he says in different consideration, and that's it. But going and attacking him, I'm sorry, it's not different, but it's not different from having a fight with someone and then punching, just a verbal fighting with someone that he starts and then punching him back and thinking that you're right.
Yeah.
True,
Guys,
yeah.
it's very simple.
That's true.
Just be
but here's the
adults.
thing, there is different degrees of calling people chill. Like
Okay,
there are people
but
like that had
let
the FinnT thing. Go on.
I want to tell you something about Spag. Something that no one mentions, which is why I know that people possibly don't know Spag that well or listen to when he says something. There is a certain political topic which kicked off in. Well, do I go there? Yeah, well, okay, fuck it, I go there. So there's a certain political topic. Yes.
I don't know if you want to get into this.
Yeah, I'm aware.
No, I'm not gonna say anything to it. I'm just gonna say this. Spag had opinions about it, and he was open about it, and he stood for this, right? I don't say if this is my opinion or not my opinion, but I respect that someone stands for something, okay?
Yeah,
now,
but here's the thing. People are talking about
wait, I'm not done.
Blazing the game.
I'm not done. So he did that, and he stood by that, and that possibly, as far as I know, had some consequences for how long he was not a commentator or not contacted or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
So do we remember this? So I don't know. He has already proven, basically, hey, when it comes to like certain personal opinions of him, he basically doesn't give a fuck what Namco thinks about that, or if it's smart to like be political on certain things on stream, right? So is that is that shilling? If someone has balls like that.
You brought up a good point, because that's something. I feel like I put that in a different area because I tend to separate real world stuff from video game stuff. But
I mean, he did that. You even knew about it.
Yeah, I knew.
I mean, I think he also didn't he have a shirt on?
In my memory.
I think he had a T-shirt on even with certain. It doesn't matter. The topic again. We are not talking about any judgment here. But if someone has a belief about something and is willing to go that far to say it out loud, even though maybe I don't agree with it or I do, it doesn't matter. If someone does that, I don't know, like, and the heat speak stuff, like, I just don't see it. This is just my thing. I just don't see it.
Yeah.
And it also diminishes
the.
I've got a question real quick. This is like jumping off of what Finn's saying, because he's talking about principles, right? Like, would a shill to be a shill? I feel you'd have to go against your principles, and I think Finn's saying that Spag did not do that. He stood on his principles.
I think he has principles.
All of his toes were on his principles, and he said, "I don't care." Even say, for example, say that he said, "I am a shill." I think that's honestly the best thing a shill can actually do. Say you're a shill, and then people can tell when not to believe you. But let's say that Spag said, "I'm a shill," straight up. But when the principle that he believed in came up and he went against his shilling, what would you say he's doing there? Would you still call him a shill if he stood in his principles that went against him shilling the game?
I'm guessing that.
Okay, wait, Wolf. Fuck it. Sorry, answer the question first. Sorry.
I guess there are some things that are like better than lying than about a game, but that's like looking looking at a bleak outlook. I think that I don't know.
I give you my last take on this. This is the last thing I'm ever going to say on this matter. First point is, I think it diminishes all the stuff that all those people did at a time where they didn't earn a cent from this. Mainman 3 does this shit for 17 years. He did shit for this game where it was expensive to buy a capture card, and he did that shit without any monetary value whatsoever. That's my first point. My second point is, when in regards specs specifically, just go and watch the most recent Heat Speak and just listen to him. Just listen to him when he formulates the questions and the intro to the next topic. He literally says, bro, what are they doing? They are literally implementing like non-Tekken shit. They are going far and far away. He like how you know what I mean? Like he literally trashes on season 2 ultra hard. Like he literally does. You can just listen to what he says. Did you watch the newest Heat Speak?
I don't watch him actually because I'm not interested.
Why not?
I'm gonna be honest.
That's literally.
Wait a minute.
that's
That's kind of crazy, though.
But what do you mean?
Wait, hold on a second. You called him a shill,
listen,
right? But you
listen.
don't watch his content.
Based on that one tweet.
Like, man,
Yeah,
that's like
but
probably.
No, but wait, hold on, stop. Like, wait, stop. If you're calling him a shill based off one tweet, you have no business being in this conversation, bro. I'm sorry. Someone can have a bad take. Someone can have a bad take, and you disagree with it. That doesn't make them a shill. If you don't even watch the man's content to disagree with him,
because here's the thing. Yeah.
What do you
mean?
I need to talk, man. Just give me a minute. I mainly looked at it as an extremely bleak point of view. I just saw that he was a commentator or a tournament organizer. Like, yeah, he had stuff to lose if he spoke out, so I just assumed.
Oh, bro, you can't be making assumptions like that.
No, you cannot.
I mean,
because you're making
that is the
accusations
point.
I
based
realize that, and I've been extremely wrong, you know, and I apologize.
I think
for
we are in a
looking
track
for it.
moment right now.
No, don't get in a track moment.
Wait, he did say he owned up to it. To be fair, he put his hands up and said, "Yeah, maybe I shouldn't say that." That's cool.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, don't.
I mean, I was like, every time I logged out, I just made fun of him a little. Oh, wait, give me a minute.
Like, Crime Wolf, really, this Heat Spec that we are talking about is probably around 15 hours of podcast, or 12, I don't remember. But it's like 4 episodes of 3 hours each, with creme de la creme of Tekken players. We are talking top of the Tekken players and commentators, and like between the most competent Tekken players you can have, and they all go there, and a turn they speak about the game, and usually a turn they say this game is shit in different ways. So yeah, that's something that you need to put in context if you want to say something like this about the person. It's very important.
Yeah.
That's the point. Like, I highly recommend you watch it because it's very interesting as well. Honestly.
One thing that I'm gonna say, like, from now it seems that it's just a regular difference of an opinion rather than, you know, him having stuff that he'd be afraid to lose from shitting on the game. But yeah, now, like, I feel like I've been, like, you know, when you, like, at school, where you'd, like, do something bad to someone, like, for example, you mishear them and just slap them and just regret it days later. Like, it feels like the same way.
I do that sometimes to people.
I think
this is how it feels. Yeah, like, because last time I was on my stream, I was like, at least you're not a TO shilling for the game to King J before leaving, and now it feels bad.
Is there like to Crown Wolf? Is there like a franchise? I think Finn and Michael talking about this earlier. Is there something that you're clearly biased about that you like so much that you would like never say anything bad about? Whether that be Tekken, another fighting game, or whatever.
I mean, if you were talking to me when I was 12, I would say probably Devil May Cry, but not anymore.
Okay, let's talk to. Actually, no, I'm not going to say let's talk to 12-year-old Crime Wolf. That's weird. Let's go back.
Okay.
That's definitely a good thing to say, isn't it?
But for this,
I'm
just going to demand one thing, then I'm going to shut up. But I'm the Great Dragon. Yeah. So the Great Dragon now demands a small word of like, "Hey, I'm sorry." Can you say that?
Who is the Great Dragon?
Me.
Who? Huh?
I am the Great Dragon. Just say. You know what? I'm this
the
stuff.
Great
Yeah,
Dragon.
Just say sorry. Just say sorry. Just say sorry. Just say sorry.
To you?
Yeah.
No, I didn't say anything wrong to you.
You insulted my intelligence.
I didn't insult your intelligence. I was
You
talking
did.
about
You came in
nothing.
here. I was giving you my resources. My mind was open to you, and then out of your mouth comes, "Yeah, I didn't even watch the guy." Can you imagine this? Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. Okay,
There
if you
is
don't
no
want to
insult to
apologize, it's fine.
intelligence. I
It's
was
fine,
wrong and I
fine.
admitted that. Not
If you're wrong and admitted, okay.
He kind of said sorry. It was it was
Yeah,
like
I said sorry to
the Tekken dev's apology.
I was going to
Yeah, but I
say
want a
that.
personal one. I'm the dragon.
I was literally
No.
going to say
It was
I
an
mean,
emergency
I
patch
was like
apology.
this with VDX, but I didn't like his content. But when I watched the streams, I actually liked him.
Why did you like his content?
It's just like I just watch him.
You
it's
didn't
just
watch it, right?
analytical. No, I
There's
did watch
no
it.
way.
No, it was just extremely analytical with no personality. But when I watched his streams, he's more into it. So I began watching him more.
Really?
Streams
I
more than
always got
streams.
that FinnT was pretty vibrant in his videos.
Vibrant
it's
is an
just like-
interesting word.
No, but if you
Vibrant.
look, if you,
He's just
if you-
like he just speaks about stuff and just leaves with no like. He's neutral in his videos.
Neutral. Did you see his reaction to Paul's patch notes?
no, but that's like that was
I
a
was
lie.
talking about during season 1, not now.
Hmm.
During like the early.
But it's true. When FinnT is playing, he shouts way more. It's way more.
Yeah,
Like,
I
just
love him.
same
He reminds
random
me of
shit.
Virus,
But the
but,
videos that he does
not
are very.
extreme.
It's not about no. It's like it's not true that he doesn't have personality. I don't agree with that. But like I see
his videos
what he's
not-
trying to say here, Crane
Yeah,
Wolf. Honestly,
yeah.
it's like FinnT's
Yeah.
video is because of the topic of the video. The topic of the video is really Tekken math 101. Most of the times you go there and he talks you frame and he's very analytical. He shows you how he analyzes the game, and well, it might not be the most. It's very interesting and everything, but it might not be the most spicy content you can see. The most like it's not him just shouting para pa pa pam when he does the new Steve string.
I think he's very.
Someone said
I
I'm
still
biased
find
about
him.
Reyna.
I think he's very entertaining, and the,
I like
the
him.
content that he does is very, in terms of guides or teaching people how to play the game, it's very, very well done, very informative. So, yeah, I mean, it would be kind of weird if he was being over the top in those videos anyway.
Absolutely, I agree.
What is placid? What does placid mean?
Calm.
Yeah, he's
Placid?
like chilled.
Yeah. I thought he said flaccid, but he
Yeah,
said
yeah,
placid.
not to be confused with flaccid.
That's different.
Oh look,
I thought it was like
Brian
sensitive,
Wolf,
like
Did you was you there when Chad was talking about Virtual Fighter on Mike's podcast?
I think I was there. Yeah.
I just wanted this is a problem I had when I
That
was
is a big VF shill, no?
This is what I'm getting at. So I had this problem when I was getting into Guilty Gear because my friends were saying, "Oh yeah, play this game, you'll really like it." Blah blah blah. Obviously, I know they're not getting paid, but they were talking like they were, and I think it's hard to sometimes distinguish between someone being a shill and someone who's passionate about the thing they like.
Passionate about it.
Yeah,
Because
I think
here's
it's
the thing.
hard to
There are
distinguish
people that
sometimes.
were like forgiving on Tekken 8 like too much, despite the issues being there, mainly because people thought that it would be like the first year of an arcade release and all that stuff. But then season 2 happened, so there's that. So
But-
now no one is holding back.
But
Wait,
even if something,
can I just
Yeah.
address something that's being mentioned in the chat? If someone likes Tekken 8 and they like the direction of Tekken 8, that doesn't necessarily make them a shill. And
You can
if
still have fun with the game, yeah.
if
No one is gonna
FinnT said
beat up
that
on it.
he liked the way the game was going, that doesn't make him a shill. You're using the word incorrectly. Because there were people that genuinely liked Mortal Kombat 1, like Sikander, for example. He
Who?
seems to genuinely like
True.
the game. And I wouldn't call him a shill for that just because I hate the game. That's kind of silly. So, yeah, saying that he is staying optimistic does not mean that he's a shill. You can stay
I mean, what
optimistic
more
for
can
the
you-
game. Well, I mean, we stayed
Has any
optimistic in
explained
season
it?
1, right? We tried.
Yeah.
we were all.
Well,
And
we
he
were
explained,
shilling.
Mike, he explained literally exactly why. He explained, what more can a
He
man
doesn't
do?
need to. Like, we all
Yeah.
stayed optimistic in season 1. We all hung on because we wanted
Yeah.
we wanted season 2 to be good. So by your logic, we were all shilling.
you know what's a
Even
better
though
example,
I'm,
Mike?
like, gonna
Tom
sell
Brady.
Tekken
Tom Brady
CD
now.
tomorrow.
Would anyone say Tom Brady now is a shill? After everything
Tom
he has
Brady
said
is
about
what we
MK.
all wish to be, just rich with not a care in the world and just argue online. That's how I want to be.
Yeah, no, Tom Brady is. I've seen obviously his latest tweets. I messaged him. I was like, "What you doing, bro? What's going on?" But
What happened?
he'll be on the
Wait, what
podcast on Thursday. I won't spoil that. We'll leave that for Thursday.
Wait.
But
Do you think it's a shill? You surely don't
no,
think
no,
it's a
no.
shill,
I don't
right?
think Tom's a shill.
Oh,
Of
okay.
course not,
Cool,
no.
cool. Yeah. But if you see his tweets, if we did like a
Wait, no,
if
you
we
are you
did a
kidding me?
crying wolf and just looked at his tweets from like the last couple of weeks,
You are
would
telling me
think-
Tom.
Oh, I'd be
Did
cancelled.
Tom turn on
Shouldn't I
MK,
say
right?
it?
A lot
He
of
thinks the
people
game's
is
good
doing
now.
it, I heard.
Yeah.
Did Tom turn on MK1?
Yeah,
and I
Tom-
didn't.
Tom thinks that MK1's in its best state and that it's playable now and that he's enjoying it.
So, but wait, he's only saying, hey, it's in its best state, which is right now, it is playable. That is what he's saying?
I think
Yeah.
I think there's a tweet. He
He
said
said
he
that
likes
on
playing the
stream.
game now.
Listen,
well,
I'm
he
not
said
gonna,
that
I'm
while
not,
ago.
I'm not gonna spoil anything. Tom's
You know
coming
what?
on Thursday. We've spoken in private before, so I'll let him.
Maybe-
Yeah, I'll see his Twitter.
That is
later.
what it takes, guys. That is what it takes to get me off of Tekken. You know what? Sikanda already called me a friend. I have him in Discord. I'm just gonna tell him, yeah, yo, bro, teach me sub in MK1. Fuck Tekken. You know?
That doesn't that give you hope? Like Tekken players, MK turn it around. MK got Tom Brady to like the game. Anything's
that is
possible.
actually, yeah,
Anything
that
is
is
possible.
Absolutely no.
anything is possible. If Tom Brady says, hey, bro, it is playable, bro, that, I mean, all right.
That
You know,
is.
And I'm someone who knows what he talks about. But I'm someone who were there at the worst podcast where literally he shed so hard on this game. I didn't even play it, right? I didn't even play MK1, but I heard this, you know. And when I played Baldur's Gate 3, so if he turns it on,
Inspiration.
man,
That's inspiration. That's literally Kingdom Hearts
inspiration.
level shit. Like,
yeah, that is Disney. That is Disney.
that's actually Disney.
This Disney is no more. It doesn't sound as nice probably as you want it to
let me-
sound anymore, man.
Let me just put this out there for the chat that are telling me, asking me to go back to MK1. I don't think you've been paying attention to what I've been saying. Mortal Kombat 1's foundation to me is not good. So yes, the game is in a much better state right now. That's undeniable. It's much better state and people are enjoying it more. But I don't like the design behind MK1. So no matter how much they fix it, no matter how much they upgrade characters or add things to the game, I will never like MK1. It's over.
Me and Mike have not had the cameo talk yet.
Can I just say?
Oh god, it's too late for that talk.
Yeah, not now,
We
not
will
now.
have that on Thursday.
Yeah,
Okay.
can I just say that literally this sentence that you just said, Mike, it really like you can just change the subject to Tekken. How much does it fit? Potentially.
Say that again, sir.
The sentence that you
foundation
just
of
said,
MK.
like the foundation of MK, just rethink about the same sentence, but just change the subject to Tekken.
Yeah.
How much potentially?
Well,
Could
the foundation is there because they've modded out a bunch of stuff we hated and we enjoyed playing it. So there is a road. I mean, even with the stuff in there, there's a road to them doing it in a way that we don't hate. Rage arts once per fight. Like, you can't use them every round. That would be great. Heat having to be earned. Toning down tracking moves and homing moves. Like, there's a road there. The foundation of Tekken 8 is good. That's why we held on hope in Season 1. Because we were like, there is something here. There is something exciting here. It's just being bloated by so much bullshit. With MK1, because people are asking me, oh, is Mike finally converted? No, I haven't. I'm saying that, yeah, Tekken's in a much worse state. But the fall from grace is a completely different level. I had Tekken.
Yeah, that is true. That is
I had
true.
Tekken on Mount Olympus. I never had MK on Mount Olympus. So even though MK fell off the cliff, it was already halfway down the cliff anyway. Tekken was right on top of the cliff. So even though my crash out on Tekken was worse because of what they did, Tekken was always well above most fighting games for me. So it was never in the same conversation.
Really
I would even
maybe
say that it's
Tekken.
probably objectively most fighting games. It's probably objectively true, yeah.
Yeah, Tekken's always been regarded super highly, so the crash out from the community has been really bad, but that's because where Tekken was how it was looked at. MK was coming off the back of MK11. Sales wise, MK11 did fantastic, but for like hardcore players or intermediate players, it was a bit lame. Like, it was a bit shit.
Yeah,
Especially coming from
Concord, yeah.
MKX, like it was a hard pass for me, but yeah, MK1's in a much better space. I'm very happy for them, but I would still rather be over here playing Tekken, not in its current state, but there is a road there. I can see them improving it. With MK1, it doesn't matter what they do to it. I will never want to play that game.
Damn.
Damn.
Oh.
Well, that's a mic drop, bro.
Sorry, there's no nice way to say it. Let me read this super
Maybe
chat.
Tom can convince you.
Clip
Yeah,
that.
Tom, let's see what Tom has to
Camille-
say. By the way, let
Yes,
me read out
Camille's
the
are
super
fun.
chat.
Assist is fun.
Instant messenger, thank you for the €5. Kingdom Hearts 2 final mix was peak. Fingers crossed for Kingdom Hearts 4. Final mix was
Yeah.
peak, but I don't have my hopes up after 3.
Oh God, you are a doomer, aren't you?
No, I mean, come on, man. The way 3 ended, like after we waited that long, after how good Dream Drop Distance was, like, come on, man.
It was
It terrible.
cleaned up. Wait. Okay, I agree it was terrible, but what it did is it cleaned up a lot of fluff that most people don't care about. Right? It cleaned up all the timelines, kind of, for the most part.
Bro,
It brought all the Kingdom Hearts story, like the side
gonna make me
quest of
crash
Kingdom
out.
Hearts together.
I'm gonna crash out.
I
You
don't
know
I-
how
I-
do you know
I-
how peak Kingdom Hearts 2 was? Yeah, like the Disney worlds alone was so good. The Disney worlds in this game were garbage, bro. They were lifeless, soulless garbage. And then on top of that, where was my reaction commands?
Pirates of the Caribbean was
Also,
actually the worst thing I've
didn't
ever seen.
Kingdom
That
Hearts
was
like redo development midway because
Kind
they
of, yeah.
changed engine or whatever.
Yeah, the rough development. It took so many years to come out. But
it's like
Square Enix,
perfect.
Square Enix apart Final Fantasy VII cannot do anything, guys.
I mean,
they
I
did
don't
Buzz
think it's a
Lightyear
hot
dirty,
take.
man.
Huh?
Yeah,
Never
I don't
forgive
think
him.
it's a hot take, but Square Enix hasn't done like something of extreme quality in like
No,
over
Final
20 years.
Fantasy VII is Final Fantasy VII is it's insanely good. So it's like Final Fantasy VII is always insanely good, and what they've done with the
You mean
franchise,
the
the
original
money
or
they're
the
doing. No, I'm
remakes?
talking about modern age. But if you talk that age, Square Enix was just cooking constantly.
I think
In
that
RPG especially.
Final Fantasy 4, 8, and 10 are my favorites, and the shame that
Final
they
Fantasy 4.
Or
Four
yeah,
is such.
man.
You say it every time, man. It's such a outtake. I haven't played the 4, but like,
is 10 the one with Tidus in it?
Yeah, that's the one.
yeah.
The one
Okay,
don't
that's
yes,
the only one I played. That one and the one with Thunder in it.
1991.
Lightning.
Holy
yeah,
shit.
Final Fantasy 4 is so old. It's like it's like the. It's so weird because people consider that generation of Final Fantasy 6 being the best one, as it is the bridge with old look but modern Final Fantasy with story and everything. But
I played Final Fantasy 4 on the DS when they remade it. I didn't play the original version.
I know which one you played. Okay,
yeah,
okay,
the
okay.
DS
okay.
version apparently was really well received, and it was a faithful like remake. But yeah, Cecil to me
the
was
3D
like,
remake, yeah?
yeah,
It's-
Cecil to me was he's such a good main character, and he can switch, to I think it's Dark Knight and Paladin, and the main villain, I think his name was Zemus or something like that. That shit was just cool, man. He looked so cool and threatening, and Final Fantasy 4 just had a great story.
Oh, look, I prefer. I think 9 is my favorite.
I've never
9
played a
is-
single one more than 2 hours.
That's the problem. It's like you didn't
I'm
even
close to you,
start
Finn.
it.
Severe time commitment.
Bro, I played 13 and I was just so wait,
Okay, that's
I played
not- that's-
13 and I
Everybody
saw
likes
this
13.
guy.
So,
He's
bro,
called
13
Snow.
sucks. Okay,
Man,
13 sucks.
13 is not like 13 is a curse.
Is that the Noctis one?
No,
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 so
no.
No,
Lightning.
that's
Oh.
the one with
Lightning,
the.
that's the
Oh,
Lightning
I played that one. That
Yeah.
was okay.
No,
I got to that Snow guy,
Okay.
this like emo guy, and then I turned the game off.
Listen,
who wants
Lightning, yeah. Let me tell you something about Lightning's game. People were gassed up because they were gooning off her, and the music was good. The gameplay
was
was
good.
not
It is.
good. The music in Final Fantasy 13 is some of the best in the whole franchise, but the gameplay is not good. It shouldn't take 4 hours for the game to get good. It should not take 4 hours for a game to get good. That is unacceptable. And I can
I mean,
turn on Yakuza and it's
Kingdom
good in
Hearts
first
does that.
fight.
That's
No,
thing
no,
with
no,
a
hold
lot
on,
of modern
hold on.
RPGs, to be honest.
Kingdom
I
Hearts
started
is
Yakuza, by the way.
20 hours to get through the prologue, and then the
Kingdom
game gets
Hearts
good.
is a 4-hour prologue. Let's be real. It's a
Yeah,
4-hour
but it's
tutorial that
good.
you're forced to engage in.
No. Wait, which Kingdom Hearts are we
Like
talking
we all
about here?
played Phantom Pain with that 1 hour
Two.
prologue where you just
Ah,
scroll on the floor.
Okay, wait, stop. Kingdom Hearts 2's its opening segment is goated. You're talking about, what was it called, the town? Was it Traverse Town?
Is Travis Town? No, that's the one with Cloud in it. It's the what is that town called? with the ice lollies, the
Yeah,
blue.
I know which one. The one with Roxas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Where's-
that was fun, man.
Was it?
I found that fun. Like, I really love the storytelling in that part and the friendship building, and then when you finally get to see Sora's body in that it's in that like tomb almost, and he awakens. I thought that intro was amazing.
I think the story building is cool, but it was a 4-hour tutorial on how
Twilight
to
Town.
swing a blade.
That was
Twilight Town.
Twilight Town.
Yeah.
That was great. That was great. So I ain't hearing that slander.
Mate, I'm on your side. I think I like Kingdom Hearts. You know the reason I played Final Fantasy 10 and 13 was because of Kingdom Hearts. I never played a Final Fantasy until I played Kingdom Hearts.
Oh really? Yeah, no. Final Fantasy. Kingdom Hearts 2 is one of the greatest games I've ever played in my life. Like, I would go as far as to say if you had to, you put a gun to my head and you were like, choose a game that is near perfect, I would choose Kingdom Hearts 2. If I'm being honest.
Would you shield for that?
You know,
I don't need to show for Kingdom Hearts 2. If you don't like Kingdom Hearts 2, you're either lying about playing it or you weren't paying attention. It's that good.
Damn.
Kingdom Hearts 2 is so
What
fucking
if I
good.
don't like Kingdom Hearts?
you know,
You got bad
I
taste.
tried. Look, I tried to get to Kingdom Hearts 2 because I know the Kingdom Hearts 2 was the best one, as I was around when it got released. So I was playing Kingdom Hearts 1. I think it's like a year ago and everything, and I played it hours. I think I probably around 70% of the game, quite complete in everything. But like Kingdom Hearts 1, he aged so poorly, guys. I really struggled.
Yeah, the
game.
Tarzan stage. The Tarzan stage of Kingdom Hearts 1 is one of the most frustrating stages I've ever played. Like, when I went back to it.
Yeah.
Like, the game is like, it's so clunky. The combat is so clunky. I know the 2 is ages beyond that. It's way better. I'm sure about that.
Two age way better. 2 age way better.
Yeah, 2's timeless. I think 2, Birth by Sleep and Dream Drop Distance, those games, like, for me, you can't really fault them. Dream Drop Distance was so good. Super underrated, in my opinion.
The only way you can like 3 is if you're into like Dynasty Warriors and like just crazy hack and
is
slash.
that bad?
I mean, some people like Dynasty Warriors. I'm not one of those people.
I like
No, sorry,
literally
I
just
don't mean to
hack and
sound like
slash.
that. I like Dynasty Warriors, but if I want to play Dynasty Warriors, I get that to One Piece.
Exactly.
Or Okuto no Ken. I don't get Sora.
Let me
Combat
ask you
free.
guys a question. Yeah, a gun to your head. Yeah, I'll name my 3. Okay, I've already said Kingdom Hearts 2 is one. You had to pick 3 games. Yeah, I'm picking Kingdom Hearts 2, Shadow of the Colossus,
Fucking
and okay, wait, hold on. I was gonna say something, but let me think about this. Kingdom Hearts 2, Shadow of the Colossus, and I want to say, do you guys remember a game called Dark Cloud?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember. That was on
Yeah.
PS2, right?
Yeah.
It's an amazing. I would either choose Dark Cloud or I don't know if anyone here has played Shadow of Memories.
Yeah, I've played it.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that's a great game. Really eerie atmosphere.
Shadow of the Colossus is a great take.
Yeah, Shadow of the
Great.
Colossus is so good, man. I can't wait for Team Ico's next game. Can't wait.
So you mean 3 games?
Yeah, 3 games. If someone put a gun to your head and they were like, these games are as close to perfect as you can get, what would you choose?
Who wants to start?
I
Oh no, you go, Gain. You go.
no, I have 2. I'm thinking about the 3rd, but definitely, I would like to say Metal Gear Solid 1 just because I love it more. But as a game and everything, Metal Gear Solid 3, it's just Metal Gear Solid 3 is one. It's just so much. And Crash Bandicoot 2, definitely.
Ooh.
Definitely.
The
Not
second
the
one.
1, not the 3, the 2. Like, it's perfection platform.
Personally, in Crash Bandicoot games, my favorite is Twin Sanity.
Twin Sanity is so good.
Twin
It's so
Sanity
good.
is so
It's
good.
so good, bro.
Is good. Is on the modern generation of Crash is the only one that I save because I play. He has a banging
last
soundtrack and he has banging mechanics and the graphic is great. But yeah, like Crash Bandicoot 2 is just so insane. And then the 3rd take. Ooh, fucking hell! What do I play? Oh well, that comes quite easy. It's probably Dark Souls. Dark
Which
Souls.
one?
Rough.
If you say 2, the community's gonna cook you.
No, I don't. No. Absolute man.
Dark Souls
absolutely
2 is one of the most punishing, unrelenting games I've ever played in my life.
But
You know,
it's not Dark Souls. Dark
you know-
Souls 2 is Tekken 8.
Yeah, well, you know when you're going through the wall to traverse to another part, and the game's just like fuck that, like they just knock you out of it.
Fuck that, yeah.
I
fuck
don't know
that.
how many times like I crashed out where I was just like, please, like I know you're meant to be a hard game, but you're taking the piss.
Okay,
Yeah.
Let me say, I probably say Dark Souls 3 because Dark Souls 3, it might not be the best. Dark Souls 1 is better in many things, but Dark Souls 3 is gonna age way better, and the boss fights in Dark Souls 3 are nearly to what as perfect as what boss fight should be. The Nameless King is just a masterpiece that goes at the same level of Psycho Mantis. You get him to win the first time, and you're just gonna get relentlessly beaten up, like you are just playing Tekken against Knee over and over, and you are forced to play that.
Yeah, it's peak.
Then, after you beat him, you go back, like you have a friend of yours playing the Nameless King for the first time. You haven't touched Dark Souls for months or for over a year, but you can still one-shot the Nameless King. That's what a boss fight, a technical action game boss fight should be. So yeah, that's why Dark Souls 3.
I mean,
That is-
bro, I have to really think about like if I take for gameplay, like I would say this is such a weird list, bro, that I now came up with, but I would say Borderlands 1 just
Ooh,
because
that's a good
I
one.
can. Yeah, just because I play it every time, you know. I even prefer it over 2 because it's so simple, right? There's not much, you know.
That's a weird take. I prefer the 2, but Borderlands is Borderlands, man. Respect.
Borderlands is Borderlands. Then I would take it. This is so bro. Don't hate me, bro. But I played the original thousands of hours. It's my favorite game, maybe even. But I can't. I would say Resident Evil 4, the remake, simply because it's so good. The remake is so good. And then there is a very now probably no one has played this, but I wouldn't even say it's a game. It's maybe more a readable book, but it's a Planescape Torment. Which is a very old school isometric RPG from the Fallout New Vegas writer. And yeah.
Did someone say Fallout New Vegas?
Yeah, I was thinking, but then
Yeah,
I was
too many
Planescape
glitches.
Torment because, you know. Yeah, it glitches, yeah. Also.
That shit pissed me off, man. Put me off the game.
I mean, there is no playable Bethesda game without mods. That's just as impossible.
I'll go real quick. I'm gonna have to put Kingdom Hearts 2 in there as well. That game it's too good. I'm gonna put Time Splitters in there.
Time Splitter, wow. I loved Future Perfect.
Future Perfect was. I want to put the first one just because it was mind-boggling. The first time I ever played, like that was probably like the proper the first FPS I played.
Man, that was good. Fuck.
And then I'm tying on the third one. It's either Disgaea 3 or Sonic Adventure 2.
Oh, Disgaea, that's a good pick, man. I played the shit out of that game.
Yeah.
Very
How do you
good.
spell
That-
it?
What are we talking
I
about,
sunk
dude?
so much time into Disgaea, bro.
Yeah, I sunk ridiculous, and that's the kind of game I usually wouldn't play. But
Wait,
it was really
Can
good.
you spell me the title, guys? I'm really curious to see the cover because I don't recall the title.
Disgaea. It's
It's
Is
like
that the one with the penguin?
RPG on crack. It's like the stupidest RPG system, but it basically has no end. You can't end the game.
Okay.
That's the
Is
only
that-
way I can
is-
explain it.
Is that Final Fantasy related? That
Nah.
title?
No.
It's on
Nah.
thing.
That's Dissidia, not Disgaea.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, Disgaea. I think it's up to 6 now. The first one I played was 3. I think 3 was the first one I played. I like that. 4 was good as well, but
Okay, we pronounce it Disgaea in Italian. That's why I couldn't pronounce it. Sorry, we butchered the name.
Disgaea.
Disgaea, yeah, because we read every single letter that there is, basically. It's,
You got a better language
Okay,
than us.
then Italian is
I just
based.
said
I'm
more
not
Yeah.
sophisticated.
Yeah, that or Sonic Adventure 2. But
That's a good pick.
okay.
What are we talking about here specifically? Like, what
Top 3 games.
top 3 games?
Games
Wait,
with
one
Shill.
Let me just read out these super chats.
Games
just
that
to catch
Shill.
up.
Okay.
Mellow Link, thank you for the $10.
Yeah.
Guys, love your discussion. Best crew that I've listened to in the community. I'll be here for every discussion. By the way, have you already discussed the patch notes that dropped? Yes, we have, bro. We have gone over them. We are already pissed. But we will revisit it when it comes back out. I won't start too soon. I know Twitter's gonna have fun with that clip.
Yeah, all I'm gonna say on that patch is if you have it physical, just sell the game, buy yourself like a family meal, and just forget about it.
Get yourself a cheeky Nando's.
Yeah.
Instant Messenger, thank you for the
what Tekken is
$5. Versus 13 Noctis is completely different from FF15 Noctis. That's literally why we got Yuzora in KH3-4. Yeah, I remember that Versus 13 trailer that came out ages ago where he's in the car and then he's on the steps and he's fighting loads of people. Do any of you remember that?
No, I didn't play that one.
It came out when the trailer came out when the PS3 was still a thing, and he's basically in the car and they've got this opera music playing and he gets out the car and he just starts beating the shit out of everyone, and it's the coolest thing I ever saw. And then he just that version of Noctis just isn't in the game. He's a totally different character.
Final Fantasy 15 dropped the ball when they released the demo, most of all as well. Like the demo was the most disappointing thing you could play. I remember it.
Yeah, it's just slow and clunky. I like the aspect of Brotherhood, but I think they missed the ball big time.
They actually they hit a bit more than Final Fantasy 13. Like the Final Fantasy fan base was happier, way happier with that one than 13, because you still could get elements of 15, of Final Fantasy, but then it was modern. And then they did 16, which is, well, I really tried with 16, guys.
I like really 16 personally. I think it's pretty cool.
It's a AZ mod Devil May Cry with no execution.
Yeah, it is like
I cannot.
I think the Devil May Cry developer works in it as well.
Yeah, it's one of the gameplay designers left Capcom and went to them.
Yeah. But it's like, it's a game.
Sorry, let me just read this last super chat. Omen, thank you for the 14 Zar. Ratchet Gladiator / Deadlock is my perfect game. Ratchet Gladiator / Deadlock. Is that one of the Ratchet and Clank games?
Yeah, it's Gladiator version. The Gladiator one. It's good pick. Good picks.
It was Jack and Dexter team. Jack and Dexter.
Games out Shill 4. That's a hot. I'd say Shadow of the Colossus.
I would really shill. I would shill Jack, like Jack and Dexter, Jack 1, 2, and Jack 3. Like these games from Naughty Dog, I would shill them.
Ratchet and Clank. Jack and Daxter is better than Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah, Jack and Dexter like over Ratchet all the time.
You know what, bro? How has no one said Uncharted yet? Oh, we might have fucked up.
I wouldn't.
I would not say Uncharted.
I think Uncharted's sick. Like I think Uncharted is very, very sick, especially Uncharted 3 and 4's online. Great games, fantastic games. I wouldn't
shill for them. Yeah, that's like.
I did sink a lot of hours into them though.
But yeah, three games that shill for. I'm not sure if I'll choose Eco or Shadow of the Colossus, but I'll go more Shadow of the Colossus. Devil May Cry 3 purely for childhood entertainment. If I didn't play that game so damn much, I would have probably not lived to this age. And the last one, I'm not
Genshin Impact?
Hell yeah. Just kidding.
Hell yeah.
I'd say Metal Gear Solid 3.
MGS3 is a good pick.
That's a hard question. I can't believe no one said Pokemon. It's mad.
I ain't sure.
Hell no.
Bro.
I got fond memories of Pokemon, but man, they've been dropping the ball lately.
Man, have you seen the last trailer?
I watched it, man. I'm so sick of their bullshit. Like they have enough money to sink a whole nation, and yet their games still look like they came out 20 years ago. True. And they're on a Switch 2 now, and you still got games that look like garbage, and yet you've got Mario Kart there, Metroid Prime. They all look sick, and Pokemon still looks the same. Like, get your act together.
Do you know why?
It's Game Freak. That's why.
Because they can sell you slot.
Pokemon fans will go out there and buy it no matter what.
Yeah, they don't need to update it. There's no need to invest that kind of money when Pokemon fans are going to buy it anyway. But it would be nice if they just did it anyway. And I would like them to do like a Pokemon Coliseum, like a follow up to it.
You know they're doing that for mobile.
For mobile.
Yeah, they're doing like a Pokemon Coliseum for mobile. I can't remember what it's called. Like Pokemon Adventure, but it's just the battles. It's basically a Pokemon Showdown for mobile.
Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to lock into that. I would like a Pokemon Stadium as well, like a new one. The mini games of Pokemon Stadium 1 was so good.
Isn't that on the Switch too?
But I think Pokemon Stadium was part of the N64 collection, so it probably will be on there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a GameCube one. I could be wrong though.
No, the GameCube ones are Colosseum and DX or GX or something like that with the Dark Lugia.
Yeah, my bad. Yes, I was confusing Stadium with Colosseum. Yeah, you're right.
Leo Breaker, thank you for the $10. I have ties due to the genre or series. Number 1 is Sonic Adventure 2 Battle / Shadow Generations. 2 is Kingdom Hearts Final Mix Plus or Tales of Symphonia. GameCube. 3 is Bloody Roar, CVS2 or MVC2. Yeah, those are good picks.
Does anyone of you guys? Does anyone think something like a game like Killzone will ever come back big?
Killzone, yeah, I'd love for Killzone.
Killzone probably, yeah.
I loved Killzone. It was basically our Halo, but they're not making anymore. We're getting like more Horizon stuff.
I liked Resistance as well.
Oh, Resistance!
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I was about to mention. Yeah.
Resistance was not only like a lot of fun, but the story was good, man. The ending of that game was actually like I caught a little emotion. I was like, damn. Shooting game made me feel a type of way.
Yeah, you're spitting. I forgot about Resistance. Yeah, that hit the feels. That definitely hit feels.
Yeah, that was a good game.
One thing I would literally shill this, like I would literally shill this if they make a third part. Does anyone remember Prototype?
But after the problem with Prototype was that Prototype 2 did not get a tenth of the wow effect that Prototype 1 gave you in the first 5 minutes of gameplay.
But with today's graphics,
it was insane, man. But you remember how Prototype 1 started. So it's like, it's a game where it's basically a GTA. You can free roam in a city and you are super powered and you can literally jump and you have a massive sword that if you hold triangle, you just go down and slash a tank in two.
You guys are
and that's how you start the game.
Basically, modern GTA, you know, you're basically the Hulk with a sword.
Yeah, Prototype was spawned from Hulk Ultimate Destruction, which was a much better game in my opinion.
Oh, really?
Really?
Hulk Ultimate Destruction was the first one to do it, where you play as the Hulk, you're in a big city, and you can just destroy everything. Like, everything is at your mercy. And I think it was way better than Prototype in my opinion. It had so much more source than Prototype. I really liked Hulk Ultimate Destruction.
Prototype was cool because he had as well the kind of really quick switch you could do between the superpowers, and then you can just take a weapon from the ground. Like you could use weapon like machine guns and stuff, but then you would use the grenade launcher because it was basically the bazooka. That it was the bazooka as well, but with more bullets. So you would just go with that, jump around, and just like it was just so chaotic and it worked.
I mean, I just bought it because I was in the store and my mom was with me, and the guy said to me, "Hey, bro," he already knew me and said like, "Hey, yo, guy, this game for you maybe because in Germany, obviously at that time, he said the state attorney is already on it, and he was right. The game was basically soft banned like 2 months after that."
Jesus, man.
Yeah, do you want to talk about games that got banned?
Germany next to the Middle East are like the only two places that I know of that ban games like willy-nilly.
No, there are in Middle East, man. There are things that are banned and you cannot see. There are things you cannot buy online.
I mean, Soul Calibur 6 was banned in the Middle East.
No, man. Just to let you know, when you fly to the Middle East and you read what you can bring or not, that you technically cannot bring physical CD and disc, just because they might be banned in the country and you're not going to travel.
But
and
I don't think
troubles
they
are
really
way
care
bigger there.
about that.
So, yeah, it's like I remember it. It's like,
You guys
I was
remember?
wondering.
Do you remember a game called Manhunt?
Yes.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, I know.
Manhunt was like, I remember playing that and I was like, I think this is making me cringe more than Mortal Kombat. Like I found it to be a bit more violent.
Yeah.
It was a bit too much. Like when you'd go behind someone and put a plastic bag over their head, I was like, this is gnarly, man.
It feels like a Family Guy sketch turned into a game.
Imagine if they release a game like Manhunt now. The noise they would have on the internet. What's the topic of the game? Oh, you kill human beings.
I don't think it will be as big today because They've been
No,
like
no, no.
way
It
more
would
stuff,
it will get big for the echo chamber the internet is, and people will say, "Oh no, this is why video games are evil as well." Especially in Italy, because in Italy is about demonizing video game a lot. They love
Have,
it.
have you heard about that
it's
game
like
that got
that in a lot
banned?
of places still.
That game where you rape someone.
Yeah,
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 what?
yeah, yeah, I saw
No,
that.
the-
Yeah,
I
that's
haven't
mad.
seen that.
I'm sorry, yeah. Like, there were people trying to defend it. I was like, nah. There's. Why are we making
No
games about
way.
this?
I never heard about
Put them on
what.
the list. Put them on the list. Anyone trying to defend that game, instantly on the list.
They were
There's
like,
no
way.
way.
creative
Yeah, it's
freedom, and I
mad.
was like, you guys are like pushing it now. Like, I get it.
Diddy video games, we now have that.
Yeah, like you basically the point of the game is to do that to the woman, and I'm like, it's like people
Oh, I
are
think
trying to.
isn't that one Japanese game from the 2000s? I
No,
don't think I
no.
could say the name.
No, it's a recent game, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's very recent, but basically people were trying to say, oh, but like grape scenes have existed in like games or movies for a long time, and I was like, it's different to having a grape scene in like a narrative. It might like push the narrative forward or try to show how villainous someone is or whatever.
Yeah.
They're meant to show
Exactly.
how disgusting people are, but in this game, you are the rapist, and the point of the game is to do that to the woman. I'm like, who would buy that? Why would you
That's
buy
like
When I
that?
think about it,
Good
isn't
buy,
that all
exactly.
hentai games on Steam though?
Not
that's
necessarily.
I hope that game is just FBI bait to get people's fucking IP address. That's
That
my
would
head
be
canon.
Have
But
you?
what do you
There's a game on Steam where like you wake up in a village full of women that are only elves, and the only way to escape the village is to impregnate every woman in there.
Yeah.
And I saw it, and I was like, man, some of these character designs do not look like fully grown women. This is a problem.
Yeah, of course they don't. I mean, but I mean,
course they
yeah.
That's yeah. I mean,
Even
Maybe
racist
someone
calling.
gave Diddy.
I mean, remember how old
computer
is
to
Lily,
chill.
guys? Sorry, can someone remind me? How old is Lily? How
Remind you
how
what?
old was Lily?
Lily, I don't know, 16 or 17.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Just saying. Did you know, C4? Did you know
What's that?
the age of Lily or some of the Tekken characters? Actually, because I know you are new to Tekken.
No, I don't. I don't know the ages.
Okay.
Do I want to know?
No, you
Well,
don't.
you
Wanna,
might wanna. You might want to know Lily's age.
no, you don't want to know.
Lily's 17 from what I remember.
Oh, yeah, I think in Cross Tekken they said she was
Oh yeah, you play cross Tekken.
18 or something in Cross Tekken. I think.
That brings me back. C4, I have to ask you one thing. You electrics, you call that electric wing, right?
Isn't it? It's Electric Wing Godfist, no?
Electric wind or wing? What do you like?
Wing, like bird. Electric
No.
wing.
That is
No,
why
no,
is it called like that in Cross Tekken?
I'm 99% sure it's called Electric Wing Godfist.
No,
Is it not?
it's wind.
Wind. As in like
It's
air.
wind.
blowing.
I've had it wrong.
Wait, guys, is wind or wing now?
It's wind.
Wind.
I just
but-
assumed it was.
It's like
assumed it was an
it's like the bird or like the airflow.
No,
The air,
no.
the air.
It is wind. It is the air, the storm. But he says wing, and I wonder if they maybe have called this differently in Cross
No,
Tekken.
guys,
No,
I've
they've
been
never
saying,
called it
I've
that.
I
been
think they
saying,
called it
guys,
rising
guys,
uppercuts back
guys.
in the day in English.
Wait. I've been saying wing until now in my mind.
No, it's
As
never
long as
been
I'm not the
wind.
only one.
I swear to God, for the all of my life.
It is wind. I just Googled it. Google Food tells me it's wind.
Fuck me.
Yeah.
Why would you think
for
it's
this we have to-
wing?
Guys.
because
I mean,
because I learned it when I
well-
did not understand English, and I
Okay.
just translated to my mind for when it became English
Yeah,
speaker
I
probably.
think it's a pass. Yeah.
And yeah, it's just wing.
Okay.
Come on.
You guys know what this means, though, yeah? You all have to make 3 prayers now to the god Sui, because like you insulted Kazuya Mishima, so you better get
I
on your
never
knees now.
I never
Wait,
insult
wait.
Kazuya Mishima. I respect the Kazuya players. As a Brian
Wing-
man, I have to. You know,
Wind does make more sense, right? Wind
Yeah.
does make more sense, though.
No, it
We
doesn't.
can establish that. Electric wing, so you can have an electric wing, and it's talking about a god. A god would have
Yeah,
wings.
but he's punching through the wind. The electricity, he's punching up. Like you can see the wind come up from his fist, even when they're doing it in cutscenes.
Are we seriously try to give sense to the name of the electric?
I didn't see the
guys?
wind. I didn't look up enough.
That
I mean,
wind
look, man.
don't make no sense to me. Let me just
Oh,
read
what?
out some of these super chats. Sorry, guys. Instant Messenger, thank you for the €10. Versus 13 was basically Noctis on Nephilim drugs. He would have killed all his friends in the end. The plot already leaked years ago. The fact that none of you guys mentioned Chrono Trigger. Well, I mean, Chrono Trigger is not in my top, but it's definitely one of the more legendary franchises. Omen, thank you for the 14 Czar. Urban Rain was perfect. Grim, cool as Steve Fox. Urban Rain is such a fucking good game, dude. I'm so mad they won't bring it back. Same goes for Def Jam
Urban
Fight for New
Rain.
York.
I need to look that up. I think the name is familiar.
Yeah, Urban Rain is fantastic.
I
Instant
really hope they
Messenger.
bloody roar.
Thank you for the
fighting game,
€2. Bully over Manhunt. Bully was good, but I gotta disagree. And Mr.
Well,
Mars.
Manhunt is not a good game, but it's
It's what you do.
It's like
It's
the type of game you'd play once and never again.
It's
just
an
have fun
experience.
and you bring it off.
it's an
Yeah.
experience. Yeah, exactly. It is an experience. That is
Yeah,
yeah.
it's an experience that will never leave you. I've never played a
I
game like that
remember
in my
like
life.
Reptile Vomit.
Yeah, you want to
Like,
know what
it's
is
like
something that will never leave you as an experience, but you have to play for a while, and you have to. Well, the lore will never leave you. The Binding of Isaac,
Oh yeah,
guys.
yeah.
Once you get into the lore and you see what is, it's like yeah, basically. And the best thing is like after you play for 100 hours, you have a friend looking at. It comes home and they see you playing the game and they ask you, "What the fuck are you playing?" Because that's what you ask. You're shooting shit. You're literally shooting at shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah, that's basically a kid that is locked in a box and is dying, and this is his delirium while he's dying. It's so fucked up, but it's such a good game. It's such a good game.
Let me just read this last super chat.
Oh,
Mr.
sorry.
Mask, thank you for the $4.99. My top 3 games are MGS3, Silent Hill 2, and Batman Arkham City. Also, have you played
that's
Destroy
a
All Humans?
smaller list.
I would choose Batman Arkham Asylum over Arkham City, to be honest with you. I like the atmosphere more in that game. Oh, Yakuza 0, that is definitely something. That's a game that I'd recommend anyone playing. If you
I just
ask me,
started it.
yeah, if you ask me what does a video game look like to you, I would say Yakuza 0. It's got everything. Absolutely everything in there. It's a massive, massive game as well.
You just punch people and money comes out. That's the most video game you could get.
It's got everything. It's got comedy, romance, violence, good narrative, excellent mini games, wicked music. Like the characters are so good in it, and now the director's cut on Nintendo Switch has got a multiplayer mode. So I'm definitely getting.
Wait,
that.
how do you get multiplayer in Yakuza?
You can get a friend and start playing certain missions together, I think.
So look, I
Oh.
just started it, and I basically probably finished the tutorial. Okay.
Yeah.
So which is quite long, honestly, because I think I played for 2 hours and a half.
You know how much
And,
time I've spent playing the karaoke in that game, bruv?
I played the karaoke. I
so
did the
good.
Dame Dame the Dame Dame
Like a
moments.
Mitai.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
I remember
the
when I
songs.
got Yakuza, I think it was Yakuza 4, and there's a song in it called Pure Love in Kamurocho.
Oh, that's what it's
Pure Love in Kamurocho. If you haven't heard this song, it's so sick. It's so
especially
good.
Akiyama's version.
Yeah, Akiyama's
Akiya's
version,
version.
hands down the best. If you haven't heard Machine Gun Kiss, or Judgment, or Tonight, or I think Hands,
Yeah.
Bakamitai.
Like a butterfly. Like a
Bakamotai.
butterfly.
Yeah,
Bakamotai
like
is
a
probably the most
butterfly.
famous.
Yeah, but Bakamitai is the most famous because of all the memes. But
Yeah.
Like a
Yeah.
Butterfly is
That
sick.
song, yeah. Bakamotai got so damn famous, people were saying it's cringe to listen to it to me. I'm like, fuck.
That's
you.
in my gym playlist.
But it wants to be the kind of like how the game presents it for you, at least from my point of view. I just played it. It wants to be. You see this guy. This is the like.
It's mainly
It's
because
really
of the
you will
AI
expect you're there drinking with a
pacing,
friend,
yeah.
and it's like you go there and you sing this song that at the end of the day, if you cannot speak English and everything, you play the game, you don't read the lyrics. It's just a very kind of romantic, melancholic music. So it's like it gives you the idea is there is way more than what it looks in this character already. I think that's the message at least they passed to me.
Yeah.
But from what I can see in the series, guys, it's like in 2 hours and a half already, they made me have so many questions from the plot, because all the way that the things happen to you, they're so clear and non-clear at the same time. It's like, what the fuck this is happening to me? Who is doing this to me? Even if they're involved character that you never seen, because they're locked away. It's I can see already there is a lot behind that. So I really want to finish the game.
It's just so good. And they get real actors to play the characters as well. So
Yeah.
a lot of the time, like you're just gonna if you're starting off Yakuza now, you're just in for like the best time. You've got so much content to get through, and finishing one game fully, you're gonna be on there for like 60, 70 hours because of all the sub stories and all the little things you have to do. So
Can I
that's
say
why-
something about Yakuza?
Yeah, go on.
If you want to play 1 and 2, please play the PS2 restored hack. And
No,
play
why?
the remakes later.
That is Kiwami,
Because-
man. Come on.
No.
Play
The
Kiwami.
gameplay Kiwami isn't like as fun, in my opinion, to compared to the original PS2 one.
You don't think
It
it's
just
as
feels
fun?
like, yeah, because I hate the essence of Kiwami system and stuff like Majima chasing you. I didn't like that at all as well.
Yeah, but man, Kiwami 2's stories, the way they retold it in the
Kiwami
remake
2
is brilliant.
It's brilliant, but I prefer the original soundtrack.
Like you can't like at the end of, I won't spoil it. At the end of Kiwami 2, the song's called A Scattered Memory. It's one of the
Yeah,
best
yeah.
songs in any video
Outlaw,
game.
yeah, Outlaw Lullaby as well.
Yeah,
But
and
there is stuff like licensed music that was removed in the remake, and specifically that bridge scene. You already know what I'm talking about. In the PS2 version, it was so damn amazing.
yeah, I mean I've played both versions. I prefer the remakes. I really hope that Yakuza 3 gets a remake because it's the most dated one now. And
Yeah,
Yakuza 3
and it's
had
also like the remaster ruined it actually, because you know how people complain about the blocking being too much in it. That's an issue that happened because of like something they did when they increased the frame rate from 30 to 60, like
Yeah.
some coding error.
I think my favorite in the series is Yakuza 6. I thought it was such a good ending for that portion of the story, and I just loved. I was so skeptical when they said they're going to Hiroshima, but when we actually got there, I was like, wow, this is actually pretty cool.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but I won't spoil it for
It's just
John,
that
'cause
on PC, it's not good to play because
I've not
my
played any of
stuff
them on
was
PC.
overheated. Yeah,
Play on PS.
Yeah, Yakuza 6 is a beautiful game, man. Like it's such
yeah.
a gorgeous
The
game.
Dragon Engine is amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's aged so well. It still looks like one of the best games that I've played, and it's got one of my favorite songs. What was it called? It's when he's at the beach.
Life is a Diamond.
Life is a
The one with
diamond.
the karaoke.
Is it Life is a Diamond? It's when he's playing the ukulele on the beach.
Yeah, I think it's Life is a Diamond or something.
Yeah, probably.
Let me
It's
see.
John. When you get there, man, it's just
I'll
I
see-
had that
I'll
song on
definitely gonna get it.
repeat. It's such a good song.
Yeah, it's definitely probably gonna get that. Definitely gonna get that because I always want to play the Yakuza series. Because like what I heard from the Yakuza series is more like no one ever tells you about what's going on in
Yeah,
Yakuza,
today is a
because
diamond.
you
That's,
really
its name.
you really need to play the game to understand. But every time someone is a fan of Yakuza, talks about Yakuza, you hear in his voice the regard and the respect that he plays on the series, which is almost the same that I would speak of Metal Gear Solid, which is my favorite franchise.
Yeah.
And it's like it makes me understand that okay, is where video games meets art. You know, it's that kind of game. It's like okay, there's something very deep in here. There is something like a Dark Souls, like this kind of games. Because like we are seeing all the lists as well that we are seeing from the Superchats here of the 3 best games. They don't have Tekken, they don't have Monster Hunter, they don't have these games. They have games
let me just read
have
out these
more.
super chats just to catch up with these guys. Saeed, thank you for the $2. My top 3 games are God of War 2, it's a good pick. DMC 3,
Right.
good pick. And Doom Eternal, those are all good picks. Instant Messenger, thank you for the €5. Top 3 games, Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, Shenmue. Shenmue, interesting. And Last
Interesting
Guardian.
choice.
Shenmue's like
haven't played Last Guardian.
Shenmue came just
It's
before
influential.
Yakuza.
Yeah, it's influential, but you know,
Shimmer
it's not
Cave,
something that a lot of people would have fun playing, but it's extremely
What?
influential.
What,
Also, I'm sorry
Shenmue?
if some letters are disappearing because like my nose is like beginning to get blocked. I think I'm having a cold.
No, that's cool. Someone was asking me about Astra's Wrath and Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Yeah, I've got both of them. I've got Astra's Wrath. I've played Astra's Wrath like 4 times, including the DLC of Ryu and Akuma. And Marvel Ultimate Alliance or X-Men. What was it called? X-Men Apocalypse. Yeah, those are very good games.
Oh, I will recover. Actually, now
The
I'm
only
getting
thing
my
I
PS3.
know
I will
about
recover
Sora's
Asura's.
Wrath is that
Okay,
they
no.
sold the ending as DLC, from what I remember.
What game?
Asura's
Asura's
Wrath.
Wrath.
Astra's Wrath. They sold the ending as DLC.
I saw the
Oh, got
ending
it.
on YouTube.
The Ryu Akuma ending.
That's
Yeah,
the DLC.
that's-
No, I thought
separate.
that's
Yeah.
separate. Oh, because I remember saying like you read the DLC to see the ending, and I was like, what?
No.
No,
Yeah,
you wanna.
you
There is
buy-
one game that did that, actually, guys.
I don't know what game
This-
did that, but it wasn't Astra's Wrath.
That game was
Asura is
Metal
probably
Gear
the
Solid
best
5.
character design Capcom ever made.
Yeah.
He peaked.
If he doesn't appear in the
They
next
tell
Marvel vs. Capcom game, I'll be disappointed.
It's yeah. They will fumble if they don't put him in.
Yeah, they
Which will
fumbled
fumble.
last
I
time
mean,
for
they
not
were-
putting him
Fumbled. I mean,
True.
they fumbled with
Yeah.
Infinite, so I don't think they're revisiting the
Hey.
franchise after that.
I'll say that when I'm here, please.
in.
I mean, I bought that game, pre-ordered it. You know, you don't want to know how hurt I was when I played that game.
It's a good game if you squint your eyes the whole time.
Yeah,
gameplay was fun.
Tekken 8.
Yeah, the game for a tag game, the gameplay was good. It's just that you can't look directly into Chun-Li's eyes, otherwise
The old Dante looks like
you'll
some crap.
take your soul. Oh yeah,
Yeah, he looks like
Dante,
Gary Busey
Chris.
somehow.
actual fiends, actual crack fiends.
Leo Breaker,
Oh,
thank you for the
Dust.
$5. Honorable mention to the Mass Effect and Dragon Age trilogies. Is the latest Dragon Age
yes.
part of the trilogy? Because the latest
No,
Dragon
it's
Age
No,
is-
I thought that's
He's
spin-off
not. He's
of
not.
the-
The problem
It's
the
not.
problem with so the problem is Dragon Age Inquisition ended on a big, huge cliffhanger. So I would, if you ever want to play Dragon Age, play Origins. It doesn't look good, but play it, and then you have a happy time.
Origins is still, like, on dialogues I heard, is still very good. I played it when I was a kid, but I remember I managed to finish it. So
Oh, it's
it must have
insane.
been good.
It's honestly Dragon Age Origins,
Yeah,
even
but
to
man.
this day, especially the DLCs, you will honestly think like, wow, the quality
but
back then that they put into this, you're like, wow, this I cannot believe this is 16 years old. I cannot believe it.
But you know why everyone struggles now? Because of Baldur's Gate 3.
Fuck yeah, Baldur's Gate 3.
Man,
Yeah, you have a point. You have a point.
the acting that there is in Baldur's Gate 3, they've weighted every
Yeah.
single sentence as.
You have a
It's
point.
insane. And I agree with you. I'm sure if I got to play Dragon Age 1 now, because, like, being a very, no, I was going to say a very old man player, but it's like being a 30 years old player makes you understand what games used to be 16 years ago. And so when you play a game that is 16 years old, you can playing with the perspective of is a very old game. You can imagine that and put it in the right perspective while you play, so you can enjoy it. But if someone
what you
just
have
goes
to-
to recover Dragon Age now after he plays Baldur's Gate is his first RPG
Yeah,
multi-choice
yeah.
dialogue, and he goes to
It's
Origins
true.
is one of the best. You go
Just
to play
that
that.
some people cannot separate, like, you know, I'm playing something from like 15 years ago. I should expect that it's not gonna be up to modern standards.
But I mean, they shouldn't.
Because-
They shouldn't care, right? I mean, if it's a game, you know, and for example, in Dragon Age, that was an original universe. They literally came up with this shit, which is like
Yeah.
heavily Game of Thrones influence. But they wrote all of this shit in Dragon Age Origins. All of the lore they wrote themselves. And with Baldur's Gate, they had obviously the D&D lore to go upon.
Yeah.
So,
Two
but as a player, obviously you don't care, right? As a player, if I put in the game, I don't give a shit, right? I don't give a shit that they came up with this themselves. Why would I care? So I can get it, but honestly, Dragon Age and Mass Effect, especially Mass Effect 2, is like, oh my fucking god! Like, you can play it today. You can play it today because they are so narrative driven, and you will have the time of your life. Like, oh, holy shit!
Yeah.
There's a game that I wish
Like,
that
I'd
they
love
would.
to play some of those games, but it's just something with age that you just cannot.
Just do it.
invest.
Just do it. Just give yourself a small,
Yeah.
you know, and just do it. Just do it.
I would love for them to,
Yeah, but here's the
to
thing. I'm
bring
not
back.
prepared to play a 100-hour game, to be honest, because I'm already trying to balance college and looking for work. If I add like a 100-hour game on top of that, it's gonna be hell.
Have you guys played Rise to Honor?
No.
Wait, yeah, that tells me something. Rise to Honor.
Jet Li.
I'm good. I'm
Oh, bro, but I remember my brother once rented it, you know, from a video thingy.
It's such
No,
a
I
good
never
game,
did
dude.
that. I don't think it got released in Italy. Released in Italy, actually. Oh no, maybe
Bro,
yes.
is that comparable
Oh.
to the? Is that comparable to
Yeah,
Stranglehold?
exactly.
It's it's I think it's more comparable to the I think the Bulletproof Monk game. It's such a good game though, dude. This game is absolutely fantastic.
Rise
It's,
to Honor.
Is this the game that you played with the analog
Yeah.
sticks? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Gives
I've
me the
never played a game
idea-
like that and liked it because I always associate it with the Dina game, and that game was Jesus.
no, Rise
It
to
gives me
Honor
the
is
vibe,
I'm not
great.
even Christian. It made me say Jesus.
Gives me the vibe of Enter the Matrix game. The kind of like a bit like without the Matrix word, obviously.
Bro,
but
the
it's like
name alone is so
guy,
sick. That
a guy
I-
in a 3D world that just beats the shit out of guys with martial arts, basically.
Rise to Honor, man. What a sick name. What a fucking
dude,
sick
it's
name.
such a good game. I've completed it like 100 times. The battle system in it is so good. It's like way ahead of its time.
Bro, why not play that one? Play it on stream once.
It's on PS2. I don't know if they've got it emulated. They probably do.
No, PS2 is
PS2
very
it's easy.
emulatable.
PS2 is very easy to emulate.
You
Tekken,
just
can
need
do it.
some like mid-range performance, and that's it.
You can PS3 no, PS2 you can emulate. I am emulating on PS2 and streaming on my PC. So
Yeah,
you
no,
did-
But
should be able to-
PS3, you need like the CPU of the century to do it.
Yo, guys, when I see Rise to Honor, it somehow reminds me of a game that needs a third installment. And have you played The Darkness?
Yeah, Darkness. is
I
very good.
tried it.
Is this the
It
shooter?
It
The
didn't
shooter
get
one?
me at all. At all. It didn't get me. I tried it.
It
It's
didn't get
so
you, bro.
good,
The
dude.
Darkness.
Yeah.
Jackie.
sorry.
Yeah, no, Darkness is great. It's got a plot that is very easy to resonate with dudes. Like immediately, you just want to lock in because of what they did to him and what they did to his girl. Like it's good. Like I would definitely say lock into the Darkness. It's worth playing.
The Darkness is so good, man.
It's
Because
really
I think when it got released, I think I know.
I'm
what
gonna
it was
hop out
from.
in a bit because I have a lot of work to do tomorrow with college. But
Goodness.
before I'll make a little notice how happy everyone is when we're not talking about fighting games. It really says something about the current state of fighting game. Genuinely.
I mean, I think the current state of fighting games is fantastic, depending what game you play. Street Fighter players are very happy.
Yeah, but I'm more of a Tekken guy, sadly. I haven't been
Yeah,
into Street Fighter in a long
yeah.
while.
That's the point. It's like Tekken players are Tekken generally, like even high level
Tekken
Tekken
players
players,
are
they
not fighting
don't
game
want to play
players.
a 2D
They like
fighting
Tekken
game.
for being Tekken.
They like
Because
a 3D
even though I
fighting game.
switched to Virtua Fighter, it felt like, I'm 90 and my doctor told me that I can't eat beef anymore, so I'm eating fish. Like, I'm liking this, but, something is missing. Is that a good example, or... I'm not...
Yeah,
I get your point. I'm playing Virtua Fighter myself, and I feel like when I play Virtua Fighter, so I'm having a good time. I'm loving the game, but it's like there is this feeling of I love this game and having fun, but I wish I could play Tekken. That's what I'm feeling.
Yeah.
That's like I wish I could play Tekken.
I'm playing 6.0. I emulated it since it got dumped and emulated because the emulator couldn't run it before. And it's so interesting playing a version of Tekken 6 that I just never could get my hands on because it was an arcades only thing.
Yeah.
It feels weird because it's like a weird bastard child of Tekken 5 physics and the weird stuff from Tekken 6. It's very weird.
Well, I appreciate you jumping
Yeah,
on, bro.
before I go, I would like to say sorry to Spag because I had such a bleak outlook on him. Genuinely sorry. And goodbye.
Cheers, bro.
Ciao, ciao. Ciao, ciao.
Wait, is C4 not in here anymore?
Maybe
dropped,
something
yeah.
happened. He
Yeah.
disconnected.
Oh, okay. Let me just read out these super chats real quick. Astra's Wrath did that with the Canon DLC ending because of the golden spider plot. Oh, I vaguely remember that now. Thank you, Instant Messenger, for the $5. Leo Breaker 49, thank you for the $2. Last chat, any Metroid lovers here? I'm a Metroid Prime guy. I think Echoes is the best best game in the series. I like Corruption. I played Beyond this weekend for about 20 minutes. It's really good. So if you're a Metroid Prime fan, then you'll be into it. Are you guys into Metroid Prime?
No, I've never really touched Metroid.
Okay.
Metroidvanias for me are Castlevania, Area of Sorrow, and Hollow Knight. I tried Metroid Dread. I have it here next to me now, and it's like,
Yeah, people really like that game, but I'm more of a Prime guy.
Yeah, I like Metroidvanias though.
Instant Messenger, thank you for the €10. Did you guys know that Tekken 4 cancelled over 30 characters? You can still find the announcer's MP3 where he names them. It's a shame because it had the best time skip designs, best OST, 2000s grit and story. I didn't know that. They cancelled
Me neither.
30 characters.
30? Like they played around with like the ideas of 30 characters, yeah?
That's crazy.
They released 16 of them. Or 15. It's 15 characters.
Damn.
No, it's 19. Sorry, it's 5x4. The characters collect.
Well, how are they called? Have they had like weird names like, I don't know, Jade or something? Like,
Man,
literally...
how can you fit 30 characters in a DVD? Plus 19. It's like 49 characters in a DVD at that time.
That would have been crazy. That would have been very crazy, but it would be interesting to see. But guys, it's 3:50 in the morning. I've got to get to bed because I've got work in the morning.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to chat, bro. There were a lot of people, you know, the dragon shit again, and like good shit, chat.
Yeah,
I like
it was
chat,
a fun stream. Even though C4 called us unhinged.
Oh yeah, Alexis, Midnight Club is good, Alexis. Yeah, Midnight Club is a good game.
Midnight Club's good, but Burnout Paradise, that was my shit. Loved Burnout Paradise.
Oh, bro, yeah, Burnout, man, yeah.
Nice. Need for Speed Most Wanted. Credit for the game. He put a Fiat Punto as a starter car. Period. You have a Fiat Punto in a racing car in a street racing game. That's it. You won.
Mike, tell me one thing, Mike. So, what's the plan for when did you say Tom is on?
Tom's on Thursday. I'm talking with Ernesto from Button Check to get him on this week, but I don't know if it'll be this week or next week because I know he's busy.
General talk with Ernesto or like specific topic?
No, just a general chit chat with Ernesto, like some of the older ones. And then Tom will be on Thursday. Wednesday, I'm not sure if I'm doing anything because I might be in a Bleach tournament. And then Friday, I'm not too sure yet. We'll see. Something always pops up. I mean, this emergency patch is about to be out, so I'm sure we'll have something to talk about.
Definitely.
And, you know, there's a whole shitstorm on social media right now, so I'm sure you'll be hearing from me.
And ask Tom, like, when you have him on, like, can you ask him to, like, explain it technically about, like, what has changed as well? Like, I would be really interested. Well, I can just make a chat or whatever.
Yeah, he's gonna talk about a bunch of things. He wants to discuss. Actually, you know, I'll save it because I know he's got a couple things he wants to talk about. So that would be a good one.
All right, Mike. Thanks for like for hosting me here and cool. The initiative game.
That's all good, bro. That's all good. Well, I appreciate you guys jumping on. I'll catch you in a little bit.
Thank you. Have a good night. Have a good night, chat.
Bye, Mike.
See you in a bit. Alright guys, well that has been the stream. I'm gonna get to bed because my shoulder blades kind of hurt. I've got to work in 6 hours. So I need to get as much sleep as possible. But if you don't see me tomorrow, then you'll see me on Thursday. You might get a video out of me tomorrow. We'll see what's going on. Seems to be a whole mess on social media right now. Everyone's pointing fingers at each other. So, but I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for the super chats. You guys, once again, like you always come through. I really appreciate it. It was very, very kind of you to send in that many. And what was I gonna say? Forgot. Oh, that's it. We're probably gonna do a Tekken Tag 2 stream because getting it working on my PC seems to be less of an issue than I thought it would be. My only concern is my controller, but it should work. It shouldn't cause me any issues when I plug it in. So, Tekken Tag 2 and Tekken 6 and potentially Tekken 5 streams coming up. Since this modding stuff seems to be working. Although I don't know if Bandai Namco will attack my stream if I'm playing a modded game on stream. Will I be okay doing that? I don't know. We'll see in it. But that's the agenda. So I'll catch you guys very soon. Thanks for stopping by and make sure you take care of yourselves.